Good morning. Welcome to the second day of the New South Wales Rowing Championships for 2023. Got a busy schedule lined up today for us. Our first race of the day just underway. It's the Championship Women's Para Single Sculls. 2 races over 500 metres. On the far side, on the near side, is Ella Dunphy from PLC Sydney. Racing her compatriot, also from PLC, Amber Bradley. Ella and Amber compete regularly in this event. In the Para Single Scull Rec 500, only 500 metres this race, but they'll get us underway. A great programme of para men's and women's, schoolgirls and schoolboys rowing throughout the day. Lots of exciting finals, lots of exciting heats throughout the entire day. This is a good race between Amber and Ella from PLC. Ella on the near side, Amber on the far side. A couple of lanes splitting them. Looks like Ella's taking an interesting course. She's back in her original lane. Straightening up now. Last 250. Both scullers pushing hard now in the last 100 metres or so. Going to be close between them. It looks like Amber Bradley on the far side, originally in lane 5, just takes it from her compatriot Ella Dunphy by a length. Second place. Well done, Ella and Amber. Give them a round of applause. That's in a finish time of 2:04.85, with Ella just being 3.48 seconds behind in second place. That was race 66. The first race of the day, that was the Para Women's Rec 500 metres. Winner Ella Dunphy, the winner Amber Bradley. In second place, Ella Dunphy. Next race is going to be race 67. It's the Championship Men's Para Single Scull. It's the first heat. And the heats, the first four of 5 scullers go through to the final later in the day. In lane 3 from Adelaide High, Bodie Hebhart. In lane 4 from Bundaberg, Christian Lane Krebs. In lane 5 from Torrens NTC is Jed Altswager. In lane 6 from ANU is Stuart John. And in lane 7 from Nessels is Aaron Skinner. lining up at the moment. We've got racing a bit early. We are, by the looks of things, already 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I can't guarantee we'll stick to that schedule later in the day. But I'm joined by my fellow co-commentator, Tom Trobe from Canberra. Morning, Tom.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. What a beautiful day.
Perfect conditions out there this morning, aside from the sun in our eyes.
Yeah.
We can see here that the scullers are just sitting at the start, having a few conversations with each other. Almost in the starter's hands, just ready, getting ready to attach.
Just looking at the weather forecast today, it's going to be a very warm day. We are forecast to get up to 38 degrees in the afternoon. So just a reminder for all the spectators, particularly the competitors, obviously be aware of the heat. Make sure you're hydrated, sunscreen, hats, covering, shades, all those things. Particularly important if you're a competitor, equally as important if you're a spectator. So please be aware that it's going to be a very warm day here. Coaches as well, I know you're up and down on bikes all day, but you're not immune to the effects of the weather.
And just off the back of those heat reminders, just a reminder as well that the bow numbers are over at Boat Shed 1, and all alpha bow numbers are used in today's racing, and of course encouraged crews and coaches to return their numbers as soon as possible after their racing, just to allow the organisation and to get the later crews sorted without searching for a bow number. Also, we're going to be conducting medal and trophy presentations at the end of each A final. So just a reminder that if you are in the top 3 of your A final, please proceed over the presentation pontoon after your race for the medal presentation and trophy presentation. Also, weigh-ins for this regatta. Athlete weigh-ins will take place in Boat Shed 1 as well. Test scales will also be available from 8 a.m. on Thursday and the 9th from 8 a.m. Please weigh in 1 hour prior to your event, and coxswains are reminded that only need to weigh in once throughout the regatta as well. We're still waiting for the start of the championship men's para single scull. These guys still waiting to be called to line up by the start umpire. And looking at the wind down the course, it's predominantly going to be a very light northeasterly breeze, so a crosswind. Nothing more than 15 k's throughout the day, so it's not going to have any real effect on the rowing.
doesn't seem to be favouring any course. But we're blessed with an amazing setup here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre compared to some of the other courses around the world, Olympic venues and World Championship venues. We are usually immune, or certainly less immune from the ravages of the weather that you get across particularly Europe and the US in some of these events.
Just tackled by the heat, obviously, and humidity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is not a rainy day in Scotland, and for that we can be entirely thankful for.
Looking like these single scullers are just being called onto the starting pontoon now. A few minutes out from scheduled start time. This is the Championship Men's Para Single Scull Heat 1, with just the top 4 progressing through. Just down on the presentation pontoon right now, we have the medal presentation for the women's para single scull race. In second place from PLC Sydney, we have Ella Dunphy. And in first place, also from PLC Sydney, Amber Bradley. Both coached by April Draney. Congratulations, girls. Race 67, looking like we're moments away from starting here. Looking like we have all athletes over in lane 3 from Adelaide High, Bodie Bebhart. In lane 4 from Bundaberg, Christine Lane Krebs. Lane 5 from Torrens NTC, Jed Alswager. In lane 6 from ANU, Stuart John, and in lane 7 from Nestles, Aaron Skinner. As mentioned, the top 4 progress through. Race is underway now. These 5 scullers just coming up to the 500 metre mark, or probably a few 100 metre mark. Looking like they've got some good lines down there. That's shots showing the perfect conditions from the start. All scullers looking like they're pretty close together still. No commanding lead coming out yet in the first few 100 metres.
So at the 500 metres, looks like Jed Alswager from Torrens. He's got a good lead of about 10 seconds from Aaron Skinner from Nestle's, who's a length ahead of Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg. Stuart John in 4th place at the moment, and Brody Hebhart from Adelaide High in 5th. So still a long way to go for these guys. 2,000 metres. It's the first 4 of 5 scullers that go through to the finals. Through the 1,000 metre mark, still got Jed Alswager from Torrens. He's consolidated his lead. He's pulled out another 13 seconds on Aaron Skinner, so he's now 23 seconds ahead. Aaron Skinner from Nestle in lane 2. In lane 4 from Bundaberg, Christian Lane Krebs, still hanging on in there. He's a further 5.73 seconds behind. In 4th place in lane 6, we've got Stuart John from ANU. He's being pushed though by Bodie Herbhard from Adelaide High. It looks like that final qualification spot, the 4th spot, will be the where the race is in. I think the first 3 are comfortable in just keeping where they are as they go through and approach the 1,500 metres mark.
Just coming into the last 250 metres now, looks like Jed Auschweger still out in front to a commanding lead. Sitting in front of Aaron Skinner from Nestle, just closest to the grandstand. As mentioned though, the race for qualification with the position 4th and 5th between Stuart John from ANU and Kristen Lane Kerebs, from Bundaberg. Split between lanes 6 and 4, so they might not quite be aware of each other, but looking like the positions probably won't change in the last few hundred metres here. Into the last 100 metres now in lane 5, Jed Auschweger from Torrens NTC. Very comfortable. Probably not pressing the rating as high as he could be.
That's an understatement, I think. Yeah, right there. Very comfortable. Was 30 seconds ahead with 500 to go. He's consolidated his lead. But that final position, our friend from Bodie Herbert from Adelaide went from 5th place to 3rd place at 1,500 metres. So it's going to be close for that last qualification spot. Somebody's got to lose out, obviously.
It looks like Christian Lane Krebs has actually crept up into 4th place over Stuart John from the ANU.
It's Aaron Skinner from Nestle's. Just crossing the line. And over on the far side, Bodie Herbert from Adelaide High. Good push there to finish in 3rd. Looks like in lane 4, Christian Lane Krebs from Bundaberg takes the final qualification spot there. Which leaves Stuart Johns from ANU not very happy with himself there as he crosses the line. So that's the results of race 67, the Paramen single heat 1. In 1st place, Jed Auschweger from Torrens. In 2nd place, Aaron Skinner from Nestle. In 3rd place, we have Bodie Herbert from Adelaide High. In 4th place, Bundaberg's Christian Lane Krebs. All those 4 guys go through to the final. Unfortunately, Stuart John from ANU just misses out.
Race 68 is underway, which is the 2nd heat of the men's para single scull. Over in lane 1 from Community Rowing Club, Sam Shulhab. In lane 3 from Shell Harbour City, Kevin Wall. In lane 4 from the Southport School NTC, Toby Goffsussen. Lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols. And in lane 6 from Uni Queensland, McIntyre Russell. This race has progressed through the 500 metre mark. Looking like Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar in 1st place, going through the 500 metres, followed by McIntyre Russell and by Toby Goffsussen from Southport School NTC. Again, top 4 progressing through to the final later today, with just one sculler here being eliminated. As we can see there, just crossing the 1,000 metres, Harrison still out to quite a commanding lead. Handy position to be in halfway through, followed by McIntyre Russell, almost 10 seconds just behind in 2nd place. And 3rd place over on the far side in lane 4 from Southport School NTC, Toby Goffsussen. can just see there Harrison Nichols in a commanding lead, probably looking to get a bit more length over McIntyre Russell. Just coming through the 1500 metre mark there. Yeah. Suns just seem to have crept behind the clouds a little bit there. Can see them clearly coming down the course. Looking like Sam Shulhab from Community Rowing Club over there in lane 1. A little bit of a close race between Kevin Wall from Shellharbour City, probably again fighting out for that 4th position to qualify through to the final later today. 3 scullers closer to the grandstand, making it quite easy to understand their positions, progress through to the final later on today. Harrison sitting really in a perfect position. Can see both scullers on either side of him as he crosses into the last 250 metres here. Looks like McIntyre Russell from Uni of Queensland just stepping up the rating again, really looking to solidify himself in that 2nd place.
Strong finish there as he approaches the line from Harrison Nichols, asserting his dominance on the rest of the field. Good time there from Harrison, 7:51.81. Good 15 seconds quicker than heat 1. 2nd place in lane 6. McIntyre Russell from University of Queensland, about a length and a half away from Southport School's Tony Goffsasson.
Great finish there by those 3 guys, and then back to the 4th position decider over there in lanes 1 and 3. Definitely not giving up over there, Sam Shulhab from Community, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Looks like we're getting some live shots from the umpire boat out there up on the screen now. Nope, we were just having cameras out on the course.
That's Kevin Wall just coming in 4th place, takes the final qualification spot there, progresses through to the final, race 86 being the final. Sam Shulhab just coming through the line there in 5th place, unlucky losers out there.
On the course now we do have race 69, which is the Championship Para Men's Single PR1. We have the Championship Men's Single PR2 and also the Championship Women's Single PR2. Over in lane 1 we have Eric Horry from Sydney, NTC. In lane 5 we have Simon Albury from Torrens, NTC. And in lane 6, closest to the grandstand, we have Catherine Ross, coached by Renee Domichan from ANU. Each of these rowers is actually in their own event coming down the course, but, you know, still giving each other a bit of a press, not just rowing their own race. Looking like Simon Albury was leading through the 500 metre mark, followed by Eric Horry and then back to Catherine. well through the 1,000-metre mark now. Still out in the lead from Torrens is Simon Albury, followed by Eric Horry over in lane 1 from Sydney, and just not too far back to Catherine Ross from ANU. These scullers being given some very good conditions this morning. Is a reminder though that the high temperatures are forecast for today. So just another reminder, which you'll be hearing a lot of today, just to prepare for your races early, drinking often and early, and just minimising time in the sun. There is quite a lot of shade around under the trees and under the tents. Try to keeping that shade nice and early for the day. Don't get too hot.
Through the 1,500 metres, Simon Albury. These guys all in their individual races. Coming through 1,500 metres in a time of 6:55.35. Eric Horry, 12.5 seconds behind. And then in third place, obviously have Catherine Ross in lane 6.
Coming into those red boys now, there's Simon Albury from Torrens. Just been hanging on to that lead the whole way over Eric Horry over there in lane 1. Possibly not extended it out too much since the 1,500 metres. Looking comfortable at crossing the line there. Time of 9 minutes 19. There's Eric crossing up in second place, just 14 seconds behind, almost 15 seconds behind, still doing very well, and now coming in what appears to be third place, but actually first place in the women's para PR2 single scull is Catherine Ross, coached by Renee Domichez from the ANU. Looking very solid across the finish line here. And that's the conclusion of race 69, which was the men's para 1X PR1, men's para 1X PR2 and the women's para 1X PR3.
Change of pace, change of boat next. Championship women's under 17.8, 2,000 metres. Getting lined up at the moment. So we're just about to commence race 70. This race being sponsored by Bentley's, who are of course our main sponsor for the day. And thank you to Bentley's for providing everything they do and the support they give the Regatta and New South Wales rowing in general. On the far side in lane 2 from Loreto Kirribilli, we have Rachel Risby, Annalise Radico, Elise Hutton, Ella Chigley, Kate Whitson, Jessica Rich, Amelia Charlson, Amelia Champ, and Olivia Madsen as Cox. They are Loreto Kirribilli's 2. From Kinross Walleroy in lane 3, we have Zanti Staniforth, Sienna Wilkin, Mahi Wiley, Maggie Kirby, Olivia Searle, Sophie Loof, Jemima Scammell, Tessa Wong, Cox by Emily Caro. In lane 4 from Commercial, Lucy O'Farrell, Lilla Meredith, Poppy Yoski, Elodie Lee, Indiana Jenkinson, Sienna Becker, Olivia Grant, Rose Ricks, and Daisy Plawelecki from who's a Cox from Commercial. In lane 5 from St Catherine's in New South Wales, Mel Poulis, Lucy Hall, Tilda Dunn, Julia Malone, Jaslyn Morgan, Alice Steed, Darry Connell, Ada Lloyd, and Coxed by Georgia Parks. In lane 6, on the near side is from Canberra Girls Grammar, Ash Watts, Grace Disney, Emily Walker, Sophie Murphy, Isabel King, Annie Bush, Maddie Beasley, Sophie Frost, and Coxed by Eliza Miller. And in lane 7 from Queenwood, the nearest to grandstand, we have Ella Hardy, Millie Dont, Nat Hughes, Maddie Walk, Gemma McLaren, Eva Thompson, Zora Taylor, Addie Rolls, and Coxed by Alice Yardley. And they're all off the start. So first race of the day for the 8s. This is a heat. The first 4 progress through to the final later in the day. So this will be a hotly contested, always is, the Championship Women's Under 17/8s heat. Doesn't look like there's been any issues from any boats at the start.
Looking like possibly the crew closest to the grandstand in lane 7 from Queenwood might be out into a bit of a lead.
I think it's actually Kinross. Kinross are just ahead by 3 seconds from Queenwood. In third place, 1.6 seconds behind from Commercial. Then we've got St Catherine's in 4th. Again, only 1.26 seconds behind. Canberra Girls Grammar in 5th. And Loreto Kirribilli 2. Again, it's very, very close. Early showing. Kinross Walleroy put out a very strong squad in the girls rowing the last few years. Just their noses in front at the moment. Coming through the 1,000-metre mark of this race 70, the under 17 schoolgirls 8. Kinross Walleroy still got their nose in front by 2 seconds over Queenwood. So Kinross Walleroy on the far side in lane 3. Queenwood nearest the grandstand in lane 7. In third place again, Canberra Girls Grammar, some 4.5 seconds behind Queenwood. Then we've got Commercial, who are pushing Canberra Girls Grammar very hard in 4th place. Loreto Kirribilli have just moved ahead and moved through St Catherine's, who are on 6th. But it seems still got an awful lot of racing to go in the last 1,000 metres.
Okay. And just as this race comes into its last 500 metres, we're just going to complete our medal presentation for race 69, which was the combination of the men's and women's para single scull. And in first place in the women's PR2 para single scull is Catherine Ross from the ANU Rowing Club. And over, apologies, from the men's para PR2 from Torrens NTC, we have Simon Albury. And then in first place in the men's PR1 from Sydney NTC, Eric Horry.
Just coming into the final stages of this, the under-17s Heat 1, schoolgirl under-17s 8. Very, very close at the 1,500 metre mark. Kinross Walleroy were just 0.09 ahead of Queenwood. So this is going to go right down to the wire. Commercial from Queensland are still holding third, but again being pushed very, very hard by Canberra Girls Grammar, who've had a great third 500 on a 0.3 seconds, 0.3 seconds behind Commercial. Loretto Kirribilli are in fifth, and St Catherine's are in sixth. It's going to be very close here. Queenwood and Kinross Walleroy, big rivals in the schoolgirl categories across the board. Queenwood certainly underrating Kinross at the moment. An almost leisurely stroke right there from Queenwood, as Kinross Walleroy are pushing very hard, who are also being pushed by Commercial as well. And it's coming up to the final 10 metres. It's going to be extremely close. Oh, it's too close to call between Queenwood and Kinross. Commercial in third, Canberra Girls Grammar in fourth place, take the top 4 qualifying spots. Loretto Kirribilli in fifth. And then St Catherine are going to bring up unofficial results say that Queenwood won that heat, but from Kinross Walleroy by 0.53 seconds. Kinross Walleroy in second, Commercial in third, some 3.14 seconds behind Kinross, and Canberra Girls Grammar 2.1 seconds behind third place Commercial. So the official result there is Queenwood win the heat in a time of 7:07.48. Kinross Walleroy in second place, 0.53 seconds behind. Commercial from Queensland in fourth place. Canberra Girls Grammar in fourth. In fifth place, Loretto Kirribilli. And in sixth place, St Catherine's from New South Wales. Top 4 of that race goes through to the final, race number 99, later on in the day.
Back to race 71, which is the second heat of the women's under-17 8. Again, top 4 progressing through. 5 crews in this race, 1 will be eliminated. Over in lane 3 from Loretto Turak, we have Sophie Hill, Stephanie Leon, Madeline Bear, Sophie Hine, Alicia Morello, Evelyn Boyle, Maria Chai, Lucinda Dye Scala, Sarah Chapman as cox, coached by Connor Convelli. In lane 4 from Loretto Kirribilli, we have Chloe Alslop, Mabel Oxham, Isabel Howard, Zoe Fallon, Eva Eels, Chloe Cameron, Gillette Bettar, Jessica Kovacs, Emma Bunbury, coached by William Foxtron and Lara Winwright. In lane 5 from Radford College, we have Bonnie Hardy, Amber Smith, Jessie Pilframmer, Aubrey Potter, Coco Kuretha, Zara Tunner, Zoe Hickey, Amelia Brenny, and coxed by Jude Barlin. From Kinross Wooleroy, we have Abby Jones, Isabella Lloyd-George, Daisy Smith, Olivia McCall, Bonnie Leeton, Lucinda Clinton, Lucy McIsaac, Hannah Jones, Philippa Martinez Cox, coached by Alexandra Copley. And then from Loretto Normanhurst, we have Sabine Walton, Annabelle Roch, Sophia Terry, Isabel Hyatt, Emma O'Brien, Sophia Slater, Penny Rose Collins, Lucy Ball, Indy Witness Cox, and coached by Miller Argent and Hannah Kawap. And as they're coming up now through to the 1,500 metres mark, back at the 1,000 metres, we had Loretto Kirribilli 4 seconds ahead over Kinross Wooleroy, 2 over Loretto Normanhurst. And then back to Radford College, and then in 5th place, Loretto Turak. Top 4 progressing through here, so it'll be a close race between Radford and Loretto Turak back there fighting it out. I think the Loretto Kirribilli 1 crew, again, pulling out in front. Very similar results, obviously. Loretto having some strong girls crews out here. As mentioned before, some very strong competitive schools here. We're getting some schoolgirls down by the edge here starting to cheer on their crews. Bit of atmosphere in the grandstand. Please come around and cheer your crews on as they come into the last few hundred metres here. It is looking like the Loretto Kirribilli out in the lead, followed by Loretto Normanhurst. Back to Radford College in 3rd place. They've stepped up a position in the last few hundred metres. Back to Loretto Turak. Coming into the last 250 metres now, definitely the boat from Loretto Kirribilli out in a commanding lead. Some clear water over the rest of the pack. Those 4 boats definitely could almost, no commanding lead. Looking like the crew from Radford College stepping up the rating. Really trying to put in the big ones as we come to the last 200 metres here. Crew closest to the grandstand from Loretto Normanhurst. Pulling out some strong strokes here. Potentially in 2nd place, but I think maybe Loretto Turak over on the far side is sitting in a 2nd over Radford College in 3rd to Loretto Normanhurst, closest to the grandstand. Kinross Wooleroy 2 starting to lift it up into the last few hundred metres. Really not wanting to be eliminated into the last race here. That is Loretto Kirribilli just crossing the line there in a commanding 1st place in the 2nd heat. All crews so close here. Looks like potentially lane 7, Loretto Normanhurst going to come 2nd, followed by Radford. Lane 3, which is Loretto Turak in 4th, and unfortunately I think Kinross Wooleroy 2 missing out on progression there.
It's a photo for results from position 2nd through to 5th. Very, very close there. We'll wait for those results, but drama at the other end of the lake, where we have the championship men's under 17 eights. I'll very quickly bring you up to speed. So in the far lane, lane 2, St Kevin's. In lane 3, St Joseph's. In lane 4, Canberra Grammar. In lane 5, King's. In lane 6, Newington. And in lane 7, Scotch College from Victoria. You'll notice that Newington dropped off, caught a huge crab with about 250 metres gone, and had to disentangle themselves. Obviously left them a long way behind the leaders as they came through 500 metres. Scotch College from Victoria, quick time, 1 minute 31 through, just from St Kevin's, 0.74 seconds behind. Then we've got King's in 3rd position, very, very closely behind St Kevin's, only a canvas in it. In Canberra Grammar in 4th and 5th, obviously Newington, who are still sorting themselves out This is a heat, obviously. The first 4 go through, 4 of the 6 races. But yes, you'll see Newington have got themselves in no end of bother at the beginning. Wonder if they can claw themselves back to get themselves in contention to progress through to the final. Through halfway, we've got St. Kevin's have just nudged through Scotch College. Very, very close. King's also pushing hard, so 0.2 of a second split, St. Kevin's, Scotch College and King's. In 4th place, Canberra Grammar, some 5.77 seconds behind. St. Joseph's in 5th. Newington are starting to make up ground, having been 20-something seconds behind. They're now 13 seconds behind the 5th place. So they'll be going, the adrenaline will be pumping through their veins. They'll be pushing hard through the 2nd and 3rd 500 metres. See if they can get into qualification contention. Obviously Newington have a strong squad themselves this year. See how they can go.
Just to close out the photo finish from the previous race, 71, which was the heat 2 of the women's under 17-8, we did have Loretto Kirribilli in a commanding lead in 1st place, followed by Loretto Normanhurst, followed by Radford College in 3rd, Loretto Toorak in 4th, rounding out the qualifications through to the final, and Kinross Wooleroy 2 in 5th place, unfortunately not progressing through to the final later today.
As this men's under 17-8 come through the 1500 metre mark, it's King's. King's had a cracking second 500 metres. They've pulled out 2.5 seconds from Scotch College. St. Kevin's have dropped back into 3rd now. Canberra Grammar in their 4th position, some 8.5 seconds behind St. Kevin's. St. Joseph's a further 8.5 seconds behind. Newington again are closing the gap on the field, but doesn't look like they're going to get there unless there's a Herculean effort to make up some ground in the next 500 metres. Kings have pushed through, having been 3rd at the 500 metres. They've had a great middle section of the race. They've just got their noses out in front by about half a boat length as they approach the last 250 metres of this race 72, the Championship Men's Under 18 Heats. Sponsored again by Bentley's. First 4 go through.
I think we might actually have a pretty impressive comeback from Newington here over St. Joseph's, coming to the last 250 metres. Just really going for that. Progress.
And this is it. This is the final as we get confirmation. Kings just pulled that out there. Very close for second. Scotch just take it away from St. Joseph's by 1.3 seconds. Great result there for Canberra Grammar, who finished in the final qualification spot. Hard lines here for Newington, who did a great job pulling back from that disastrous 500, first 500 when they caught a huge crab. They've got some honour back by rowing down their rivals from St. Joseph's, who finish in 6th place. So just the first 4 to go through. In 1st place, King's College in a time of 6:20.02. 2nd place, Scotch College from Victoria. In 3rd place, St. Kevin's. In 4th place, Canberra Grammar, who go through to the final. Newington in 5th place, and St. Joe's in 6th place lose out on those qualification positions.
Back to Heat 2 in the Championship Men's Under 17-8. Race is underway. We do have in this over in Lane 2, Sydney Grammar, Lane 3, Melbourne Grammar, Lane 4, Shaw 1, Lane 5, St. Augustine's, Lane 6, Scots, and Lane 7, St. Ignatius. Going through the 500 metres, it was Melbourne Grammar over St. Ignatius over Shaw, back to St. Augustine's, Scots, and then Sydney Grammar in 6th place. Top 4 progressing through here, so unfortunately 2 crews won't be progressing through to the final later today. Only about 6 seconds split over the top of these crews as they went through the 500, but going through the 1,000 metres now, St Ignatius in first, 2 seconds back to St Augustine's, half a second back to Melbourne Grammar, second back to Sydney Grammar, Shaw 1, just a fraction behind Sydney Grammar, 0.1 of a second, and then Scott's in 6th place, 5 seconds behind. Some close racing here from the Schoolboys under 17 eights this morning. Definitely will make for a great final later today. Scott's just looking like they're a little bit off the pack there as they've gone through the 1,000 metres. Oh, coming up to the 1,250 metres, sorry, as well. Other crews still quite close.
Into the race, they're not slowing down. Pairs are off already. So that's busy there,
just coming into the 1,500 metres now for the second heat. Looks like the crew closest to us. St Ignatius still looking like they're in a solid lead. Getting that drone footage there, some impressive shots. St Ignatius looks like them back to St Augustine's, to Shaw, to Melbourne Grammar, to Sydney Grammar there. St Augustine's coming into the last about 300 metres now in a good lead over here in lane 7, closest to the grandstand. St Ignatius holding on to that second place, but definitely getting some competition from Shaw, who's also getting presses from Melbourne Grammar School. Looks like it'll be tough into those second positions, but obviously only the first 4 going through, so not wanting to give up anything in the last 250 metres here. St Ignatius still holding about half a boat length lead. Over there on the far side, those 4 crews definitely starting to ramp it up. Melbourne Grammar starting to lift their stroke rate into the last 200 metres here. Possibly pulling out into a 3rd place, but I think it'll be St Ignatius in lane 7. St Augustine's looking like they're possibly in 2nd place. Ooh, going stroke for stroke here.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
St Ignatius still holding on to that. Probably 3/4 of a boat length here. Just crossing the finish line. Looking like back to lane 5, St Ignatius, Shaw, followed by Melbourne Grammar, followed by Sydney Grammar. Beautiful sight across the finish line there. Nicely sequenced themselves. And then back to lane 6 here, Scots College. That's then having St Ignatius, St Augustine's, Shaw 1 and Melbourne Grammar progressing through to the final. Unfortunately, Sydney Grammar 0.7 of a second in 5th, not progressing through, and Scott's in 6th place, not progressing through to later in the day. Some very tight racing there. Hopefully just a little bit of a tease of what is to be shown later on.
Yep, that's St Ignatius were 4 seconds, 3 seconds kind of quicker than the winner of the first heat in Kings, so it'll be a great final, I'm sure. We progress very quickly to the race already underway, which is race 74, the Championship Women's Under 23 pair, again sponsored by Bentley's. Current champions are MUBC and the Sydney Composite of Graham and Gaffney. So on the far side in lane 1 from the University of Queensland, we have Izzy Drew and Carly Furman. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland Composite, which is University of Queensland Pine Rivers, Ella Smith and Nancy Duncan Banks. In lane 3, a Swan River composite of Sophie Reitman and Rebecca Pretorius. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott. In lane 5 from Sydney Uni, we've got Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. In lane 6 from University of Queensland, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson. In lane 7, Team Vietnam, Bu Thi Thun Hien and Du Thi Bong. And in lane 8 from Mercantile Composite, we have a Mercantile Composite of Mercantile and Melbourne Uni, Katerina Bitsios and Hannah Magasanic.
Always great to see full racing out here. 8 crews there. We did have going through the 1,000 metres Melbourne University in first place, followed by Sydney University and Uni Queensland in third place. Not a huge spread across the pack, just a couple of seconds between most crews. You can see here from the drone footage a nice V coming down the course. Possibly some good heat progression into this final here, just allowing the faster crews into the middle.
Yeah, Tom, with the more experienced racers, they'll obviously be looking at their position in the pack and thinking about potentially the final and the energy expenditure to get through to the final and the rest of the day. So they'll be close. They'll be looking over each other's shoulders. The pair, in my opinion, is the most exciting. Between them, come through the 1500 metre mark. Still Melbourne University holding off Sydney University. 3 seconds between them. University of Queensland in third. Dropped off a bit, some 5 seconds behind first and second. In fourth place, the Swan River Composite. In fifth, we've got Team Vietnam. In sixth, University of Queensland Pine Rivers Composite. In seventh, University of Queensland Izzy Drew and Harley Firmin. And then bringing up the rear is the Mercantile Melbourne Uni Composite. Great drone footage there.
You can definitely see the Melbourne University and Sydney University out in the lead, but I think it's going to be a tight race for third position here between Uni Queensland and the Swan River Sydney University Composite for third place. Just a few lanes between them. Hopefully they can see each other, know where they are, ready to put in the big strokes for the last 250 metres here.
As the pairs wind up to the final piece, it's Melbourne University holding off Sydney University. Third place is going to be well contested between Queensland Uni and the Swan River Composite. It's like Sarah de Ure and Sarah Marriott. Got a couple of lengths at least on Sydney University, being pushed hard by University of Queensland. So Sarah and Sarah, Melbourne University. Across the line first. Sydney University. McKellar and Shepherd take second. Third from University of Queensland's Hope and Robinson. And in fourth, Reitman and Pretorius. They take the qualification slots. Team Vietnam finish in fifth. On the far side, we've got Queensland Pine Rivers in sixth, University of Queensland in seventh, and then just in eighth place, the Mercantile and Melbourne University Composite of Bitsios and Magasanic in eighth position. And that was the A final of the women's under-23 championship pairs.
Yeah, just jumping back now to the men's under-23 pair, sponsored also by Bentley's. Current champion is Sydney Uni of this race. Over in lane 1, Uni Queensland, lane 2, UTS, lane 3, Canned from Queensland, lane 4, Mercantile, lane 5, Melbourne University, lane 6, a Sydney Composite with UTS, lane 7, Canned Composite with Swan River, and in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, from Fremantle. Waiting for some times to come through, but we can see down the course here that the crews are all kind of in contact with each other here. Through the 1,000 metre mark, we had Canned crew in first place, 2.5 seconds back to the Mercantile Uni in second place, Sydney UTS in third place, just by 0.3. And in 4th place, Cairns Swan River. 5th place, UTS. 6th place, Fremantle. 7th place, Melbourne University. And in 8th, Uni Queensland. Again, some great drone footage as these crews have just come through the 1,500 metre mark. That's the canned crew over there in lane 3 in 1st place. Getting some good competition from the Mercantile Composite, Nick Smith and Austin Renner from Mercantile. And then in 3rd place, the Sydney UTS Composite. Just giving a bit of a step up into the last few hundred metres, ready to chase down the 1st and 2nd place. I think the canned crew definitely got a commanding lead. Can see, oh, apologies, I think it's actually the Mercantile Composite probably stepped out into the lead here over the canned, with the Sydney University UTS Composite in 3rd place.
Yeah, they're all top 3 boats there. They've really ramped it up in the last 300 metres. I think the 1st, 2nd and 3rd will have changed from Mercantile pushing really hard. It'll be interesting as they cross the line for 1st and 2nd.
Definitely trying to go stroke for stroke here as they come into the last 100 metres. The canned crew and the Mercantile Composite, Sydney.
It's going to go right down to the wire, right down to the wire.
And I think over
and just take it on the last few strokes from Mercantile Melbourne, 3rd Sydney UTS. Very close. Close for the 4th position as well. We're going to say Cairns Swan River on the far side has just taken it from UTS. 6th place Melbourne University, and in 7th we've got Fremantle there, Davis and Chikelli, University of Queensland, and Martin in 8th place. So very results there in the 1st place. Canned, Jared Lloyd, and then Shotland for that A final. Melbourne University, some 0.57 behind Smith and Ryan. In 3rd place, Sydney UTS, Penders and Graham. In 4th place was Cairns Swan River Composite. 5th in 5th UTS on the mark. 6th place Melbourne University, 7th Fremantle, and 8th University of Queensland.
Just going to draw our attention now to the championship medal presentation for the championship women's under 23 pair down on the pontoon. In 3rd place from Uni of Queensland. Working out some logistics on the pontoon. Still in 3rd place from Uni of Queensland, Lucy Hope and Phoebe Robinson. In 2nd place from Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. And in 1st place from Melbourne University, Sarah Dugure and Sarah Marriott. Congratulations to the medal winners from the championship women's under 23 pair.
On the course Race 76, the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull. Current holder is Sydney's Talisa Knock driver. I'm looking forward to this. Some familiar names I've seen coming up through the schoolgirl races. In lane 1 from Yarra Yarra, it's Zara Kafori. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland is Eliza Bridgefoot. In lane 3, Neve Turney from Sydney. In lane 4, we've got Liesl Page from Sydney as well. In lane 5, Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroi. In lane 6 from Centenary, Sophie Malcolm. In lane 7 from Sydney Uni is Alyssa Fickers. And in lane 8 from Western Australia is Sinead Redding. Going through the halfway point, Alyssa Bridgefoot had 1.5 seconds in front of Sydney's Liesl Page. Sophie Malcolm from Queensland was in third. And as they come, as they come to the 1,500 metre mark, it's Liesl Page from Sydney who's taken the lead from Sophie Malcolm. Eliza Bridgefoot has dropped back into third. Kinross's Lucy Searle is in fourth. Sydney Uni's Alyssa Fickers is in fifth. Zara Kafori from Yarra Yarra in sixth. Sydney's Neve Turney is in seventh. Western Australia's Sinead Redding is in eighth. Not much to separate the top four. Second and a half between each of the competitors. But going through the 1,500 metres, Liesl Page has got a second over Sophie Malcolm, who's dropped another second and a half from Eliza Bridgefoot from Queensland. So with 250 metres to go, it's still very much a case of who's going to take the top three medal positions, this being the final of the Under-19 Single Scull, sponsored again by Bentley's. And as they approach the finish line, still very close. And as we approach the final 100 metres, well into the red boys. On the near side in lane 6. Lots of things. Looks like there's been an absolute Herculean effort from the sculler from Queensland. Sophie Malcolm takes first place. Lucy Searle in second place. Elijah Bridgefoot in third. Sydney's Liesl Page in fourth. In fifth place on the far side, just pipping her, Yara Kafori from Yarra, from Neve Turney from Sydney. Sinead Redding, great final 500 and takes seventh position from Sydney's Alyssa Fickers. Real change in positions there in the last 500 metres. So unofficial results there. Centenary's Sophie Malcolm takes the win from Kinross Wallaroy's Lucy Searle in second. In third place from Queensland, Eliza Bridgefoot. Fourth, Sydney's Liesl Page. Fifth from Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafori. Sixth, Sydney's Neve Turney. Seventh from Western Australia is Sinead Redding. And from Sydney University in eighth position is Alyssa Fickers.
Just back to the medal presentation down on the pontoon. We have the Championship Men's Under-23 pair, sponsored by Bentley's. In third place from Sydney UTS Haberfield, we have Nicholas Pender and Bradley Graham. In second place, Mercantile Melbourne University Composite, Nick Smith and Osted Renner. And in first place from Canned, Jared Lord and Mitch Sainsbury. Congratulations to the Championship Men's Under 23 pair.
And we're coming on the lake now to the final stages of race 77 as the Championship Men's Under 19 single scull. Holders are Scotch College, Adam Holland. On the far side, St Augustine's Oscar St Pierre. Lake Macquarie's Caelan Routley in third. In lane 3 is Marist College Darcy James. From Nudgie's Chad Willett in lane 4. Corio Bay's Charlie Radon. In lane 6, Marist College Jesse Rosin. From Griffith University is Luca Free in lane 7. And Radford College Hamish Roberts nearest to us in lane 8. As I went through the 1500 metres, it was Chad Willett from Nudgie, a commanding lead over the rest of the field. In second place was Jesse Rosin from Marist. In third was Luca Free from Griffith. Fourth, Radford College Hamish Roberts. Caelan Routley in fifth. Darcy James in sixth. Seventh was Oscar St Pierre, and in eighth was Charles Radon's Corio Bay. But as they crossed the line, a clear winner, Chad Willett from Nudgie. Very comfortable win there, taking that very easy. Marist College Jesse Rosin takes silver medal position. It's going to be close for third. Griffith University's Luca Free just pips a range of boats there for third through to fifth. And Radford College Hamish Roberts in fourth. Lake Macquarie's Caelan Routley in fifth. Marist College Darcy James in sixth. St Augustine's Oscar St Pierre, and in eighth place was Charlie Radon from Corio Bay. So that's the official result there of the under 19 men's single scull, the championship men's single scull. In first place from Nudgee was Chad Willett in a time of 7 minutes 16.55. In silver medal position from Marist College, Jesse Rosin. And in third place, Griffith University's Luca Free. Fourth, Hamish Roberts from Radford. Fifth, Caelan Routley from Lake Macquarie. In sixth place was Marist College, Darcy James. In seventh place, St Augs or Oscar St Pierre. And in eighth place from Corio Bay was Charles Radon.
Back to the medal presentation this morning for the Women's Championship Under 19 Single Scull. In third place from Uni Queensland, Eliza Bridgefoot. In second place from Kinross Wallaroi, Lucy Searle. And in first place from Centenary, Sophie Malcolm. Congratulations to the medal recipients from the Championships Women's Under-19 Single Scull.
So short break in racing for 15 minutes. They'll be back on in about 5 minutes. Time to catch your breath, go for a coffee, apply the sunscreen, find the shade, rehydrate. As the mist starts to burn off from the morning, it will become very warm today. Please remember the sunglasses, the hats, the covering, the sunscreen, and most importantly, the hydration. Congratulations to all the winners and the competitors this morning's racing. It's been some great racing. The next race about to commence will be the Championship Women's Under-21 Single Scull as they line up. Again, sponsored by Bentley's, always thinking ahead. The current champion is Sydney's Laura Seifer, who also contests this race as well. And in lane 1 from Melbourne University, we have Meg Cartwright. In lane 2, the former under-19s winner, Sydney's Talissa Knock Driver. From Adelaide, in lane 3 is Georgina Tager. In lane 4 from Sydney, the current holder of this event, Laura Seifer. In lane 5 from Griffith University is Lindsay Calvert. In lane 6 from Sydney University is Zoe Bond. In lane 7 is Sarah Fard from UTS. And in lane 8 from Century is Jessica Malcolm. And in lane 9 from Adelaide Uni is Victoria Binns.
Just back down to the medal presentation for the Championship Men's Under-19 Single Scull. In third place from Griffith Uni, Surfers Paradise, Luca Free. In second place from Marist College, Jessie Rosen. And in first place from Nudgee, Chad Willett. Congratulations to the champions of the men's under-19 single scull.
The women's under-21 single scull championship race is underway. Everybody's got a clean start by the looks of things. The shot there down the lake, you'll see there what a long, long way 2,000 meters is, particularly if you're sitting in a single. Some familiar names in this race as well. No doubt some future Olympians. On the far side, Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University. In lane 2, Talissa Knock Driver. In lane 3, Adelaide Georgina Tager. In lane 4, Laura Seifer from Sydney. Lindsay Calvert from Griffith University in lane 5. Zoe Bond in lane 6 from Sydney University. UTS's Sarah Fard in lane 7. Centenary's Jessica Malcolm in lane 8. And Adelaide University's Victoria Binns in lane 9. Obviously can't see at this stage who's got an early lead, but as they approach the 500-meter mark in the women's under 21 single scull, as we come through it, Sarah Fard 1.2 seconds in front of Talissa Knock Driver from Sydney. Laura Seifer from Sydney in third, some 2.29 seconds behind Talissa. Fourths, Centenary Jessica Malcolm from Queensland. Griffith University's Lindsay Calvert is very hot on her heels in 5th place. In 6th place, Sydney University's Zoe Bond, being pushed very hard by Adelaide University's Victoria Binns in lane 7. In 8th place, Melbourne University's Meg Cartwright. And in 9th place from Adelaide, we've got Georgina Tager. So some close racing still to come in the under-21s Women's Championship single scull final. And as we come through the halfway mark there, change of positions. UTS's Sarah Fard. It's got about just over 1 second from Talissa Knox Driver. Laura Seifer still in third. Lindsay Calvert has moved up to fourth. Sydney University Zoe Bond in fifth. Jess Malcolm has just dropped off slightly. She's now in sixth position, but very, very close between second and sixth position. In seventh position, we've got Meg Cartwright from Melbourne Uni. And in eighth, we've got Georgina Tager, and ninth, Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. Still an awful lot. No more than 4.5 seconds split the entire field here. So at this angle, still very, very difficult to see who's in contention for positions. Does look like I think it's probably lane 7. Sarah Fard looks at this position to have still the lead from boats either side of her. But on the far side in lane 2, Talissa Knock Driver, and in the middle of the pack, Laura Cypher also seemed to be up there. But as they come through the 1500 mark, 1500 meter mark, we'll get to see the update. Sarah Fard still is in the lead there from UTS. She's pulled out a second and a half on Laura Cypher, who's now moved into second. So Laura Cypher 2.59 seconds behind Sarah Fard in second position. Great third 500 from Lindsay Calvert, who's moved up into third and has just taken the third position from Sydney's Talissa Knock Driver, who's fallen back by 0.05 of a second in fourth place. Awesome middle third as well from Victoria Binzo, who's taken to fifth. Meg Cartwright in sixth. Georgina Tager from Adelaide is in seventh. Sydney University's Zoe Bond has dropped off slightly in eighth, and Victoria Binns is 2.6 seconds behind Zoe there. So in a 2,000 meter race with 500 meters, 400 meters to go, you could say this is where the racing really starts. A few looking over the shoulders there, just checking out where everybody is. Sarah Fard looking to her right. Sees the threat coming from the other side. In lane 4 from Laura Cypher and Lindsay Calvert, who's moved from fifth into third place from Griffith Uni in lane 5. But the distinctive stripes of UTS still maintaining a lead. Sarah Fard from UTS looks over her right shoulder to the finish line. Length and a half away from her compatriot. It's kind of great second half of the race. Sydney University's Zoe Bond takes second, just from Laura Cypher, who takes third. Lindsay Calvert couldn't maintain it, drops back to fourth. Jessica Malcolm from Centenary in fifth. Talissa Knock Driver in sixth from Sydney. Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University is in seventh. Adelaide's Georgina Tager, eighth. And Adelaide University's Victoria Binns in ninth. Sarah Fard, an official time of 7 minutes, 7:57.71. In second place, Zoe Bond, some 3.08 seconds behind. And Laura Cypher, 1.3 seconds behind her in third place. In fourth was Lindsay Calvert. Fifth was Centenary's Jess Malcolm. In sixth, Talissa Knock Driver. In seventh, Meg Cartwright. In eighth, Georgina Tager. And in ninth, Victoria Binns. So the official result of the Championship Women's Under-21 Singles Sculls. In first place, Sarah Fard from UTS. In silver medal position was Zoe Bond from Sydney University. And in bronze medal position was Laura Cypher from Sydney.
Coming down the course now, we have the Championship Men's Under-21 Single. Over in lane 1 from Sydney University, Edward Nutt. In lane 2 from Griffith University, Samuel Mounter. In lane 3 from Toowong, Mitchell Bridge. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Hamish Danks. In lane 5 from University of Queensland, Drew Whiteman. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs. In lane 7 from University of Queensland, Harry Knott. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, on the grandstand side, we have Sam Bistow. Going through the 1,000 metres mark, there we had Sydney University, Hamish Danks in first place. 4.5 seconds almost over Drew Whiteman from University of Queensland. Closely followed, just under a second, by Samuel Mounter from Griffith University. Back to Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University in fourth. Looks like through the 1,500 metres there, Hamish Danks has maintained his lead. Back to Drew Whiteman, 4 and a bit seconds just behind in second place. Third place, Samuel Mounter, 2 2.2 seconds behind. Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs in 4th place. From Toowong, Mitchell Bridge in 5th place. Sydney University, Sam Bistow in 6th, and 7th was University of Queensland, Harry Knott. In 8th place from Sydney University, Edward Nutt. Just coming into the last few hundred metres now. Hamish Danks definitely holding on to his lead, but getting some good pressure from the crews around him. 4 and a bit seconds in a single scull can be a good lead. Hamish Danks definitely starting to step it up into the last 200 metres here. Samuel. Right. Coming to the last, into the red boys now in the last 100 metres in lane 4 there. We have Hamish Danks holding on to his lead. Followed in lane 5 by Drew Whiteman from University of Queensland, but it's going to be close with lane 3 from Mitchell Bridge from Toowong. First place, Hamish Danks. University of Queensland, Drew Whiteman might have got over Mitchell Bridge from Toowong by just half a second. Followed in 4th place, Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs. 5th place by Sam Berstol from Sydney University, Griffith University, Sam Mounter. 7th place, University of Queensland, Harry Knott. And in 8th place, over in lane 1 from Sydney University, Edward Nutt. Rounding out the men's under 21 single scull final.
And if I can draw your attention back to the pontoon medal ceremony for the championship women's under 21 single scull. In 3rd place from Sydney, Laura Seifer. In silver medal position from Sydney University, Zoe Bond. And in gold medal position and the winner of the championship women's under 21 single scull, Sarah Fard from UTS. Please join me in congratulating the women's winners of the championship under 21s single sculls. Just a friendly reminder to all competitors and coaches and spectators. It's going to be a very warm day. Please, we've had a quick note from our resident doctor that hydration is the most important element of negating the effects of the sun. So please keep hydrated as much as possible.
Stuff. Just as we have the championship women's para single scull coming down, just a few reminders just with your bound numbers. Please return the bound numbers to boat shed number 1 as soon as possible after your race. Weigh-ins are also located over in boat shed number 1. That goes for all, is required for all lightweight competitors and coxswains. Coxswains are only required to weigh in once throughout the regatta. Also, just up behind the grandstand, we do have the Regatta shop, which is selling the New South Wales Rowing Championships merchandise. Please go and visit them to get your t-shirts and hats and zooties, just for the memorabilia from the weekend. Always good to have. Just a gentle reminder as well that all these regattas don't progress without a large group of volunteers. There's volunteers from this position all the way down to the start holding the boats. Coming up shortly at the end of March into April, we do have the Australian Rowing Championships. Always a call out for volunteers. It's a long regatta, 7 days over in Western Australia at Champion Lakes. Please put your hand up to volunteer. Any time that can be spared from a parent, a coach, a spectator, always valued by the regatta organisers. Also that entries are open for the Champion Lakes in Perth regatta. Tickets are also on sale for the regatta. Just a reminder to go to arc.rowingaustralia.com.au to get your entries in, tickets, register for volunteering and any other information that you require for the regatta. Always exciting, especially in those last few days of the regatta.
Can I draw your attention to the medal podiums? The medal award for the championship medals under 21 single scull. In bronze medal position from Toowong, Mitchell Bridge. In silver medal, we have Drew Waitman from University of Queensland. And the winner of the men's under 21 single scull from Sydney University, Hamish Danks. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the men's under 21 single sculls.
Coming down the course now, we have the Championship Women's Para Single Scull, sponsored by Bentley's. This is Heat 1, the top 4 progressing through to the final later today. Just Heat 1 of 2 heats. Coming down over in lane 2, we have from Drummoyne, Stephanie Walker. Lane 3, Centenary, Kaylee Mitchell. Lane 4, we have a scratching from Community, Eleanor Taylor, who hasn't turned up, correct. In lane 5 from ANU, Rebecca Jones. Lane 6, Lake Macquarie NTC, Lisa Grizel. In lane 7 from Mercantile, Emma Gerbert. In lane 8 from Community, Bronte Marshall. As these women went through the 1500 metre mark over in lane 6, we had from Lake Macquarie NTC, Lisa Grizel, in first place, followed by ANU Rebecca Jones. In third place from Centenary, Kaylee Mitchell. In fourth place from Community, Bronte Marshall. And in fifth place from Drummoyne, Stephanie Walker. Top 4 progressing through here. Looking like the pack's quite well sorted out. Stephanie Walker over there in lane 2. Definitely still putting in the big ones, but might unfortunately not progress through to the final later today. from Lake Macquarie. NTC in lane 6 here, Lisa Grizzle. Definitely holding a commanding lead. Lots of, probably about 5 or 6 lengths ahead of Rebecca Jones from ANU. Kaylee Mitchell from Centenary and Bronte Marshall from Community. Definitely not relaxing into the last 200 metres here, but Lisa Grizzle from Lake Macquarie comfortably in first place of this first heat of the women's para-single scull. All PR3 rowers here. Comfortably progressing through to the final. Rebecca Jones from ANU, sitting in a nice comfortable second place as well. Looking very solid over the finish line there in second place. Bit of competition for third here, just stepping up from lane 8. But I think it'll go to Centenary, Kaylee Mitchell, followed by Bronte Marshall in lane 8. And an amazing effort from Stephanie Walker over there in lane 2 from Drummoyne, coming into the last 50 metres to round out what is heat 1 of the women's para-single scull. Amazing effort, definitely a long way, the 2,000 metres.
On the course and already off is the second heat of the championship women's para-single scull. All PR3 races. On the far side from Bundaberg, Rebecca Markwell. In lane 3 from Drummoyne is Julia Story. In lane 4 from Capital Lakes NTC is Nikki Ayres. In lane 5 from Banks, it's Susanna Lutz. In lane 6 from Community is Lauren Webber. And in lane 7 from Adelaide is Sophie Butcher. We have a scratch from Jess Gallagher from Mercantile in lane 8. So, same deal. First 4 go through to the final. Final being race 98 later on in the day. Going through the 500 metres mark, it looks like Banks, Susanna Lutz. It's got 3.5 seconds from Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes in second place. Again, it's got probably 3 of the same distance from Julia Story from Drummoyne. In fourth, we have Sophie Butcher. And then we've got some way behind Lauren Webber and Bundaberg's Rebecca Markwell. So the field already quite spread out at this early stage. Coming through the 1,000-metre mark, Susanna Lutz still holding on to that lead from Nikki Ayres. Extended it slightly, it's now almost 3 seconds. Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes has also pushed on from the third position held by Julia Story from Drummoyne. His first three scullers have dropped the rest of the pack. Adelaide's Sophie Butcher in fourth place. Lauren Webber from Community in fifth, and Rebecca Markwell from Bundaberg in sixth. And as they approach the 1500 metre mark, looks like Nikki Ayres definitely decided to drop the hammer here. She pushed on right up to Susanna Lutz, who still holds first position, but Nikki Ayres is now only 1.13 seconds behind and pushing, certainly looking strong in the last 500 metres. Is she going to push through and take the win? Julia Stories looks to be quite content in third medal position. Julia Story from Drummoyne in lane 3. The rest of the pack have been dropped somewhat. Sophie Butcher from Adelaide, nearest the grandstand on this side of the lake, is in fourth position. Lauren Webber from Community in fifth. She's just on her right shoulder. And on the far side, Rebecca Markwell from Queensland. Bundaberg from Queensland is in lane 1 on the far side and is keeping going. There's some good racing here for the first position. This has been the heat of women's para single scull. First 4-3 to go on. It's going to be a tussle between Susanna Lutz from Banks and Nikki Ayres from Capital. As they approach the final 20 metres, looks like Susanna Lutz responded well to that push by Nikki Ayres, has eked out that gap again. So Nikki Ayres Susanna Lutz as she crosses the line, extends her lead from Nikki by some considerable margin, 3 lengths, 6 seconds in front there. Great racing there from Susanna and Nikki. Julia Story from Drummoyne finishes in third position, some 8.62 seconds behind Nikki Ayres. These three scullers comfortable in their qualification. Looks like it's Sophie Butcher from Adelaide. In the distinctive stripes. Finishes in fourth position and qualifies for the final. Lauren Webber from Community finishes in fifth, just outside the medals. And all the way from Bundaberg in Queensland, Rebecca Markwell on the far side finishes in sixth position. Give Rebecca a round of applause, it's a very long way. So the results of Heats 2 of the women's para single scull. Going through from Banks, Susanna Lutz, Nikki Ayres, Julia Story and Sophia Butcher. Just missing out is Community's Lauren Webber and Bundaberg's Rebecca Markwell.
As we head back down to the start now for the women's under 23 single scull final. Just a quick announcement though, we have had some medication handed in that was collected at the 1750 mark. Apixapan, I believe it's pronounced. It was handed in by one of our nurses, so if that is yours, potentially come down to the trophy table in front of the grandstand please to collect that medication. On the course though and underway, we do have the Championship Women's Under 23 Single Scull. In lane 1 from Sydney University, Grace Turner. Lane 2, Mercantile, Sophie Renner. In lane 3 from Sydney, Caitlin McManus Barrett. In lane 4 from Brisbane, Hannah Kenway, apologies. Mercantile in lane 5, Louisiana Bongrain. In lane 6 from Western Australia Rowing Club, Jolie Patterson. In lane 7 from Swan River, Claire Neitherway. And in lane 8 from New Norfolk, Molly McCallisland. And in lane 9 from Griffith University, Dakina Free. As they went through the 500 metre mark, we did have the Brisbane Hannah Kenway in first place, followed just by 1.7 seconds behind to Sophie Renner. And in third place from Griffith University, Danica Free. In fourth place from Mercantile, Sophie Renner. In fifth place from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain. In sixth place from Western Australia, Jolie Patterson. In seventh place from Sydney University, Grace Turner. And in eighth place, Swan River, Claire Neitherway. Going through the 1,000 metre mark there, we have Hannah Kenway from Brisbane still in first place. Sophie Renner from Mercantile in second place. Griffith University, Danica Free. Fourth place, Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain. And from Sydney ACT High Performance, Caitlin McManus Barrett. In sixth place, we have Claire Neitherway. In seventh place, Molly McCallisland. And eighth place, Grace Turner. Ninth place, Jolie Patterson. Only about 8 seconds still spreading the pack here. Definitely some actions and movements can be made over the last kilometre here. Single scull, definitely never take a lead of just under 2 seconds as a guaranteed victory into the last 1,000 metres.
Yeah, the ability to change the position, the rate of a single is much easier in smaller boats, obviously, than bigger boats. So, yeah, they've all got pretty... Throw a blanket over the top 5 scullers, I think, top 6 scullers at this moment.
Just as we look out over the course from the tower here, just a slight breeze, but definitely nothing to complain about here. Only need to monitor the heat today as a reminder in the shade. Lots of water, and look after yourself out there. Please, school kids, talk to your coaches if you're not feeling well. Also, there are doctors present. Come over to the tower if you have any concerns. Under 23 women's single scull, just coming to the last 500 metres now. Definitely the top 4, keeping it very tight for the timing. Danica Free, looking like she possibly came over in first place. Hannah Kenway in second place and Sophie Renner in third, Jolie Patterson in fourth. But less than half a second splitting each of those four girls with 500 metres to go.
Which is going to be a very, very close race. Queensland, Victoria, WA, Taz are all in front of the first sculler from Sydney, but very little across them all.
Stepping up in now to the last 250 metres. Some very tight racing here in the women's under 23 single scull. Danica Free was leading with the 500 metres to go over here in lane 9 closest to the grandstand, but looking like over in lane 2 from Mercantile, Sophie Renner has definitely stepped it up. In the middle of the course from also Mercantile and Brisbane GPS, we have Hannah Kenway and Louisa Bongrain and Jolie Patterson definitely putting on some competition into the last 200 metres.
This is going to be very close indeed. First four positions. Nearest the grandstand here, Danica Free. As they go through.
259.
That's very close indeed. First place, it's Tangus. Sophie Renner from Mercantile takes the win just from her compatriot, Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile as well. Danica Free just dropped back in the final 200 metres, takes third position. Hannah Kenway from Brisbane is fourth. Swan Rivers, Claire Netherway in fifth. Caitlin McManus Barrett in sixth. Molly McCausland from New Norfolk in seventh. Jolie Patson from Western Australia in 8th, and Grace Turner from Sydney Uni in 9th. Great racing there between first and fourth position, 2.5 seconds splitting first and fourth. So the first position from Mercantile, Sophie Renner in a time of 7 minutes, 59.27. In second place, also from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain, 0.66 seconds behind her compatriot. In third place from Griffith Uni was Danica Free, just 0.95 seconds behind second place. Hannah Kenway in fourth, Claire Netherway in fifth, Caitlin McManus Barrett in sixth, Molly McCausland from New Norfolk in seventh, Jolie Patterson, Western Australia 8th, and Grace Turner bringing the back of the field from Sydney Uni in 9th.
Some extremely tight racing there. We'll jump back now also on the course. We have the men's under 23 single scull. Over in lane 1, Lucas Maddock from Melbourne University, Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University, Swan River, Johnson Dobney in lane 3, Western Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi, lane 5, UTS, Harry Curtin, lane 6 from Adelaide University, Nick Blackham, lane 7 from Adelaide, Adam Holland, lane 8 Commercial, Sam Green, and lane 9 from Mercantile, Dom Frederico. As they progressed through the 1,000 metres, we had Alex Rossi in first place, just 2.1 seconds behind Nick Blackham from Adelaide Uni. From Adelaide Rowing Club, Adam Holland was in third place. These boys have now progressed through the 1,500 metre mark. Alex Rossi still holding on to his lead, 2.3 seconds behind Johnson Dobney. In third place from Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackham. Also from Adelaide Uni is Jeremy Beale. From UTS, Harry Curtin. Sixth place Commercial, Sam Green. Seventh place Mercantile, Dom Frederico. Eighth place from Commercial, Sam Green, and Lucas Maddock in ninth place from Melbourne University. Again, a tough race here. Some leaders looking like they're over on the far side in lane 4. Alex Rossi is in lane from Western Australia. Still 2 and a bit seconds out over Johnson Dobney also from Western Australia, Swan River. Definitely pushing themselves. These boys entering into the red boys now. Alex Rossi just hanging on to that lead, definitely being challenged by his Western Australia mate Johnson Dobney from Swan River. And in lane 6 from Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackham really putting on the big ones in the last ones, looking like he's pressing Alex Rossi. Nick Blackham looking like he crossed in first over Alex Rossi and Johnson Dobney. In photo finish for 4th and 5th, 6th looking like Mercantile Dom Federico, 7th place UTS Harry Curtin, 8th place Commercial Sam Green, and in 9th place will be Lucas Maddock from Melbourne University. That was close.
If I can call your attention to the medal podium again. This is the medals for the Championship Women Under 23 Single Scull, presented by New South Wales President Stephen Donnelly. This is sponsored by Mobius. In 3rd position from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free. In silver medal position from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain. And in 1st position, also from Mercantile, Sophie Rayner. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Championship Women's Under 23 Single Scull.
On the course now we have the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull Final. Over in lane 1 from Uni Queensland, NTC, Caitlin Cronin. Sydney University, Rowena Meredith. University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson. Lane 4, Sydney, Harriet Hudson. Melbourne University, Amanda Bateman. Lane 6, Sydney University, Tara Rigney. Lane 7, Canberra Rowing Club, Cara Graskoviak. Lane 8, UTS, Laura Growley. And in lane 9, closest to the grandstand from Swan River, Leah Franklin. Definitely some of these girls looking for some selection potential here as they come in to the last 1,000 metres. But at the 1,000 metres, we did have Tara Rigney in 1st place. 2nd place from Melbourne University, Amanda Bateman. In 3rd place, University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson. In 4th place, through the 1,000 metres, it was UTS, Laura Growley. And in 5th place, Canberra, Cara Graskoviak. 6th place, Uni Queensland, Caitlin Cronin. And in 7th place, Sydney University, Rowena Meredith. And 8th place, Sydney, Harriet Hudson. And 9th place from Swan River, Leah Franklin. Some of these girls, of course, competing at the international level. We have some bronze medalists from the recent Olympics over all on the far side in lanes 1 through 4. Some serious calibre here as we're in the Women's Elite Single Scull Final. Just coming into the last 500 metres now, through the 1,500 metre mark. Looking like Tara Rigney still holding onto that lead, almost opening up some clear water over Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University. These girls definitely pulling into a controlling lead. Back to 3rd place, Rhea Thompson from University of Queensland. All just a few seconds apart, away from each other, these girls, as we come into the last 400 metres. Tara Rigney, very experienced, obviously. representing the country in the single scull in recent World Championships. Tara Rigney still holding on to her lead into the last 200 metres here. Definitely getting some strong pressure from Melbourne University, Amanda Bateman and Harriet Hudson over there, and University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson. Still holding on to that length that she had in the at 1500 metre mark. Tara looking very comfortable out in front, starting to lift the rating, starting to pull away, getting some clear length over lane 5, which is Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University. Just having a cheeky peek for where the finish line is, starting to step it up again. Tara Rigney looking very strong as she crosses the finish line in the women's single scull in first place. Looking like second place will go to Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University. Close for third. Third will go to lane 3, Rhea Thompson. Laura Growley from UTS in fourth place. Fifth place, Sydney University, Harriet Hudson. Sixth place, Sydney University, Rowena Meredith. And seventh place, University of Queensland, Caitlin Cronin. Eighth place from Canberra Rowing Club, Kara Graskowiak. And in ninth place, in lane 9, Swan River, Leah Franklin. Some tight racing there from the women's elite scull.
Back to the pontoon. The medal ceremony for the men's under-23 single scull, sponsored by Mobius. In third place from Swan River, Johnson Daubney. In second place from Western Australia, Alex Rossi. And in first place from Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackman. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the championship men's under-23 single scull. Winner Nick Blackman.
Back on the course now, we have the men's elite single scull. A final over in lane 1, Marcus Della Mata from UTS. Lane 2, Swan River, Sam Marsh. Lane 3, Sydney University, Campbell Watts. Lane 4, Griffith University, Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Lane 5 from ANU, Caleb Antill. Lane 6 from Sydney University, David Bartholow. In lane 7 from NTT East, Japan, Regatta Karawara. In lane 8 from Tamar, Henry Yole. And lane 9, closest to the grandstand, Jack Cleary. Again, lucky enough to have some Olympic medalists in this race from the recent games from the men's quad. We do have going through the 1,000 metres from Griffith University, Cormac Kennedy Leverett in first place. NTT East, Japan, Ryota Arakawara in second place, 2.2 seconds behind. Sydney University, David Bartolo, 0.5 behind. Fourth place from ANU, Caleb Antill, just 0.75 behind. In fifth place from Swan River NTC, Sam Marsh, sitting just 0.5 behind as well, Caleb. From UTS, Marcus Delamata, just under a second behind. And from Western Australia in lane 7, Jack Cleary, fraction behind, 0.01. Tamar Henry Yole in 8th place. These boys coming into the last 500 metres now. Cormac Kennedy Leverett still holding on to his first place, followed by Ryota Arakara from Japan. Sydney University, David Bartolo in third place, just 0.8 behind, still very close. From ANU, Caleb Antill, just 1.29 seconds behind in fourth place. In fifth place, Sydney University, Campbell Watts, Tamar, NTC's Henry Yole, UTS, Marcus Delamata in seventh place. That was through the 1500 metre mark. But as these boys are still coming into the last 300 metres here, definitely looking like Cormac Kennedy Leverett is holding a commanding lead over some of the other boys out there. Maybe not a length, but still just some, maybe 3/4 of a length. Could see the whole pack there. Some close racing to his left with Caleb Antill from ANU in lane 5, Sydney University, David Bartolo, and Ryoka Kamarara in lane 7, trying to hang on to his second place through the 1500 metres. But we might have some experience here from some of the other racers, from the NTC, from Caleb and David, just pulling into these last couple of 100 metres here. Caleb looking like he's stepped up into potentially second place, but still challenging Ryota Akawara from Japan in lane 7 here. Cormac now looking like he does have some clear water, but Caleb Antill and David Bartolo really challenging each other for second place here.
Well, they're going for it. The Sculler in lane 5 just raised it. He is going for it. It's going to be close. Japanese Sculler just takes it from Caleb Antill in lane 5, who actually dropped the hammer there.
Was actually a photo finish there for second and third, so just waiting for that official result to come in. Exciting racing here in the men's elite single scull.
Let's go down to the medal podium again. For the women's elite single scull, this, the Ellen Randall Cup, sponsored by Mobius, the first presentation of this, of the new cup, the Ellen Randall Cup. In third place from the University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson. In silver medal position from Melbourne University, Amanda Bateman. And the winner of the women's elite single scull and the Ellen Randall Cup from the University of Sydney, Tara Rigney. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Women's Elite Single Scull and the Ellen Randall Cup.
And just the official results there in the men's A final, the championship men's elite single scull. It was Cormac Kennedy Leverett in first place over NTT East Japan, Ryota Arakawara, and in third place, Caleb Antill, only 0.19 behind in third place there. On the course now, we do have the championship women's elite pair. Over in lane 1, Sydney University Composite with Mercantile, Paige Barr, Georgie Gleeson. In lane 2 from UTS Composite with Swan River, Jackie Swick and Georgie Rowe. In lane 3, Sydney University Mercantile Composite, Katrina Weary and Eleanor Price. In lane 4 from Fremantle Composite with Mercantile, Jess Morris and Annabelle McIntyre. In lane 5 from Melbourne University Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Hoare and Lucy Stephen. In lane 6 from Adelaide and University of Queensland, Lily Alton and Molly Goodman. In lane 7 from Western Australia Composite with Western Australia University, Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton. And in lane 8 from University, Queensland and Adelaide, Ella Bramwell and Sarah Tisdall. As they went through the 1,000 metres, we did have the Fremantle Mercantile Composite crew of Morrison and McIntyre in first place, just almost 3 seconds ahead of the UTS Swan River Composite of Swick and Rowe, and back into third place from Adelaide, Uni Queensland, Alton, Goodman, just 0.3 seconds behind. Again, we do have some of the girls here that did actually get a first place in the Olympics just before in 2021 over in Tokyo in the women's 4. So again, a very high pedigree in these elite men's, women's singles and men's, women's pairs. Coming into the 1,500 metre mark here, it's definitely looking like the Fremantle Mercantile combination of Weary and Price has stepped into the lead. Sorry, apologies. Sydney University Mercantile, Weary and Price in second place. Pulling out just 6 seconds into the lead there as they went through the 1,500 metre mark. That's the Fremantle Composite crew of Morrison and McIntyre. These girls have represented the country before in the 4, so obviously displaying some of their pedigree as we come into the last 200 metres now of the Championship Women's Elite Pair. With such a commanding lead from the Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, it's putting some competition for second and third place. We're looking for lane 5, Melbourne Uni Sydney Composite crew, Sarah Hall and Lucy Stephen. Looking like they're in second place, but getting some challenges from lane 7, the Western Australia University Composite crew coming in lane 7. First place, very commanding lead to the Fremantle Mercantile, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. Second place would go to lane 5, Melbourne University Sydney Composite, Sarah Hall, Lucy Stephen. Third place, Western Australian Rowing Club, University of Western Australia, Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton in third place. That was fourth place, Sydney University Mercantile. Fifth place, Sydney University Mercantile also. Sixth place, UTS Swan River. Seventh place, Adelaide Uni Queensland Composite crew.
And on the podium once again, we have the medal ceremony for the men's elite single scull, sponsored by Mobius. This is the Mervyn T. Wood Trophy. In third place from ANU, it's Caleb Anthill. In silver medal position from NTT East, Reuter Arakawa. And in first place, the winner of the Mervyn T. Wood Trophy from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Please join me in congratulating the winner of the Mervyn T. Wood Trophy, Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith University.
Coming down the course now, we have the championship men's elite pair. Also some very solid pedigree from some of the men's international fours that we've put together. Over in lane 1 from Melbourne University, composite with UTS Haberfield, Paddy Holt, Rowan Levery. Lane 2, Sydney University, Jackson Crank and Will O'Shaughnessy. In lane 3, UTS composite, we have Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club and Tim Masters, UTS. Lane 4, Adelaide composite with Sydney University, Jack Hargrave, Alexander Hill. In lane 5, Sydney University, Sydney Rowing Club composite, Spencer Tarrant, Alex Purnell. In lane 6 from Melbourne University, Sydney, Sam Hardy, Simon Keenan. And in lane 8, Mercantile composite, Benjamin Canahan and Angus Whitcomb. In lane 8, closest to the grandstand, Melbourne University composite, Miller Rowe and William Ankerman. As these boys went through the 1,000 metres, we had the Mercantile Melbourne University combination of Benjamin Canahan and Angus Whitcomb in first place. But as we're coming through the 1,500 metre mark now, we have the Adelaide Sydney University, Jack Hargrave and Alexander Hill in first place, followed by Sydney University, Sydney Rowing Club, Spencer Tarrant, Alex Purnell. In third place, Mercantile Melbourne University, Benjamin Canahan and Angus Whitcomb. Fourth place was Sydney University, Jackson Kenk and Will O'Shaughnessy. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Paddy Holt, Rowan Levery. As we would expect, the guys out there in lanes 4 and 5 probably stepping out into the lead into the last few hundred metres here. That's the Adelaide Sydney University combination of Jack Hargrave and Alexander Hill in lane 4, and Sydney University, Sydney Rowing Club, Spencer Tarrant, Alex Purnell in lane 5 in the middle of the course there. Lane 4 still looking like in holding onto their lead, but only just over lane 5, which is Sydney University composite, Spencer Tarrant, Alex Purnell. Jack Hargraves and Alexander Hill over there in lane 4, starting to have a little bit of a peek at their fellow training partners over on the left, looking like lane 5. That's the combination of Spencer and Alex Purnell starting to step it up in the last 20 metres, looking like they're going to take out the gold. Followed by lane 4, which is Jack Hargraves, Alexander Hill. Over there in lane 2. Third place, Sydney University, that's Jackson Kenk and Will O'Shaughnessy. Fourth place, Mercantile, Melbourne University, Benjamin Canahan and Angus Whitcomb. Fifth place, Melbourne University, Paddy Holt, Rowan Levery. Sixth place, UTS Sydney, Alexander Wolf, Tim Masters. Seventh place, Melbourne University, Sam Hardy, Simon Keenan. And eighth, Melbourne University Cairn is Miller Rowe and William Ankerman. Again, some exciting racing there from the Open, the men's elite pair.
And we have the medal ceremony for the Championship Women's Elite Pair, sponsored again by Mobius and presented by John Keogh. In third position, Western Australia Composite, the University of WA, Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton. In silver medal position, from Melbourne University and Sydney, Sarah Hall and Lucy Stephen. And in gold medal position, and the winners of the Championship Women's Elite Pair, from Fremantle and Mercantile, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. Please join me in congratulating the Women's Elite Pair winners from Fremantle, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre.
We do have on the course now the men's parasingle final, race 88, also sponsored by Mobius. Over in lane 1 from Shell Harbour City, Kevin Wall. Lane 2, Adelaide High, Bodie Bebhart. In lane 3 from University of Queensland, McIntyre Russell. Lane 4 from Torrens, Jed Ashwaga. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols. In lane 7 from Nestle, Aaron Skinner. In lane 7 from Southport School is Toby Gofferson. And in lane 8 from Bundaberg, Kristen Lane Krebs. We did see these guys out here earlier this morning in the heats, so we have had a few hours just to rest up, turn around and come back onto the course.
And if I can draw your attention to the medal podium, this is the awards of the men's elite pair, sponsored by Bentley's for the Spencer Grace Trophy.
Just coming down the track though, we do have the final of the men's para single scull. In lane 4, Jed Auschwager definitely still out in the lead as a very strong rower coming into the single scull from the PR3 pair, starting to just hold a commanding lead over the Hunter Valley Grammar Harrison Nichols. And McIntyre Russell from University of Queensland in lane 3 over there, but definitely holding on to a strong lead the whole way down. That's Jed Auschwager from Torrens NTC, holding a commanding lead in the men's para single scull. Second place will go to Hunter Valley Grammar Harrison Nichols. And then third place, some final big strokes here. Lane 3, McIntyre Russell. Extremely strong finishes there from the guys. Dividing the pack in two, back to lane 7, coming over in 4th place. That will be Toby Gofferson from Southport School. Lane 1 will come over in 5th place. Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City. Adelaide High, Bodie Bebhart in lane 2. Well done, Toby, in 4th place there. Kevin Wall from Shell Harbour City just crossing over the line there in 5th place. 6th place will go to lane 2, Adelaide High, Bodie Bebhart. Lane 8 will be 7th place from Bundaberg, Christian Lane Krebs. And rounding out the men's para single final in lane 6 from Nestle is Aaron Skinner.
And we will award the Championship Men's Elite Pair medals now. Sponsored by Bentley's, the Spencer Grace Trophy. In 3rd place from Sydney University, Jackson Kench and Will O'Shaughnessy. In silver medal position from Adelaide, Jack Hargreaves and Alex Hill. And in 1st place from Sydney University in Sydney, and the winners of the Spencer Grace Trophy, Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Spencer Grace Trophy, Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell. On the race now, we have the course now, race 89, the Championship Schoolgirls 4, already underway. On the far side from Roseville, Madeline Shadford, Grace McKinley, Emma Duperez, Matilde Baird and the Cox, Grace Thompson. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Olivia Searle, Lucy Searle, Jemima Scammell, Tessa Wong and Cox by Jade Caro. In lane 4 from Tara's School, Caitlin Irvine, Mackenzie Knott, Charlotte Oitmer, Johanna Jayasuri, and Cox by Arishi Chuhan. In lane 5 from Loretto Normahurst, Josie Sims, Laura Wheelhouse, Josephine Egan, Holly Gibbs, Genevieve Bolster is the Cox. And in lane 6 from PLC, Molly Cameron, Elias Steele, Sophie Tadowski, Grace Hannon and Jasmine Guilford. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar, we have Jaja Regia, Holly Howard, Hale Noyes, Maddie Duncan, and Amelia Mukajiri is the Cox. And going through the 1,000 metres, we've got Canberra Grammar School in lane 7. Maybe a quarter of a length in front of Kinross Walleroy, who are leading by over a length. Roseville School in 3rd place, Tara School in 4, Loretto Normahurst in 5th, and PLC Sydney in 6th. So quite spread out here between a couple of these boats. 1st and 2nd between Canberra Grammar and Kinross Walleroy. It's going to be close. Roseville some way behind in 3rd, who themselves have over a boat length lead from Tara, who are battling with Loretto for 4th and 5th, and PLC Sydney in 6th. This is the heat of the Championship Schoolgirls 4. The first 4 go through to the finals. The rest are eliminated. Call the power. going through the 1500 metres. Canberra Grammar School have extended their lead over Kinross Walleroy by almost 3.5 seconds, just over 3.5 seconds. Roseville is still in third place, 4.5 seconds behind. Fourth, Toro dropped off some way, and fifth, Loretto Normanhurst.
Just going to draw everyone's attention back to the presentation days. We're just waiting for all of our athletes to get back out there for their medals. This is the men's para single scull presented by Steve Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. In third place, he's almost there, from University of Queensland, Mac Russell. In second place from Hunter Valley Grammar, Harrison Nichols. And in first place from Torrens NTC Sassy is Jed Alschwager. Please congratulate the medal winners of the men's para single scull.
And as we approach the the heat of the championship school goals for Heat 1, looks like Canberra Grammar, comfortable win for these guys, looking over their right shoulder at a leisurely race, or leisurely rate, should I say, into the final there. Go through, take it from Kinross Walleroy in second. Roseville pushing hard in the last stages of the final there to take third position. And who's it going to be for the final qualifying place? Looks like it's going to be Tara, just a boat length ahead of their compatriots from Loretto. Just bringing up the rest of the field, there is PLC Sydney in lane 6. So the first four go through to the final: Canberra Grammar School, Kinross Walleroy, Roseville and Tara School. Loretto Normanhurst and PLC Sydney just miss out. And already racing is the second heat of the Championship Schoolgirl 4, sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith, where many of the schoolgirl and schoolboy rowers stay if they are required to stay overnight. On the far side in lane 3, we have Roseville, Hannah Alexander, Sienna Meany, Phoebe Herdman and Charlie Griebel, coxed by Matilda Marchant. In lane 4, we have Canberra Grammar, Domi Placis, Kate Olivia, Jade Wilson, Sophie McKay, Jamisha Deajiwa is the cox. In the middle of the field in lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Alex Perry Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Eliza Lilly, Abby Davis and coxed by Olivia Noonan. In lane 6, Kinross Walleroy's Lucy Ashton, Jemima McLeod, Henna McKay, Elkie Sweet Apple and the cox Angus Peterson. And in lane 7, nearest the grandstand is Pimble Ladies, Saskia Fitzgerald, Dimity Muller, Lauren Gibson, Macy Leahy and coxed by Carrie Leo. And as they come through the 1,000 metres, Canberra Girls Grammar, half a length on Roseville, Kinross Walleroy in third, fourth Canberra Grammar and fifth Pimble Ladies. Again, out of the 5 boats, 4 go through to the final, 1 is eliminated. as they come through the 1500 metre marks. It's Canberra Girls Grammar still in the lead, but Roseville are not giving up. They're only 1.89 seconds behind. Some way Kinross Wallaroy has dropped off. They're now 10 seconds behind Roseville. Canberra Girls Grammar in fourth. And in fifth, some way behind, looks like Pimble. Coming to the conclusion of Heat 2 in the Championship Schoolgirls 4. This is race 90. Looks like Canberra Girls Grammar had it easy so far. Roseville are not going to give them a quarter though. These two guys, two boats are going to be safely through to the final by the looks of things. Will it be bragging rights for Canberra Girls or Roseville? We'll see. Looks like the distinctive green and white boats of Canberra Girls Grammar just take it at the finish line. Half a length in front of Roseville. Some way in front of Kinross Wallaroy and Canberra Grammar, who've also had an easy ride through to the final. Don't know if Pimble had some issues with the equipment, but they seem to be looking all right in the red, white and blue. Very well turned out. Just missing out on the qualifying spot to progress through to the final, PLC. So that's Canberra Girls Grammar, Roseville, Kinross Wallaroy and Canberra Grammar all through to the final.
Coming down the course now in race 91, we have Heat 1 of 2, which is the Championship Schoolboy 4, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. Top 4 going through to the final later today. Over in lane 1, we have St Ignatius 3, lane 2, St Ignatius 5, lane 3, Scots 1, lane 4, Canberra Grammar 2, lane 5, St Augustine's, lane 6, St Ignatius 4, lane 7, Shaw 1, lane 8, Cranbrook, and Kings 2 in lane 9, closest to the grandstand. As they went through the 1,000 metres, we had St Augustine's in first, just 2 and a bit seconds back to Shaw, followed by St Ignatius 4. In third place, St Ignatius 3 in fourth place, Canberra Grammar 2 in fifth place. Just about 10 seconds covering those first 4 crews there. As I said, first 4 progressing through. First 3 boats about 8 seconds ahead of the pack there, so hopefully going to just maintain their position coming into the last 1,000 metres to progress through. Canberra Grammar sitting in fifth place would be wanting to step it up into the last 1,000 metres to get into that fourth place. Just under 5 seconds behind St Ignatius 3. This is some pretty full racing here. We have 2 full heats of 9 in the Schoolboys 4. As the crews are coming into the last 500 metres now, we can still see that St Augustine's crew, in lane 5, holding on to their lead. looking like they're getting a bit of a squeeze from the Shaw crew over here in lane 7, just as they went through the 1500 metre mark. St Augustine's first, just 0.7 back to Shaw 1. His crew's got a commanding lead now, just rowing into the final 500 metres. Close between St Ignatius 3 and 4, third and fourth position. Stepping back now to Canberra Grammar, probably looking to step it up into the last 500 metres, wanting to get into that 4th place. Kings 2 crossing in 6th place over in lane 2, St Ignatius 5, and in 9th place Scots 1. Bit of a premier event here for these schools, St Augustine's and Shaw. Some good pedigree, some good history in these schools coming down. Looking relatively comfortable still out in the lead here. As we said, just the top 4 through.
It's going to be between Shaw and St Augs. Bragging rights only at this stage. Who wants it more? Given St Augs' recent success in school, state, and even international rowing, having had a 4 win at the World Champs not too long ago. Sure, we'll want to prove a point, maybe.
Just hunting those middle lanes here in the final. Sure, definitely not holding back as they come into the last 20 metres here. Looking like they'll take first place in the final over St Augustine, 2nd place. Still commanding lead for this heat. St Ignatius crews just coming across the line now. 3rd and 4th, rounding out the top 4. Strong press here from lane 9 from Kings 2. Canberra Grammar will sit in 5th, followed by Kings 2, 6th. Back to St Ignatius 5, just crossing the line now in 7th place. Scots 1, and closing out the first heat is Cranbrook 1. Unofficial results are Shaw, St Augustine's, St Ignatius 3, St Ignatius 4 progressing through to the final. Canberra Grammar in 5th, Kings, St Ignatius 5, Scots 1 and Cranbrook 1.
Race 92 is underway. It's the second heat of the Schoolboy Championship 4. Same deal. First 4 go through to the final. On the far side in lane 1 we have Kings 1. In lane 2 we have Shaw 2. In lane 3 we have Shaw 3. In lane 4 Canberra Grammar. In lane 5 Newington. In lane 6 St Ignatius. It looks like we've got a scratch from Scots in lane 7. In lane 8 another St Ignatius boat, and in lane 9 another King's boat. And as they came through the first 500 metres, looks like the boys from Newington have not made the same mistake as they did earlier on this morning in the 8. Just got their noses in front of St Ignatius 1 and St Ignatius 2. In fourth place Canberra Grammar. In 5th, Shaw 2. In 6th, Shaw 3. And then the 2 King's boats in 7th and 8th. Not an awful lot at this early stage of the race. Still an awful lot to go through as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. St Ignatius have taken up the mantle and got their noses out in front this time from Canberra Grammar. Kings 1 have decided to make a move and are now in 3rd position. Newington have fallen back some way, are now in 4th. St Ignatius 2 are in 5th. The Shaw boats, Shaw 2 and Shaw 3 are in 6th and 7th position respectively. And King's 3rd boat is in 8th. Again, very close racing for the first 6 positions. as they approach the 1500 metres of race 92, the second heat of the Schoolboy 4. Doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason in terms of lane draw. Doesn't seem to be any lanes which are disadvantaged or advantaged. Very, very light wind blowing from the north. You can just see the flags fluttering gently in the breeze. I don't think we're going to get much of a breeze today at all. It will be very warm out there today, so please remember to hydrate. Expected temperature of 38 degrees by 2 o'clock this afternoon. As they go through 1500 metre mark, looks like Canberra Grammar got the nose in the front from St Ignatius, 1.3 seconds behind. Kings 1, less than 2 seconds behind them, and then St Ignatius 2 are in 4th position. Shaw, second boat in 5th, Newington in 6th, Kings 3 in 7th, and Shaw 3 in now 8th position. So winding up for the finish. A lot of changes in the positions as we go through each 500 metre mark. Newington early showing, we're in 1st position, have dropped off a long way now. They're back in 5th, and Canberra Grammar, St Ignatius and Kings, who are I think either 7th or 8th, are in 3rd position now. But as they start to wind up for the line, let's see who's going to make a move first. It's going to be a close one. On the far side, looks like Kings from Canberra Grammar, and then near side St Ignatius. But as we approach the line, it's going to be close. I'm going to say Canberra Grammar from Kings and then St Ignatius. We're going to wait till the end. That's it. Canberra Grammar unofficially first, 0.27 seconds behind. Kings 1, 3rd St Ignatius. Just over half a second behind Kings, and 4th St Ignatius 2, 3.74 seconds behind in 4th place. Provisionally, those 4 boats go through. Shaw 2nd and 5th, Newington in 6th, Kings 3 in 7th, and then Shaw in 8th. So very close racing there. Unofficially, Canberra Grammar just on the line, take first. 2nd is Kings 1. 3rd is St Ignatius 1, and 4th is St Ignatius 2. 4 go through to the final. Being eliminated, the Shaw boat in 5th, Newington in 6th, Kings 3 in 7th, and Shaw 3rd boat in 8th position.
Race underway now. We do have the first of 2 heats in the Championship Schoolgirl 8. Over in lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli. Lane 2, Loretto Maridaville. Collegiate in lane 3. Pimble Ladies 1 in lane 4. Queenwood 1 in lane 5. Lane 6, Wrighton Girls. Lane 7, Geelong Grammar 2. Lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli 2. And in lane 9, Commercial. As these girls went through the first 500 metres, we had Queenwood 1 in 1st place, Pimble Ladies 2nd, Collegiate Lane 3 in 3rd place, Loretto Kirribilli in 3rd place, Wrighton Girls in 5th place, Loretto Kirribilli 2 in 6th place, Commercial in 7th, Loretto Maridaville in 8th, and Geelong Grammar 2 in 9th place. But again, just a few seconds across the girls at the 500 metre mark, as expected in the 8th race, always quite close for the first kilometre definitely. There does seem to still be a bit of a break between 4th and 5th, with Loretto Kirribilli just sitting almost 4 seconds behind Collegiate in 3rd place. Top 4 boats through to the final later today, rest eliminated. Again, just like the Schoolboys, we have some very full heats here. 16 eights.
Yeah, an awful lot of boats in this. Very hotly progressed, the Schoolgirl 8s. This will be a precursor for the head of the river later on in the year. and some markers being laid early on in the season. So early showing as Queenwood, as they cross the 1,000-metre mark, in first position, about half a boat length behind perennial rivals Pimble Ladies. In third position is Collegiate. In fourth, Wrighton Girls. In fifth, Loreto Kirribilli 2. In sixth, Loreto Kirribilli 3. Commercial in seventh from Queensland. Loreto Maritville in eighth from South Australia, and Geelong Gamma from Victoria in ninth position. Still a long way to go though. And at this stage, in the middle of the pack in lane 5, looked like Queenwood got their nose out in front. Still a long way to go though. So as they go through the 1,500 metre mark, there's been a change in order. Pimble Ladies have just got their nose in front of Queenwood, who are now in second position. Collegiate, all the way from Tasmania, are in third, some 9.5 seconds behind. Wrighton Girls are still in fourth. Then we've got the two boats from Loreto Kirribilli in fifth, Kirribilli 2 in sixth, Kirribilli 3. Commercial from Queensland are in seventh, and South Australia's Loreto Maritville are in eighth. And as they're winding up to the finish, it's like Pimble still kept that second and a quarter in front of Queensland, in front of Queenwood, sorry. See if they've got a final push. Rating looks very different between the two boats here. Queensland look to be underrating Pimble Ladies. Looks like Pimble Ladies have definitely decided they want a convincing win here from Queenwood. Pimble Ladies powering home are going to take at least a length and a half out of Queenwood in the last 1,500 meters, in the last 500 meters. Maybe a bit of gamesmanship there to conserve energy for the final. But Pimble Ladies take the win in lane 4. Queenwood cross the line, 2 boat lengths behind in second position, go through to the final. In lane 3, we'll have Collegiate from Tasmania go through to the final. It's going to be close for the final position. It certainly looks like Wrighton Girls in the yellow and the black take the 4th position. Loreto Kirribilli 3 in 5th. Loreto Kirribilli second boat in 6th. Loreto Maritville in 7th. And Commercial in 8th. This just leaves Geelong Grammar to bring up the field. So unofficial results there. First 4 boats go through. Pimble Ladies, Queenwood, Collegiate and Wrighton go through to the final. Loreto Kirribilli 5th and 6th. Loreto Maritville, Geelong and Commercial all miss out on final positions.
Heat 2 of the Schoolgirls 8 is underway. Over in lane 1, we have Pimble Ladies 2. In lane 2, Loreto Turak Wesley College, St Catherine's, New South Wales, Loreto, Kirribilli 1, Brisbane and GPS, and Geelong Grammar in lane 7, and Queenwood 2. We look like we have a scratching in lane 8. As the girls went through the 500 metre mark, we had St Catherine's in first, Geelong Grammar second, Wesley in third, Brisbane fourth, Loreto Kirribilli 1 in fifth, Pymble Ladies 2 in sixth place. The second heat's coming just through the 1,000 metres, halfway mark here. We have St Catherine's just working on their lead from the 500 metre mark, getting almost a clear length. Loreto Turak in second. Just a fraction behind, we have Geelong Grammar, just 0.3 behind. Wesley College in fourth, Loreto Kirribilli in fifth, Brisbane in sixth. And seventh in Pymble is Pymble Ladies 2. Just a good lead still from St Catherine's, just holding out over Loreto Turak, Geelong Grammar and Wesley. Quite a step back then to Loreto Kirribilli. Top 4 progressing through, so might be some girls in the 5th and 6th place just looking to step it up as they come into the last 1,000 metres to look to qualify through to the final later today. Girls 8s are now coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. Looks like St Catherine's is still holding on to the lead. About 3/4 of a length over the Loreto Turak crew from Victoria. Back to Geelong Grammar in third place. Just a couple of seconds between all those crews. Not quite a length, but still, you know, the crews keeping in touch, being able to just be aware of their other fellow boats as we come into the last 400 metres now. Top 4 progressing through, so those first 3 boats definitely have a commanding lead. Might not be quite taking the foot off the accelerator, but just watching the other crews doing what they need to do to progress through to the final. Pymble Ladies over there in lane 2, looking like they are stepping it up into the last 250, just trying to get some good lanes for the final later today. St Catherine's just holding on to that lead still into the last 200 metres now. Geelong Grammar closest to us in the grandstand here in lane 7, just sitting on a nice third place. Wesley College just sitting in 4th as well. But the St Catherine's crew in lane 4, looking very comfortable just in that first place. Pymble Ladies, did a little bit of a press there just into the last few hundred metres. Definitely caught up about half a length, but still looking like St Catherine's will just cross the line about half a boat length in front of the PLC over in lane 2. Apologies, Loretto over in lane 2. Lane 7 will be Geelong. 4th place, rounding out the progression, will be Wesley College. And unfortunately not progressing through in 5th place will be Loretto Kirribilli. Brisbane Grammar in lane 6, and over in lane 1, PLC not progressing through.
At the end of the lake, we have Schoolboy 8 Championships. Again, a heat 1. We have a scratch in lane 1 from Kings. So in lane 2, we've got Sydney Grammar. In lane 3, Scots. In lane 4, Shaw. In lane 5, St Kevin's. In lane 6, St Joseph's. In lane 7, Newington 2. And in lane 8, St Ignatius 2. Through the first 500 metres, St Kevin's just out in front, less than a second from Scots, who are in themselves less than a second from Shaw. And we've got the St Ignatius 2 boats, just St Ignatius second boat, just a nose in front of the first St Joseph's boat. Then we've got Newington and then Sydney Grammar in 7th. Still a long way to go, and certainly less than 5 seconds between the first and 6th both at the 500 metre stage. Sydney Grammar just like to have dropped off quite early in lane 2, somewhere behind at the 500 metre mark, but certainly overcomable, a 4-second gap behind the rest of the field.
Yeah, as expected, the 8's always close into the 1,000 metres. Had St Kevin's in first. St Joseph's just under a second behind. Scots 1 again, just under a second behind. 0.1 of a second to Shaw 1. St Ignatius 2 in 5th place. In 6th place, Newington 2. 7th place, Sydney Grammar. Haven't made up a little bit of that, just 1.3 behind. Maybe a little bit of a boat issue like we saw earlier today.
Something at the start there, either a crab or some equipment, sorted themselves out quickly and got back into it.
We do have, for these races, the Schoolboy 8, we have 3 heats. Top 3 progressing through to the final. So a little bit more competition than what we've seen previously in the last few heats where the top 4 went through. There's going to be some tough competition, I think, between the Scots 1 and Shaw 1. Just a fraction of a second between them as they come into the last 800 metres or so now. Some tight racing for 3 places to progress through to the final later today. These boys just coming up to the 1,500 metre mark now. Still looks like St Kevin's from Victoria is still just holding that fraction of a lead, but St Joseph's only 0.4 of a second behind. Scots 1, 1.8 behind. Shaw 1, 1.8. So moved ahead a little bit. Scots 1 over Shaw over that last third, in the third 500 metre mark. Still will be tight as we come into the 400 metres. 8s will be definitely looking to make a move to progress through to the final. St Kevin's was in the lead, but only a fraction. They'll definitely be kept honest by the St Joseph's crew. Just 0.4 behind at the 1,500 metre mark.
Great racing here from the Schoolboy 8s in the Heat 1. First 4 go through. Still very tight between these Schoolboy crews.
call too much, but it looks like the Joeys have actually started to step it up a little bit over the St Kevin's crew from Victoria. Possibly pulling a little bit into the lead as we come into the last 100 metres. That Shaw crew in lane 4 definitely trying to hang on to a third place, fighting it out with lane 3. Scott's 1. I think like Joey's have probably pulled just like a bit of a canvas ahead over St Kevin's just in those last few 500 metres. Comfortably to finish first. Joey's back to lane 5, St Kevin's. Ooh, Shaw 1. Got up over Scott's in the last 100 metres. St Ignatius in 5th place. Newington 2 will cross over in 6th place, and over there in lane 2, Sydney Grammar will cross in 7th place. The unofficial results are St Joseph's, St Kevin's, Shaw 1, just closely followed by, unfortunately, Scott's not progressing through to the final, St Ignatius 2, Newington 2, Sydney Grammar 1. On the course, we do have the second heat now of the Schoolboy 8 over in lane 1, St Kevin's, lane 3, Scott's College from Victoria, lane 4, Geelong Grammar, also Victoria. Lane 5, Wesley College, also Victoria. Shaw, lane 4 was Wesley College. Lane 5, Shaw. Lane 6, Newington. St Kevin's, lane 7. And lane 8, Sydney Grammar. That was going through the 500 metre mark. Scott's College just holding a fraction of a lead over Newington. Geelong Grammar just 2 seconds behind. Wesley College again just 1 second behind. These 8s just keeping it close for the first 500 metres. About 7 seconds just across the crews. Heat 2 through the 1,000 metres, we had Scott's College just a fraction over Newington, closely followed by Geelong Grammar, probably about a boat length back to the Geelong Grammar that was. Wesley College hot on their tails, and then Shaw 2.
Just a reminder, it's going to be 38 degrees today. Already feels like 28 degrees. Please keep hydrated. Our resident doctor has assured us it's the most important piece, along with the hat and the shades and the sunscreen and the shirt. Please keep covered up.
Coming through into the 1,500 metres, we have the second heat still of the Schoolboys 8. Top 3 progressing through. Scott's just hanging on to that lead. Newington just a second behind. Wesley 3.5 seconds behind. That's about a length or so. Back to Geelong Grammar in 4th place. Geelong Grammar will be looking to step it up into the last 500 metres here, wanting to get into those top 3 positions to progress through later today. We can see Scott's College over there in lane 3 holding on to a solid lead. Looking comfortable. Probably could argue not rating as high as they could.
It's going to be close for this race. Maybe Newington's opportunity for redemption after this morning's disaster of a race. Failing to qualify in one of the 8s this morning.
Yes, definitely Newington looking in a solid second place here. Through the 1,500 metres, they had about a length on the Wesley College. Looks like they maintained that. Looks like actually Geelong Grammar is giving Wesley a bit of a run for their money. And then closest to the grandstand, Shaw, really bringing it home here. Stepped up their rating. Wesley's just sitting comfortably, I think, over the Geelong Grammar crew. Possibly just toying with them into the finish line here. Over there in lane 3, though, Scots College, Victoria. 3/4 of a length over Newington. Comfortably in the heat there. Wesley third. Oh, close there. Geelong, Shaw 2. Shaw making a huge comeback over that last 500 metres there. Might have left it a little bit late, one could say. Over there in lane 2 in 6th place, St Kevin's. And then rounding out what will be the second heat of the Schoolboy 8 will be Sydney Grammar here in lane 7.
Look close there between the winners of Heat 1 and Heat 2, finishing within a second of each other. St Joey's finished 6:02, Scotch finished 6:03. Actually just half a second, less than half a second between the two winners of Heat 1 and Heat 2, and we progress into Heat 3. So on the far side in Heat 3, which is race 97 of the Championship, Schoolboy 8. Melbourne Grammar School in lane 3, Scotch College in lane 4, St Ignatius in lane 5, Geelong Grammar in lane 7 and St Joey's 2 in lane 8. We've got a couple of scratches, most notably in lane 6, Kings 1 and in lane 2, Scots 2. So same thing as before, 3 go through to the final. 3 of the 5 boats in this heat.
As they went through the 500 metres mark, St Ignatius 1 was in the lead, closely followed, just a second and a half back to Melbourne Grammar, followed by St Joseph's 2. Scots College sitting another second behind St Joseph's in 4th place, and 5th place was Geelong Grammar, just about 6 seconds behind. So just a little bit off the pace in the first 500 metres there. Through the 1,000 metres, St Ignatius pulled out well over a length over Melbourne Grammar. 6.3 seconds ahead back to Melbourne Grammar. St Joseph's just a fraction behind, rounding out the top 3. Scots College only 1.2 seconds behind. So again, still holding on tight for those top 3 places as we come into the last 800 metres or so. As these boys come down, they'll be rounding out Heat 3 of 3 for the Championship Schoolboy 8. This race is sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. Hitting into the last 500 metres now. Can see lane 5 there from St Ignatius holding a commanding lead over this heat. Great to see them not really relaxing too much, still just pressing forward, getting some further and further length over the 2nd and 3rd place here in this heat. Stepped up about 5 seconds over Melbourne Grammar, back to St Joseph's as well. Only just a fraction behind Scots College in 4th place, 2.7 seconds behind. always be comforting coming into the last 300 metres with such a commanding lead. Whole crew can see all the other competitive eights around them. St Ignatius one here looking very polished into the final 400 metres. St Joseph's 2 over here in lane 8 has definitely stepped it up. Looking like they're giving Scotch over in lane 4 a good run for their money into the last 250 metres here. As I said, only the top 3 go through to the final. Great display from St Ignatius here in first place. Looking very comfortable there over in lane 3, Melbourne Grammar. Still keeping the accelerator going. Just taking off a bit, holding off a bit of a fight here, probably from St Joseph's in lane 8, who have done an amazing last 500 metres to actually move themselves up into third place to progress through. And then, of course, giving Melbourne Grammar a bit of a run for their money in the last metres here. Probably coming over in second place, St Joey's, and then Melbourne Grammar in third. Fourth place will be Scotch from Victoria. And rounding out what will be the Championship Schoolboy 8, the third final, top 3 progressing through, will be Geelong Grammar in lane 7. So progressing through from the third heat, St Ignatius 1, St Joseph's 2 and Melbourne Grammar. On the course now we do have the women's para single scull, and from someone who has done a lot of research in the last 30 seconds, Lizzie.
And has also been involved in para rowing for quite some time. Hi Tom, great to be here. And great to see this morning heats in both the women's and the men's para singles in just the PR3 category. So the growth in para rowing that we've seen over the last few years has been phenomenal, and the racing has been quite exciting. So coming out of those 2 heats, we now have 1 final in the PR3 women's single. The current champion in the New South Wales State Championship event is Jessica Gallagher from Victoria Mercantile Rowing Club, originally Powerhouse. Unfortunately, Jessica is not racing in the single. We'll see her in the pair later on today. Tomorrow. So we won't see her in the single today. And since she is the reigning interstate champion, that's a bit of a shame. But of course, it gives an opportunity for others up-and-coming rowers to have a red-hot go. In lane 1, we've got previous New South Wales representative Bronte Marshall, very experienced in both swimming and rowing, and has represented at the INAS Global Games, the INAS World Championships in swimming, in rowing at the Global Games, and in rowing at the Oceania Asia Games late last year. Next to her, and she represents community rowing. In lane 2, we have Julia Story from Drummoyne, previous international medalist dating right back to 2003, and has continued rowing throughout all these years, and many of you will know her as the lady that hands out the bow numbers. Anyway, Julia also has raced at the INAS Global Games and Oceania Asia Games and has represented New South Wales. In ANU are represented by Rebecca Jones, and she's racing in lane 3. She's coached by Edward Bian and Nick Hunter. She is the current ACT representative, and last year she won bronze in the interstate single scull. Susanna Lutz is fairly new to the sculling scene. She's from Victoria. She represents Banks Rowing Club, and she's in the national squad at the moment. Her coach is Eleanor Crute, and she did come into rowing through her schoolgirl rowing program. But as you can see, first year of sculling, she's going pretty well to make the final. In lane 5, we have Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, who's also in the national squad. She is coached by Jeremy Smith, and she is the current representative of New South Wales, where she won silver last year in the interstate competition. Nikki Ayres in lane 6 from our Paralympic 4 of 2021 Tokyo Paralympic Games. She rows for Capital Lakes. She too is in the national squad, and she's an ACTAS athlete. She's coached by Dave Romano and Tom Queber. Now, she was the ACT representative in 2021, where she won the interstate competition. In lane 7, we have Kaylee Mitchell from Centenary in Queensland, who's coached by Kerry Tickle, new to the para sculling scene, and Sophie Butcher from Adelaide Rowing Club is in lane 8, and she too is new to the sculling scene for para rowing. So we've got a mix here of people who are very experienced, like her, Bronte Marshall and Julia Storian, who've been rowing for a number of years, and people who are new to the scene. Just going back to Rebecca Jones, she rowed at school, as did Susanna, and she rowed in her sweep cruise in her first state, and so she took up sculling seriously last year when she was first categorised as a para-athlete. So as we come through the 1,000 metre mark, this is a 2,000 metre race. Lisa Greisel, whose goal for the year is to try and make the para double for the international season. She is in first place, and she has over a length over Nikki Ayres from Capital Lakes. Susanna Lutz is sitting in third place, but just 0.23 of a second behind Nikki Ayres. In the heat, Nikki had a very strong row, but Susanna managed to stay ahead of her all the way down the course. As we come through the 1,500 metre mark, Nikki has managed to pull out from 0.23 seconds to 3.35, so she's now got a full length over Susanna, but Susanna's still sitting in third position, and she has now 9 seconds, so about 2 or 3 lengths over Julia Story of Drummoyne, who's in fourth. Rebecca Jones crosses the 1,500 metre line in fifth position. So I think same thing, Rebecca had a very strong heat and gave it her all, racing against Lisa, and managed to stay fairly close to her, but that she's probably paying the price of that now, particularly with her impairment and with the heat, I think, in this second round. Bronte Marshall, currently representing Community Rowing Club, currently sitting in sixth. And then our newcomers, Kaylee Mitchell and Sophie Butcher. I think Sophie was she was talking about possibly withdrawing, so somebody is withdrawn. Right, it's her there, so it must be Kaylee.
Kaylee.
It's not. So what is so impressive is that not only do we have 2 heats, but we have 2 heats where there's some really competitive sculling going on. So I think we've really seen our para racing come of age, particularly since we now have in our school programs a regular number of athletes who fit the criteria for para rowing, which is a physical impairment or an intellectual impairment. If you want to know more about that, particularly if you're a coach at a school, then just hop onto the Rowing Australia website, where there's lots of information about the different categories. PR3, which is what you're looking at now, where you can use all 3 muscle groups, your legs, your trunk and your arms. PR2, where you can use 2, your trunk and your arms. And PR1, where you can only use 1, which is your arms. A great race here with Nikki Ayres really trying hard now to press back up against Lisa Greisel, but it's a little bit too late. Lisa is going to cross that line in first position with clear water over Nikki Ayres. And then Susanna Lutz, a good solid race there against both Lisa and Nikki to come in across the line in third position. Then Julia Story, after a little while off with injury, coming back strongly into the para rowing and sculling scene, and great to see her cross the line now in fourth position. Then our wonderful Beck Jones, who's just had such a fantastic, she got bronze in the interstate single last year representing ACT, and it looks as though it's between her and Nikki to represent ACT this year, but she'll cross the line in fifth position, another great row for her. And then Bronte Marshall across in lane 1, crossing the line in sixth position. And yeah. And so we have Sophie Butcher here in her first New South Wales State Championships, doing a great job here in her first season of para rowing, para sculling, and it's wonderful to see her come and join us. and she will cross the line in 7th position. So recapping on the results of the Championship Women's Para Single Scull, sponsored by Bentley's, the win was for Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie Club and the National Training Centre. In 2nd position, Nikki Ayres of Capital Lakes and the National Training Centre and the ACT High Performance Programme. In 3rd, Susanna Lutz from Banks and the National Training Centre. And we invite those 3 scullers to come to the, actually I think because they've got to rush off and go and do the mixed double, it could be they're going to come in later. 4th, crossing the line, Julia Story from Des Moines Rowing Club. 5th, Rebecca Jones from ANU. 6th, Bronte Marshall from Community. And 7th, Sophie Butcher from Adelaide Rowing Club. The winning time for Lisa Greisel, 8 minutes, 48.69. The margin, 5.17, and a further 6.39 back to Susanna Lutz.
Some excellent rowing there from the PR3 singles, women's singles. As we can see now on the screen, we do have the Championship Women's Under 17 8 in the starting blocks. Over in lane 1, we have Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 2, Radford College. In lane 3, Kinross Willaroy. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 4, Loretto. In lane 5, Queenwood. In lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 7, Commercial. And in lane 8, Loretto Turak. As you can see here, the girls sitting ready at the start. Not running too far behind considering the amount of races we've had this morning, just about 5 minutes. Looks like they're all locked and ready to go. Started just making some final adjustments here, just lining up these Women's Championship Under 17 8. Over in lane 1, just going through the star list again, we have Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 2, Radford College. Lane 3, Kinross Willaroy 1. Lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli 1. Lane 5, Queenwood. Lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 7, Commercial. And lane 8, Loretto Turak.
Looks like there's a brief pause in the racing.
Still seems to be some delays and a bit of an urgent response down at the start. Temperature creeping up to 29.5 right now at just over 11 this morning. So, as expected, high temperatures.
And that's the 8th race underway. Championship Women's Under 17 final, sponsored by Bentley's. Current champions are St Catherine's. Just a reminder of the order. On the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 2, Radford College. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 4, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 5, Queenwood. In lane 6, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 7 is Commercial from Tasmania. And in lane 8 is Loretto Turak. Quickest finalists in Heat 1 and Heat 2 were Queenwood, hence their draw in lane 5. Slight delay, obviously, for the medical incident at the end of the lake. So we're running about 10 minutes, 11 minutes behind. But the girls are underway.
So yeah, in lane 1 we have Canberra Girls Grammar. We've got Ash Watts, Grace Disney, Emily Walker, Sophie Murphy, Isabel King, Annie Bush, Maddie Beasley and Sophie Frost, coxed by Eliza Miller. The coaches are Vance Khan, Charlie Durkin and Sam Duckworth. The Radford College crew is Bonnie Hardy, Amber Smith, Jessie Polframan, Audrey Potter, Coco Gwenter, Zara Turner, Zoe Hickey and Emily Brennan, coxed by Jude Barlin. The Kinross Walleroy crew is Xanthi Staniforth, Sienna Wilkin, Mari Wiley, Maggie Kirby, Olivia Searle, Sophie Lulf, Jemima Scammell, Tessa Wong and their cox Emily Caro, coached by Alexandra Cropley. The Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 4 is Chloe Alsop, Mabel Oxenham, Isabel Howard, Zoe Fallon, Eva Eels, Chloe Cameron, Julie Bettar and Jessica Kovacs, coxed by Emma Bunbury, coached by Will Foxton and Lara Wainwright. In lane 5, the Queenwood crew, the fastest qualifier was Ellie Hardy, Millie Don't, Natasha Hughes, Madeline Walk, Gemma McLaren, Eva Thompson, Zara Taylor and Addison Rolls, coxed by Alice Yardley and coached by Ushin Nolan, Ashley Fitch and Zoe Keaton. The Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 6 is Sabine Walton, Annabelle Roche, Sophia Terry, Isabel Hare, Emma O'Brien, Sophia Slater, Penny Rose Collins and Lucy Ball, coxed by Indy Witten and coached by Miller Argent and Hannah Cowap. The commercial crew in lane 7 is Lucy O'Farrell, Lila Meredith, Poppy Yarsky, Elodie Lee, Indiana Jenkinson, Sienna Becker, Olivia Grant, Rose Ricks and their cox Daisy Plawecki. They're coached by David Vandas, Ross Beto and Gary Townsend. And Loretto Turak in lane 8, Sophie Hill, Stephanie Leon, Madeline Bear, Sophie Hine, Alessia Morello, Evelyn Boyle, Mara Quee, Luciana Di Scala and their cox Sarah Chapman, coached by Conor McConville.
Early showing was at the 500 metre mark. Kinross Walleroy had their nose on in front by about a second and a half. But as they go through the 1,000 metre mark, they've still got the lead there, Kinross Walleroy, but the lead is diminished slightly. Queenwood are in second. There is some way, 5.5 seconds to third place, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then from Queensland Commercial. In 5th, Loretto Normanhurst. In 6th, Loretto Kirribilli, and in 7th, Loretto Turak. In 8th place, Radford College. But it's a lot of racing still to go. Between 3rd and 4th, and 5th and 6th, and 5th actually in 8th place, it's all going to be very, very close. So some good racing here, hopefully. The perennial rivals, Kinross, Walleroy and Queenwood, will certainly be wanting to lay down a marker for the rest of the season.
Yeah, and it's such a big journey to go across all the way to Perth for a national championships from New South Wales. I think their performance here is probably critical as to whether they make that decision or not, isn't it? plus school timing.
Correct. And who's ever driving the boat trailer across the Nullarbor is definitely going to be interested in this result.
And they're only going to want to take it if it's going to be
Correct.
worth it.
Yes, 100%.
But what a battle. I mean, they've now, those two crews have really cleared off ahead of the others. The fight is on.
Yep, as they approach the 1500. Have Kinross been able to maintain their lead, or are Queenwood pushing back? It's hard to tell at this angle from the tower. But Queenwood have taken the lead at the moment. They're almost a second and a half, so taking almost 2.5 seconds out of Kinross in the third 500 metre. Canberra Girls Grammar are absolutely in third, Commercial in fourth. So good showing there from the Queenwood girls in the third 500. Kinross will not certainly back down in the final 500 though. Loretto Normanhurst in fifth, sixth Loretto Kirribilli, seventh Loretto Turak, and in eighth Radford are bringing up the back of the field.
And some wonderful camera footage there on the live stream where you can actually see all of those crews racing. So when we're calling the lanes, lane number 1 is across on the far side to the left of the screen if you're looking at it from the screen, and on the far side from you if you're watching from the grandstand. Well, we know year in, year out how powerful the Kinross Walleroy finishes, and here they are now really trying to lift their rate of striking as they come into the last 100 metres. But Queenwood know that, and they're watching them carefully, and they're sitting there doing their own thing, trying to keep their blades locked under the water and really power every single stroke to get distance every single stroke, and they're managing to maintain this lead they have over Kinross Walleroy. What an exciting race. And across on the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar have really improved in the second half of the race, but still at the moment sitting in third place and being challenged by Commercial in lane 7.
Yeah, Queenwood always seem to underrate the other boats, but maybe that's their style they have. They finish first.
And they will be very happy with that. Clear water over a really good Kinross Walleroy crew.
Taken out a good almost 5.5 seconds out there from Kinross in the final 500. In third place, Canberra Girls Grammar.
What a race. Well done, Canberra Girls Grammar.
Take it from Commercial.
And Commercial. So good to see them here from Queensland, and what an excellent race. Good for them. And then a blanket finish with the final cruise in lane 8. Loretto Turak just get their nose in front of Loretto Kirribilli, who in turn managed to get in front of Loretto Normanhurst. What a great finish there. And then across to Radford College. Great to see them with the women's 8 in the under-17s. And that completes our field in the Championship Women's Under-17 8 finals, sponsored by Bentley's.
Please clear the way in front of the grandstand. Please clear the way in front of the grandstand for the ambulance. Please clear the way in front of the grandstand for the ambulance.
And back on the lake, we've got the final of the men's under-17 8, sponsored again by Bentley's, the current champions being King's School. In lane 1, Melbourne Grammar School. In lane 2, St Kevin's. In lane 3, St Augustine's. In lane 4, King's. In lane 5, St Ignatius. In lane 6, Scots College. In lane 7, Shaw. And in lane 8, Canberra Grammar. They're already well underway for this race, approaching the halfway mark already.
And as we would expect coming through heats, the crews that have qualified in the primary positions in the heats are in the middle of the course, and so those who had lesser placings are on the far side, either in the lanes 1 and 2 on the far side if you're in the grandstand, or in lanes 8 and 7. But as you can also see from the footage or looking down the course, it's really very close.
Yeah, St Ignatius have got their nose in front at the halfway mark, just about a second and a quarter in front of Melbourne Grammar School. King's very, very closely behind, as is Scotch and St Kevin's and St Augustine's, to be honest. So the first 6 places less than, I'd say, 2.5 seconds between first place and 6th place. Very easy to overcome in an 8th race. Shaw lagging a bit behind, and Canberra Grammar bringing up the back of the field in 8th position, but still very, very close at this stage.
Now, St Ignatius are in lane 5, and their crew is Campbell Connor, Brandon Sullivan, Jack Ward, Angus McGrath, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Thomas Johnston and Josh Delaney. Their cox is James Stack, and they are coached by Ollie Smith. The Melbourne Grammar School crew is over in lane 1 is Henry Willie, Coben Cairns, Archie O'Brien, Montague Salabank, William Barnett, Archie Carter, Toby Foreman and Otto Mayo. Their cox is Nicholas Bogdan.
And coming through the 1500 metres, St Ignatius just holding on to that lead from Melbourne Grammar School. Kings are eking their way up towards the Melbourne Grammar School's 2nd position. St Augustine's in 4th. St Kevin's in 5th, Scotch in 6th, Shaw in 7th, and Canberra Grammar in 8th. So still all to play for in the last 400 metres.
Looks like it's going to be an exciting and strong finish. The King's crew, Luca Bazzina, Charlie Robinson, Archie McMurtry, Lachlan Moore, Isaac Fonua, Angus Dugan, William Farrer, Luke Fleet and their cox, Tom Seaton Cooper. They're coached by Rob Black and Ed Yorston. And then fast finish from St Augustine's, I would imagine. That's Jay Taylor, Jason Cowell, Hamish Wise, Miles Nicholas, Will Dawson, Max Tancred, William Pender, Josh Arundel, and their cox is Henry Goldsworthy. They are coached by Bjarni Ungemach. And that's our top 4 still at the moment, isn't it? But St Kevin's coming on strongly. Benjamin McIntyre, Joshua Donoghue, Thomas Wheelahan, Ed O'Neill, John Williams, Eric Wiseman, Julian DeMoro, Hamish O'Brien, and their cox is Xavier Dunn. And he's urging them on. But I think that medal is out of reach.
St Ignatius maybe in the lead. Kings are coming really hard now. Have Kings just taken it on the line? The boat in the 4th lane. Kings take it.
St Ignatius 2nd. St Augustine's, I think, were 3rd.
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah.
Melbourne Grammar School 4th, St Kevin's 5th. 6th will be lane 6, Scotch College Victoria. 7th, Shaw, and 8th, Canberra Grammar.
Great racing there. Kings just take it on the line by half a second from St Ignatius. Really strong push in the final 200 metres there. So Kings take it 0.52 seconds behind St Ignatius. Org's great finish as well. 0.226 seconds behind. And Melbourne Grammar, unfortunately, just after a strong showing throughout the race, just are in 4th place there. St Kevin's in 5th, Scots College in 6th, Shaw in 7th, and Canberra Grammar in 8th. Great race.
Another great race.
Yeah, for that, the school, the Championship Men's under 17s 8, sponsored by Bentley's. Closest race of the day. Very exciting.
So just recapping the results of the Championship Men's under 17A, to win for Kings, 2nd St Ignatius, 3rd St Augustine's, and we invite them to come to the presentation dais. 4th Melbourne Grammar, 5th St Kevin's, 6th Scotch College, 7th Shaw, 8th Canberra Grammar. The provisional winning time 6 minutes 21.38, the margins 0.52, 2.26 and 0.49. How exciting. We were saying yesterday that if you're in that age group now, knowing that there is a Home Olympics in 10 years' time, if you're 16, 17 years now, you'll be 26, 27 then. What a carrot to have. What an amazing thing to set your cap at and to possibly dream of representing Australia at the Olympics, in your Home Olympics. And we've never won a gold medal at Home Olympics in rowing, so that's definitely something else that we should all be aspiring for.
Maybe there's hope for me yet, Lizzie. This is a medal presentation for the championship women's under 17 8, sponsored by Bentley's. And it looks like we've only got 2 crews appeared at the podium, but let's congratulate them. In 3rd place from Canberra Girls Grammar, Ash Watts, Grace Disney, Emily Walker, Sophie Murphy, Isabel King, Annie Bush, Maddie Beasley, Sophie Frost, and Cox Eliza Miller. In 3rd place, that's Canberra Girls Grammar. And in gold medal position for the women's under 17 eights, it's Queenwood. Ella Hardy, Millie Don't, Nat Hughes, Maddie Walk, Gemma McLaren, Eva Thompson, Zara Taylor, Addie Rolls, and ably coxed by Alice Yardley. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the women's under 17 eights, Queenwood.
And whilst they receive their medals, the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Single Final is taking place on the course. This event is sponsored by the Regatta Shop. The current champion is Liesl Page, and she's in lane 5 this year. Jazz Ingle from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise is in lane 1. Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise is in lane 2. Amelia Cooper from UTS is in 3. Laura Cypher from Sydney in 4. Liesl Page from Sydney in lane 5. Phoebe Teal from Sydney University is in 6. Charlotte Ball from Melbourne University is in 7. And Sarah Berritry from UTS is in lane 8.
Going through the 1500 metres, Laura Cypher from Sydney had a commanding lead in front of the rest of the pack from Phoebe Teal from Sydney University in 2nd, and Liesl Page, who holds the last year's medal winner, in 3rd. Amelia Cooper in 4th, Olivia Cook 5th, UTS's Sarah Berritry in 6th, 7th Jazz Ingle, and 8th Melbourne University. And as they approach the finish line, clearly Laura has been able to hold on to that lead. A comfortable finish for her as she looks over her right shoulder just for the finish line. There she goes.
Ooh, good finish from Liesl.
Laura Cypher in 2nd place. Liesl Page, great final 500 there, just taking it from Phoebe Teal. In 4th place, we have UTS's Amelia Cooper in the distinctive yellow boat. Of Griffith University, Olivia Cook, who finishes 5th. In 6th, going to be close between lane 8 and lane 1, and looks like UTS Sculler. Sarah Berritry just wins it from Jazz Ingle from Griffith. Charlotte Ball from Melbourne University brings up the back of the field in 8th. So the unofficial result there from race 101, which is the under 21 ladies lightweight single. 1st place, Laura Cypher. 2nd place, Liesl Page. 3rd place, Phoebe Teal.
Provisional time for Laura Cypher in the under-21 lightweight single, 8 minutes 13.86. The margin between Laura and Liesl, 4.84, and a further 1.6 back to Phoebe Teal. On the course now is the final of the Championship Men's Under-21 Lightweight Single, also sponsored by the Regatta Shop. In lane 1, Zinc Bosco from UTS, coached by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti. In lane 2, Harry Dixon from Commercial, coached by Stephen Pozzi. In lane 3, Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile, coached by David Colvin. In lane 4, Mika Talbot from Townsville James Cook University, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 5, Kyle Miller from Adelaide University Boat Club, coached by Sam Morton. In lane 6, Nicholas Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 7, Alex Tomanowitz from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown. And in lane 8, Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain Rowing Club in the ACT.
And as they went through the 1500 metre mark from Sydney, Nicholas Whalen was in first place, followed by Harry Dixon from Commercial, Misha Talbot from Townsville in third place, closely followed by Alex Tomanowitz, just 0.3 behind there at the 1500 metre mark, and then just again 0.3 back to Zach Bosco from UTS as these lightweight scullers coming to the last 250 metres here. You can see a little pack of coaches following them up. I do know one of them. I'm sure he'll be giving some words of wisdom.
Hopefully not coaching though.
Just words of wisdom.
Just words of wisdom. Yes, indeed. What a great finish in this lightweight singles race. So our leader, Nicholas Whalen, in the sky blue of Sydney Rowing Club, clearly out in front. But behind him, a real battle going on for both the silver and the bronze medals. At the moment, it does look as though Harry Dixon from Commercial in lane 2 is holding off our Alex Tomanowitz from Canberra Rowing Club. But Alex having quite a good finish there. A fast finish coming from Harry Dixon of Commercial in lane 2. Zinc Bosco, is the person I was referring to before, who's sitting currently challenging for silver.
Looks like Alex is probably stepping it up into third place here, just challenging Harry Dixon from Commercial Rowing Club. Really pushing on the last bit here, looking like, I don't want to call it, but I do. Canberra Rowing Club in second place.
I think so.
And then Oscar Tyrrell in third over Mercantile. It is a photo finish, of course, and Commercial Harry Dixon in fourth place. From Black Mountain Rowing Club, Matthew Rickard in fifth. And then looking like lane 4 from Townsville, Misha Talbot, just going over the line. Lane 5 from Adelaide Uni, Kyle Miller. Finishing off over in lane 3, Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile.
The judges have called a photo finish between Alex Tomanowitz and Zinc Bosco, so we will see whether it's Canberra Rowing Club or UTS that take out that silver medal and who it is that ends up with the bronze. But a great row for Nick Whalen there from Sydney Rowing Club. He went across the line in a provisional time of 7 minutes 35.14.
Some similar crews here that were racing just a fortnight ago up in small boats as well in the under 21 single. We did have Harry, Alex and also Matthew Rickard all competing here as out of staters in the Rowing New South Wales small boats.
We did. Well, we'll wait for the judges to call that. On the course now, lining up, is the final of the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Single. Oh, hold on. The judges have just called that Alex Tomanowitz from Canberra Rowing Club claims the silver medal, and Zinc Bosco from UTS will have to settle for the bronze medal, as Tom called it. So just running through the lineup in the women's under-23 lightweight single, because of course this is a selection regatta for under-23s. In lane 1 we have Kate Oliver from Tasmania University. In lane 2, Gemma Campbell from Sydney University. In lane 3, Jemima Powell from Toowong. Lane 4, Victoria Binns from Adelaide Uni has had to withdraw. In lane 5, from Team Vietnam, Bui Thi Tu Hien, coached by Joe Donnelly. In lane 6 from Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson. In lane 7 from UTS, Sophia Aguirre. In lane 8 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucy de Gleria Cade. And in lane 9 from Brisbane and GPS, Mackenzie Durbridge.
And we did have these girls going through the 500 metre mark with Sophie Robertson from Tasmania University leading through there, just behind from UTS, Sophia Aguirre, just 0.8 behind. As the screen's just updating now, they're at the 1,000-metre mark. We have Tasmania University Sophie Robertson in first, UTS Sophia Aguirre in third, and Team Vietnam Bu Thi Tu Hien in third place, going through the 1,000 metres.
The presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under 17-8. The medals are being presented by Steve Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. In third place and bronze medalists, St Augustine's College, Jay Taylor, Jason Cow, Hamish Wise, Miles Nicholas, Will Dawson, Max Tancred, Will Pender, their stroke Josh Arundel, and their cox Henry Goldsworthy. The crew is coached by Bjarni Ungermach. Second place and silver medalists, St Ignatius Riverview, Campbell Connor, Brandon Sullivan, Jack Ward, Angus McGrath, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Thomas Johnston, Josh Delaney, and their cox, James Stack. The crew is coached by Ollie Smith. First place, gold medalists and New South Wales champions for 2023, the King's School Parramatta, Luca Bazzina, Charlie Robinson, Archie McMurtry, Lachlan Moore, Isaac Fanua, Angus Dugan, William Farrer, Luke Fleet, and their cox, Thomas Seaton Cooper. The crew is coached by Rob Black and Ed Yorston. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under 17-8.
We're just going to jump back to the course now. We have the Championship Women's Under 23 lightweight single coming into their last 400 metres here. Going through the 1,500 metres, we had Sophia Aguirre, who has been leading the majority of the way, still in first place. Sophie Robertson in second, Kate Oliver in third, Mackenzie Durabridge in fourth, and in fifth place from Team Vietnam, we had Bu Thi Tu Hien. In fifth, from Toowong, Jemima Powell. In seventh place, Sydney University, Gemma Campbell. And in eighth, from Melbourne University, Lucy de Grea Kakade. Looks like Sophia Aguirre from UTS is still holding on to her first place, is coming to the last 200 metres here, just to her right-hand side from Tasmania University, Sophia Robertson, just keeping her honest into the last 200 metres. Still looking like she has a commanding lead over this race. Just pulling about a length ahead now over Sophie Robertson. This is Sophia Aguirre from UTS, looking very comfortable in the lead. Just pulling out a fraction of clear water over Sophia. And then over there on the far side in lane one, Kate Oliver from TUBC as well, just holding on to that third place, but getting a bit of pressure from lane 9, which is Brisbane GPS. But in first place, Sophia Aguirre from UTS. Second place, Sophie Robertson from TUBC. Looking like third place in lane 1, we'll go to Kate Oliver from TUBC as well. And as a strong finish in lane 9 here, Mackenzie Dunbar from Brisbane and GPS in fourth. Fifth place is Team Vietnam. Sixth place from Toowong, Jemima Powell. Lane 2 will be Sydney University, Gemma Campbell, and lane 8, rounding out the women's under 23 lightweight single scull, is Lucy de Grea Cade.
which looks to me like might well be the daughter of Minnie Cade, who was a lightweight international back in the day. So lovely to see that. We've seen Dave Waitman's son Drew racing here, and now we're seeing Minnie Cade's daughter Lucy. So lovely to see all those family traditions. I'm sure there's more.
Just a quick announcement just with regards to the Championship Women's Under-19 4. Just due to some withdrawals, the heats have been consolidated into the final, which will be raced as per scheduled at 4:56 this afternoon. So no heats for the Championship Women's Under-19 4.
I'm sure they'll be glad of that and race later on in the day.
Definitely a good reason to sit under the shade.
Just a reminder, with all of these finals going on at the moment, coaches and coxes, as soon as you get the boats back to the rack, if you could please return your bow numbers. It's such a busy day, we would be most grateful. So on the course right now is the A final of the Championship Men's Under-23 Lightweight Single. In lane 1, Jack Henderson from UTS. In lane 2, Riley Williams from the University of Queensland. In lane 3, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile. In lane 4, Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 5, Nick Zygetter from Banks. In lane 6, Christian Place from Toowong. In lane 7, Oscar Birtwistle from North Esk. And in lane 8, Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile. Now, isn't Damien Schroeder, he's from Canberra?
He is ex-Darmalin. Oh, no, sorry, Radford Rowing Club.
Right, that's right. And he's moved to
there.
The university. And he's now
away.
in Melbourne and going pretty well.
Moved away a few years ago. As we can see here, he's actually won this last year as well. So been a few years in the under-23s and looking to hang on to his title here.
Indeed. So at the 1500 metre mark, he had a very slight lead over Nick Zygetter from Banks. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name, so apologies if it isn't. Either way, he's really challenging for that gold medal, but I think Damien, as you quite rightly said, Tom, wants to hang on to this title. How good would it be to win it 2 years in a row and send a very clear message to the selectors that he wants to step up from under-21, which I think he was last year, to the under-23 team.
Correct, and as Damien's just coming into the last 30 metres here, just holding almost clear water.
Great finish.
Over Nick Zygetter as well, or both from Victoria. Always good to see some interstate travelling here, but we've got a tight race here for third. That is Damien crossing first, Nick in second, and third place over in lane 1 will be Jack Henderson from UTS.
Oh, stop throwing before the line. I hope you saw that, EB.
And then Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile, and from North Esk, Oscar Birtwistle, and in a photo finish for 6th and 7th from Mercantile Toowong, 8th University of Queensland.
Wow. And the winning time for Damien Schroeder, provisionally 7 minutes 24.32. He managed in the end to get 2.39, so he pulled out by 2 seconds in that last 500. What a great finish. And Jack Henderson, the margin back to him was another 4.72. So recapping, a final of the men's under-23 lightweight single, a win, second year in a row for Damien Schroeder of Melbourne University Boat Club. Silver to Nick Zygetter of Banks, and bronze to Jack Henderson of UTS. On the podium now, we have the women's under-23 single scull.
Yep.
The presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Single Scull. The bronze medalist representing Tasmanian University Boat Club. No, sorry, you're looking at under-21s. Bronze medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club, Phoebe Teal. In silver medal position, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page. And gold medalist and champion for 2023, also from Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cypher. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the women's under-21 lightweight single scull. We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-21 Lightweight Single Scull, sponsored by the Regatta Shop, with medals presented by Steve Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. In third position and bronze medalist, representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Oscar Tyrrell.
And just quickly jumping over to the women's elite lightweight single scull. Over in lane 1, we have ANU Alexandra Moylan. In lane 2 from ANU, Sophie Gerapatitis. In lane 3 from Sydney, we have Grace Cypher. In lane 4 from Sydney University NTC, Lucy Coleman. In lane 5, Sydney University, Georgia Manascrow. In lane 6 from ANU, Annika Reardon. In lane 7 from Huon, Eve Muir. And in lane 8, Sydney University, Annalise Isaacs. Coming into the last 200 metres here, in lane 5, we have Georgia Manascrow from Sydney University. She has been holding this lead from the 1500 metres, coming into the last 50 metres here, looking very comfortable out in front. Over to lane 3, Grace Cypher from Sydney University, and then to lane 4, Lucy Coleman from Sydney University, NTC. In lane 6, Annika Reardon looking in 4th place. Crossing the line is Georgia Manascrow in time of 6 minutes 50 seconds. Lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cypher in 2nd place. In 3rd place, Sydney University from NTC, Lucy Coleman. In 4th place from the ANU NTC, Annika Reardon. In 5th place from Huon is Eve Muir. In lane 6 from ANU is Sophie Gerapatitis. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Annalise Isaacs. And then in lane 1, to round out the Women's Championship Elite Lightweight Single Scull, is Alexandra Moylan from ANU.
The presentation of medals for the men's under-21 lightweight single. In 3rd place and bronze medalist representing UTS, Zinc Bosco. Zinc is coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In 2nd place and silver medalist representing Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanowitz. Alex is coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeff Brown. And gold medalist champion for 2023, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen. Nick is coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under-21 lightweight single.
And in a rapid fire here, we're jumping back to the course for the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith. Over in lane 1 from Barwon, Thomas Hastings. Lane 2 from North Esk, Connor Ryan. Lane 3, UTS, Sean Murphy. Lane 5 from ANU, ACT High Performance is Hamish Harding. Lane 5, Adelaide, Oscar McInnes. Lane 6, University of Queensland, Blaine Hasseltine. Lane 7 from Commercial, Jack Armitage. And Lane 8, UTS, Matthias Freire. Coming into through the 1500 metres, we did have Oscar McInnes leading from Adelaide and Hamish Harding just a fraction behind, 3 seconds behind him in 2nd place. UTS, Sean Murphy was in 3rd. As we're coming into the last 200 metres now, it is still leading in that yellow boat from Adelaide is Oscar McInnes, just holding a fraction over Hamish here. Hamish still in touch, always has a phenomenal finish. Starting to ramp it up, these two boys just really moving away from the pack here as they fight it out for first place in this is the men's elite lightweight single scull. Looks like Oscar McInnes from Adelaide just holding onto that lead, possibly getting a little bit of clear water, but still not Hamish, not letting go of this 2nd place, really pushing through. And then we're going to jump over to 3rd place in lane 6 from University of Queensland, Blaine Hasseltine. But that was a 1st place to Oscar McInnes in a time of 7 minutes and 4 seconds. 2nd place, just fraction 3 seconds behind to Hamish Harding. 3rd place was Blaine Hasseltine from University of Queensland. 4th was UTS, Sean Murphy. 5th from North Esk, Connor Ryan. Just crossing the line there in 6th place from Commercial, Jack Armitage. And in lane 1 from Barwon, Thomas Hastings. And Matthias from UTS just crossing the line now, rounding out what is the men's lightweight elite single scull.
We cross back to the presentation dais for the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-23 lightweight single scull. Medals to be presented by Steve Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. 3rd place and bronze medalist representing Tasmanian University Boat Club, Kate Oliver. 2nd place, silver medalist and also representing Tasmania University, Sophie Robinson. Gold medalist and champion for 2023, representing UTS Haberfield, Sophia Aguirre. Sophia is coached by Katie Healy and Matthias Ungermach. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's under 23 lightweight single.
Photo of the mate. And on the track now, we do have the Championship Women's Under 21 pair. Over in lane 1, we have a Sydney University composite with Sydney University Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 2, Sydney University. Lane 3, Mercantile 2. Lane 4, Mercantile 1. Lane 5, Melbourne University. Lane 6, Uni Queensland Pine Rivers composite. Lane 7, Fremantle composite, Western Australia. And lane 8, Adelaide University, closest to the grandstand. As they went through the 1,000 metres, we did have the Melbourne University crew of Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery in first place, just a fraction behind Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison from Mercantile, and then in third place, Sydney University Sydney composite of Freya Neville and Stephanie Perella.
I will just move quickly to the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under 23 lightweight single. In third place and bronze medalist, it was Jack Henderson of UTS, who can't be with us for the prize giving. In second place and silver medalist, representing Banks Rowing Club, Nick Zygeter. In first place, gold medalist and champion for 2023, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Damien Schroeder. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's under 23 lightweight single. Are they still in the lead? Yeah, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. So they were half of the junior women's four. Very good indeed to see them now moving from a big boat into a smaller boat. So.
Yeah, it's still definitely hang on to the lead, but this is an exciting race. All boats still quite close in a wave together, but there are those three boats, that one in the middle, the Melbourne University, Mercantile, and over on the far side, Sydney University and Sydney composite crew, just pulling themselves away from the rest of the pack actually as we come into the last 250 metres. The Mercantile crew definitely stepping it up, having a little cheeky peek to the left just to look at that leading crew from Melbourne University. Starting to step it up, really increasing their rating into the last 200 metres here, but it might just be a little too late for this move on the Melbourne University crew as they're holding their first place position into the Red Boys now. Over on the far side, the composite crew of Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club holding third place, but getting definitely a bit of pressure as well from the Sydney University Pine Rivers composite crew here in lane 6. But it's looking like the Melbourne University crew of Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery will be in first place, is holding onto it very nicely. Commanding lead, just a length over the Mercantile crew in lane 3, Mercantile 1, Remy McKay and Jess Hawker. Followed by lane 1, Sydney University Sydney in third place. Lane 4 was Sydney Queensland Pine Rivers composite in lane 6. Fifth place was Mercantile 1 in lane 4. Sixth place Fremantle Western Australia in lane 7. And rounding out in lane 8, Adelaide Uni.
So just confirming what we believe the results are, the winners of that Championship Women's Under 21 pair, Melbourne University Boat Club, the crew of Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. The silver medal to the crew from Mercantile of Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison. And in bronze medal position, the Sydney University Sydney Rowing Club composite of Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller. Fourth, University of Queensland Pine Rivers. Fifth, Mercantile 1. Sixth, Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club. And seventh, Sydney University Boat Club. Winning time provisionally 7 minutes 47.91. The margins 2.8 and 5.71. The presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, sponsored by Quest Departments Penrith, and medals presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. In third place, and bronze medalist representing Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre, Lucy Coleman. In second place, silver medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Grace Cypher. Gold medalist and champion in the elite lightweight single scull for 2023, representing Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Georgia Mansaro. Georgia is coached by Tom Lorridge. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's elite lightweight single scull.
And on the course, we do have in the last almost 200 metres now, we have the Championship Men's Under 21 pair. Leading through the 1500 metres, we did have the UTS combination of Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. It looks like they still are holding on to their lead, with the crew over in lane 1, the canned composite UTS, really coming home hard on the far side, looking to get into a medal position. Just to the right-hand side of our UTS crew from Western Australian Composite Swan River, we have Harper Davies and Joshua Handke, who's possibly sitting in third place now, but still looking like over there in lane 1, the composite crew of Canned and UTS really pushing hard over the other UTS crew in lane 6, Charles, Joel and Mackenzie Thompson. UTS taking out first place with Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. UTS second place, Charles Johnson, Mackenzie Thompson. And lane 1, Canned UTS, Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley in third place, but a very close finish, all sub-second between those boats. Going back to fourth place, Western Australia Rowing Club, Swan River, Harper Davies, Joshua Handke. And in fifth place from Sydney Rowing Club, Alec Hoskins, Rory McKenzie. In lane 6 from University of Queensland, Bailey Clark and Finley Harris. In lane 7 from University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. In lane 8 from Mercantile, in 8th place in lane 7, Jack Plonkington Horn and Oliver Sacalo. And in lane 9 from Sydney, we have James Fredrickson and James Fredrickson. So we might need to just... Nope.
Yeah, we had the same question yesterday, but
Okay.
the spelling's different, so we think that they must have they must be doing that because what a laugh to have the same name. So, results of the Championship Men's Under 21 pair, confirming it was a win for UTS, are junior gold medalists from last year, Olivia St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermach. In second place, silver medalists, also UTS, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. And our bronze medalists were the composite of Brandon Smith from UTS and Daniel Horsley from Canned, coached by Scott Rowe and Matthias Ungermark. Fourth, West Australian Swan River. Fifth, Sydney. Sixth, University of Queensland. Seventh, University of Queensland. 8th, Mercantile. 9th, Sydney. Winning time, 6 minutes, 58.87. The margins, 4.14, 0.63, and then it goes on, 0.94 and 0.74. So very, very close race indeed.
We'll just duck down to the medal presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. In third place from University of Queensland and Queensland Academy of Sport, we have Blaine Hasseltine. In second place from ANU Rowing Club and ACT High Performance is Hamish Harding. And in first place from Adelaide Rowing Club and Sassy is Oscar McGuinness. Congratulations to the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull. Coming down the course now, we do have the Championship Schoolgirl 4, race 100 and 9. Over in lane 1, we have Tara School. In lane 2, we have Kinross Wallaroi 1. In lane 3, Kinross Wallaroi 2. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar. Lane 6, Roseville 1. Lane 7, Roseville 2. And in lane 8, Canberra Grammar closest to the grandstand. Going through the 1,000-metre mark, we did have Canberra Girls Grammar in first place. Kinross Wallaroi 2 in second place. Almost 5 seconds behind. We had Roseville 1 in third place, just under 2 seconds behind the Kinross crew, and then the 2 Canberra Grammar crews in 4th and 5th. Kinross Wallaroi 1 in 6th, Roseville 2 in 7th, and Tara School in 8th. These girls clearly were competing earlier in their heats and now coming forward to the finals. The current champions are Loretto Kirribilli, unfortunately weren't progressing through to the final today. We can see here the girls coming up to the 1,500 metre mark. Through the 1,500 metre mark, the Canberra Girls Grammar did hang on to first place, and Kinross still just a fraction over 5 seconds behind. Roseville 1 back to Canberra Grammar 1. Kinross Wallaroi has split the 2 Canberra Grammar crews, with Canberra Grammar 2 currently in 6th place, and in 7th place Roseville 2. Canberra Girls Grammar crew here added to a solid lead, almost maybe 3/4 of a length over the Kinross 2 crew to their right-hand side. Alex Perra-Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Eliza Lilly and Abby Davis, Olivia Noonan, and coached by Caroline Pipers and Nigel Miller. The Kinross Wallaroi 2 crew currently sitting in second place is Olivia Searle, Lucy Searle, Jemima Skemmel and Tessa Wong, coxed by Jade Caro and coached by Andrew Gannon. These girls have held the lead for the majority of the race, just coming into the last 200 metres now, looking strong, holding the first place quite clearly over the Kinross crew. Kinross definitely starting to pick it up, just hunting that first place as we come now into the last 100 metres. Girls Grammar also responding here, just stepping up, looking like they're potentially going to get some clear water over the Kinross crew. The girls just looking in fine form, bit of clear water over Kinross, and back to third place, which is the Roseville in lane 6. They have some clear water back to Canberra Grammar in lane 5. First place there to Canberra Girls Grammar. Second place will go to Kinross 2. Third place will be Roseville. Looking like fourth place will go to Canberra Grammar in lane 5, Canberra Grammar 1. Then it will go to Canberra Grammar 2. Canberra Grammar 2 coming back over Kinross 1 in that last 500 metres. Coming through in 7th place now will be Roseville 2. And then over in lane 5, we'll be rounding out the Championship Schoolgirls 4 with Tara School.
The presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-21 pair. The medals will be presented by Nick Pender, member of the Men's Under-23 Coxed 4 in 2022 and the Junior Men's Coxed 4 in 2019, where he was a bronze medalist. In third place and bronze medalist, the composite between Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University Boat Club, Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller. The crew is coached by Alfie Young, David Geely and Lachlan Carter. Second place and silver medalist representing Mercantile Rowing Club, Bronte Cullen and Anna Morrison. Bronte and Anna are coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. Gold medalists and champions for 2023 representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. The crew is coached by Conor McConville. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's under-21 pair.
And back on the course now, we do have the championship Schoolboy 4. On the far side over in lane 1, we have St Ignatius 4, St Ignatius 1, St Augustine's, Canberra Grammar 1, Shaw 1, Kings 1, St Ignatius 3 and St Ignatius 2. Looking like St Augustine's have got a solid lead here over Canberra Grammar and St Ignatius 1. They were holding that lead as well through the 1500 metre mark. Looking like they're getting almost 3 boat lengths here over their competing crews. Looks like a great race though between Canberra Grammar 1 and St Ignatius 1 over in lane 2. St Augustine's just looking like they're actually extending their lead as they come into the last 100 metres into those red buoys. Looking in a commanding lead as Canberra Grammar look like they're going to step it up. Just lifting their rating just a fraction just to get over the St Ignatius crew over there in lane 2. But clearly coming into an astonishing lead here is St Augustine's lane 3, followed by Canberra Grammar in lane 4. Lane 2 will be St Ignatius 1, and then lane 5, Shaw. That crew from St Augustine's is Oscar St Pierre, Tane Potts, Dougal McKenzie, Joe Lynch, Ryder Taylor of the Cox, and coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark. A very powerful coaching pair. And rounding out over in lane 1, the Schoolboy 4 is St Ignatius 4. Just closing out, that was St Augustine's, apologies, in first place, Canberra Grammar in second place, and third place, St Ignatius 1.
Moving to the presentation of medals for the championship men's under-21 pair. The medals are being presented by Nick Pender, athlete in the men's under-23 coxed 4 in 2022 and the junior men's 4 in 2019. In third place and bronze medalists, a composite representing Cand Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield, Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley. The crew is coached by Scott Rowe and Matthias Ungermark. In second place and silver medalists representing UTS Haberfield, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. This crew is coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. And gold medalists, champions for 2023 in the under-21 pair representing UTS Haberfield, Oliver St Pierre and Joshua Wilson. This crew is coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under-21 pair.
On the course now, we do have the championship Schoolgirl 8. This is the final from the heats earlier this morning, sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith. The current champions are Queenwood. Over in lane 1, we have Wrighton Girls. In lane 2, we have Geelong Grammar. Lane 3, Queenwood. In lane 4, St Catherine's. In lane 5, Pymble Ladies. In lane 6, Loretto Turak. Lane 7, Collegiate, and lane 8, Wesley College. As these crews went through the 1,000 metres, we had St Catherine's in the lead, followed by Queenwood, Loretto Turak. In fourth place was Pymble Ladies, Wesley College, Geelong Grammar, Collegiate, and Wrightons. Just under 3 seconds separating the first and second place there. St Catherine's was very strong this morning in the heats, as we've now progressed through to the finals. Definitely did a commanding win in their heat to then come into the finals. Queenwood sitting in second place in lane 3, just a fraction over on the far side. You can see there's a bit of a bunch of the girls over there, but just 3 out from this side. We do have the St Catherine's School in lane 4, who are leading through the 1,000 and still look like they're hanging on to their lead there. Looking very strong as they coming up to the 1,500 metres to go. Coming into the 1,500 metres, it is still St Catherine's holding their first place, Queenwood in second. Looks like St Catherine's have just stepped out about half a second in that last 500 metres over the Queenwood crew in second place. Loretto sitting in third place, just 2.5 seconds behind Pymble Ladies, just a shy of 5 seconds behind Loretto. The girls starting to wind it up now as we start to get to the 400 metres to go. You can see the St Catherine's crew really stepping up their stroke rate as they are getting called on by their cocks. Sophie Costellis, the cox of the St Catherine's crew. Madeline Manis. We have Bianca Rubnik Williams. Shauna Morgan. Chelsea Barker. Erin Cara. Layla Gaston. Madeline Swain. Jade Bliss. And as I mentioned, coxed by Sophie Costellis, coached by Jared Watson. Would be very happy of these girls coming down now. Been in a commanding lead for the majority of the race here. Holding back the Queenwood crew over in lane 3 of Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Cuttance, Zoe James, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Imogen Gray, Alexandra O'Brien, Addison Rolls, and coxed by Chloe Gioretta, coached by Sierra Glynn and Ray Boyle. But as I mentioned, in lane 4, looking very strong for the whole race here, we have St Catherine's with about 3/4 of a boat length over the lane 3 from Queenwood, and then coming back to lane 6, Loretto Turak in third place. This is the final of the Championship Schoolgirl 8. And like St Catherine's have actually now got some clear water in those final metres over Queenwood to come first. Second place, Queenwood 1. Third place will be Loretto Turak. Fourth place, Pymble Ladies. Fifth place will be Geelong Grammar. Sixth place, Wesley College. Seventh place will be Collegiate. And over in lane 1 from Brighton Girls will round out what is the Schoolgirls 8 final. Just before we get to the Schoolgirls medal presentation, we do have the Championship Schoolboy 8 coming down. Over in lane 1, we have Melbourne Grammar. In lane 2, Newington. Lane 3, St Kevin's. Lane 4, St Ignatius. Lane 5, St Joseph's. Lane 6, Scotch College. Lane 7, St Joseph's 2. Lane 8, Shaw 1. And lane 9, Wesley College.
In the Melbourne Grammar School crew, we've got Hamish Kerr, Henry Walters, Sebastian Crozier, Nixon Murray, Jack Anderson, Digby Banks and Gus Russell. Their stroke is Charles Wake, and their cox is Lucienne Marcel. In lane 2, the Newington crew is Oscar Sutherland, Christian Biasotto, Tom Chanter, Noah Tainch, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, Jamie De Botton, William Fuller, and their cox is Elvis Johnson. The St. Kevin's crew from Victoria is Matisse Kerr, James Berry, Maximus Raffaniello, James Sutherland, Daniel De Moro, Luke Ryan, Sam Chapman and James Ragg, and their cox is Casper Reed. It's all neck and neck at the moment. We've got St. Ignatius in the thick of it with Jack Macken, Edward Kelly, Ambrose Hennessy, Jack Power, Flynn English, Luca Milozzi, James O'Meara, Matt Collins, and their cox Henry Burton, coached by Matthew Curtin. St. Joseph's are in lane 5 with Samuel Basher, Finley Mitchell, McKinley Dooley, Alex Negleen, Matthias Maloney, Thomas Maloney, Jack Cullen and Gus Chisolka. Their cox is Harrison Tong. Scotch College from Victoria are in lane 6 with Sam Speed, Campbell, Findley, Josh Mitchell, James Simpson, Alessandro Marrow, Benjamin Marchant, Harrison Cameron and Will Cowan with Max Findley coxing them.
And coming into the final 400 metres of the course, we do have St. Ignatius 1 out in the lead. They were also leading at the 1500 metres. Newington 1 over there in lane 2, just hanging on to second place, getting a good challenge here from St. Kevin's. We did also see a pretty strong finish as well from St. Joey's in the heat, so we might be seeing something as we come into the last 250 metres here, but definitely St. Ignatius 1 in a commanding lead as well in the Schoolboys 8 final here.
Yep, that Joey's crew, Harper Timms, Matt Mulders, Grant Dreyer, Nicholas Newsom, Liam Massey, Joe Mangelsdorf, Xavier Ball, Darcy Williams and their cox is Ben Clark.
Yeah, this St.
And I think they've left it a little late, haven't they? We've got Shaw and Wesley College battling and just in front of them, and an amazing finish coming from St. Ignatius.
Yeah, definitely hanging on to that lead and just extending it out over the last kilometre, possibly like almost 2 boat lengths ahead of lane 3 from St. Kevin's, who have stepped up into second place, and then still looking like Newington will come through in third place, just sitting level with the stroke of St. Kevin's. But that'll be third place for Newington, fourth place for St. Joey's, fifth place for Scotch, sixth place for Wesley, seventh place for Shaw, and lane 7, St. Joseph's 2 coming in 8th place, and in 9th place on the far side, Melbourne Grammar School.
So confirming a win in the championship, Schoolboy 8 for St. Ignatius College, 2nd St. Kevin's, 3rd Newington, 4th St. Joseph's 1, 5th Scotch College, 6th Wesley, 7th Shaw, 8th St. Joseph's 2 and 9th Melbourne Grammar School. Okay. We will now move to the presentation of medals for the championship Schoolgirl 4. The medals to be presented by Olympians Georgie Rowe and Spencer Turren. Third and in bronze medal position, Roseville College, Hannah Alexander, Sienna Meany, Phoebe Herdman and Charlie Griebel. Their cox, Matilda Marchant. The crew was coached by Hamish MacDonald. Second and silver medalists representing Kinross Walleroy, Olivia Searle, Lucy Searle, Jemima Scammell, Tessa Wong and their cox, Jade Carrow. The crew was coached by Andrew Gannon. First place, gold medalists and champions for 2023, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Alex Perry Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Eliza Lilly, Abby Davis, and their cox, Olivia Noonan. The crew is coached by Carolyn Pipers and Nigel Miller. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the championship Schoolgirl 4.
Just quickly going through the lineup of race 113, which is the championship men's lightweight pair. Over in lane 1 from Toowong, we have Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly. In Adelaide Uni, we have Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore. In lane 5 from Banks, we have Lachlan Zygar and George Durham. And in lane 6 from UTS, we have James Waldersea and Jack Henderson. As these crews went through the 1500 metres, we had Adelaide Uni, Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore in first place, followed by Banks, Lachlan Zygar and George Durham. UTS, James Waldersea, Jack Henderson. And in fourth place, Toowong, Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly. Some brothers, pairs of brothers, we have to assume there. Just coming to the last 250 metres now, that crew from Adelaide Uni in lane 4 still holding on to that lead, starting to step up their rating, just wanting to get a bit more length. Definitely some good competition here between the UTS crew of Waldersea and Henderson and Banks, Zygar and Durham. Some experience from Mr. Waldersea from the UTS crew. Word on the street back home is that he's in the one-oared pursuit right now, given up on the 2 oars. But this crew here from lane 4, from Adelaide Uni, Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore, coached by Sam Morton, have been in a commanding lead for the last kilometre of this race, the last half, and just looking very casual as they come across the line, which will be winning in the championship men's lightweight pair. The UTS combination of James Waldersea and Jack Henderson, coached by Elliot Shackloth Berrettini, have moved up into a solid second place after being quite close there. Second to UTS, third to Banks, and then fourth will go to Toowong combination of Thomas and Daly and Samuel Daly. That's an unofficial time for the championship men's lightweight pair is 7:19:32. Second place, James Waldersea, Jack Henderson, UTS. Third place, Banks, Lachlan Zygar and George Durham. Fourth place from Toowong, Thomas Daly and Samuel Daly.
Thank you, Tom. Let's move to the presentation of medals for the championship schoolboy coxed fours. The medals to be presented by Olympians Georgie Rowe and Spencer Turren. Spencer, of course, a gold medalist in the 4 at the Tokyo Olympic Games. In the championship schoolboy 4, third and bronze medalists St. Ignatius, Hugh Waldron, Gabriel Turner, James Hare, Charlie Harrison, and their cox, Lachlan Horden Smith. The crew is coached by Joe Bocchiar. Second and silver medalists, Canberra Grammar School, Harry Budd, James Bjerregaard, Dylan Outram, and William Hawkins. Their cox, Jack MacDonald. The crew is coached by Chris Polyachin. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, St. Augustine's College. Oscar St. Pierre, Tane Potts, Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch. And their cox, Ryder Taylor. The crew is coached by Judith Ungermark and Matthias Ungermark. On the course now, we have the Championship Para Double Sculls, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. In lane 1, representing the Australian National University, Rebecca Jones and Stuart John. In lane 2, representing Bundaberg, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell. In lane 3, a composite between Sophie Butcher of Adelaide Rowing Club and Bodie Hebhart of Torrens. In lane 4, a composite between Mac Russell of the University of Queensland Boat Club and Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club. In lane 5, a composite between Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and Jed Altschwager of Torrens and the South Australian Sports Institute. In lane 6, a composite between Aaron Skinner of Nestle's and Stephanie Walker of Drummoyne Rowing Club. In lane 7, a composite between Lauren Webber of Community Rowing Club and Kevin Wall of Shell Harbour. In lane 8, representing Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub. And in lane 9, a composite between Nikki Ayres of Capital Lakes and Harrison Nicol of Newcastle University Boat Club. So a number of these crews are very new combinations, and there is no newer a combination than the one in lane 9 of Nikki Ayres and Harrison Nicol. Nikki has taken the place of Kaylee Mitchell, who was taken ill earlier in the day, and so it's a completely new combination. And this is Harrison's first year of doing para rowing, as opposed to Nikki, who's been doing representative rowing since 2018 and went to the Tokyo Paralympic Games in the coxed 4. The PR3 double scull that you see in front of you is a new Paralympic event. It's not been contested at the Paralympics before, so Paris will be the first one. And these athletes you see in front of you are chasing for a spot in Australia's first ever PR3 Paralympic boat. We've certainly won championships in it before, but it's never been at a Paralympics. So in first position we have Jelt Altschwager from Torrens in the stroke seat and Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie in the bow seat. They have a commanding lead over a very good double scull of Nikki Ayres and Harrison Nichols, but they'll take out the event for 2023, and silver medal will go to Nikki Ayres of Capital Lakes and Harrison Nichols of Lake Macquarie, a very good double indeed. Sorry, Newcastle Uni, very good double indeed. And in third position, Julia Story and Mac Russell. Both of these guys have contested this boat at state championships and national championships in the past, and have also rowed together at the last few INAS Global Games and Oceania Asia Championships. They will take out the bronze medal for 2023. And then we have some newer combinations. Across on the far side, we saw them race in this double here in New South Wales for the first time at the Small Boats Regatta a few weeks ago. Rebecca Jones in the stroke seat and our co-commentator Stuart John in the bow seat representing ANU. A great race for them too. Sitting in fifth at the moment, another representative from Torrens Rowing Club, and new to the para rowing scene, Bodie Hebhart, who did the PR3 men's single this morning, both the heat and the final, and it's the first time he hasn't fallen in when he's been in a single, so he's having a red letter day, coming in fourth position with Sophie Butcher from Adelaide Rowing Club. Fifth across the line, Christian Lane Krebs and Rebecca Markwell sixth from Queensland, representing Bundaberg Rowing Club. And then it's back to Stephanie Walker and I'm not sure who she's, should have been Kevin, but it doesn't look to me as though it is, so we might have a composite there. Should have been Kevin Wall. Oh no, sorry, Aaron Skinner and Stephanie Walker. They will come in seventh, and eighth will be our Community Rowing Club, our new para rowing club here in New South Wales, Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub. And I think that completes it. Doesn't look as though Lauren Webber and Kevin Wall are there. So, recapping on the results. A win for Torrens Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel and Jed Altschwager. Provisional time of 7 minutes 45. Second, Newcastle University and Capital Lakes. Third, Drummoyne and the University of Queensland. Fourth, ANU. Fifth, Torrens and Adelaide Rowing Clubs. Sixth, Bundaberg. Seventh, Drummoyne and Nestle's Rowing Club. And eighth, Community. The official winning time, 7 minutes 45.05. The margins 9.88 and 18.31. We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Schoolgirl 8.
She's
The medals are being presented by Olympian Georgie Rowe. Not just Olympian, but also holder of world records on the indoor rower. Third and bronze medalists, Loreto Turak, Zoe Kritakides, Stephanie Bear, Charlotte Lloyd, Claire McGeer, Charlotte Grant, Alexandra Fairchild, Claudia McNee, Isabel Mellor, and their cox Eloise Bull. The crew is coached by James Rookie Rook, who was cox of the Olympic 8 that Georgie rode in Tokyo. Second and silver medalists, Queenwood School, Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Cuttance, Zoe James, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Imogen Gray, Alexandra O'Brien, Addison Rolls, and their cox, Chloe Jurita. The crew is coached by Kieron Glynn and Ray Boyle. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, St. Catherine's School, New South Wales. Madeline Mannins, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Chelsea Baker, Erin Cara, Lila Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, and their cox, Sophie Castellas. The crew is coached by Jared Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Championship Schoolgirl 8. presentation of medals for the Championship Schoolboy 8, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. The medals are being presented by Olympian Georgie Rowe, accompanied by Marcus Delamata, representative of Australia in the Coastal Rowing Commonwealth Regatta and bronze medalist. Third and bronze medalist, Newington College. Oscar Sutherland. Christian Biasotto. Tom Chanter. Noel Tainch. Angus Mitchell. Morgan Jones. Jamie de Botton. William Fuller. And their cox, Elvis Johnson. The crew is coached by Blair Jenkins. Second and silver medalists from Victoria, St. Kevin's. Matisse Kerr. James Berry. Maximus Raffaniello. James Sutherland. Daniel De Moro. Luke Ryan. Sam Chapman. James Ragg. And their cox, Casper Reed. The crew is coached by Brendan Scott. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, St. Ignatius Riverview College. Jack Macken. Edward Kelly. Ambrose Hennessy. Jack Power. Flynn English. Luca Milozzi. James O'Meara. Mac Collins. And their cox, Henry Burton. The crew is coached by Matthew Curtin. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Championship Schoolboy 8.
And now onto the medal presentation pontoon. We have the men's lightweight pair. and Marcus Delamata will be presenting the medals. In third place, the bronze medalist from Banks, Lachlan Zyger and George Durham, coached by Brendan Scott. In second place from UTS, James Waldersey and Jack Henderson, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Berrettini. And in first place from Adelaide Uni, Mitchell Moore and Charlie Moore, coached by Sam Morton. Congratulations to the medal recipients for the men's elite lightweight pair.
The presentation of medals for the Championship Para Double Scull. The medals to be presented by Steve Donnelly, Chairman of the Rowing New South Wales. In third place and bronze medalist representing the University of Queensland Boat Club and Drummoyne Rowing Club, Mac Russell and Julia Story. The crew is coached by Kathleen Hextall and Michael Russell. Second place and silver medalists representing Newcastle University Boat Club and Capital Lakes, Nikki Ayres and Harrison Nichols. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, representing Lake Macquarie and Torrens and the South Australian Sports Institute, Lisa Greisel and Jed Altschwager. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Para Double Scull. And as we mentioned, this is going to be a new event in the 2024 Paris Paralympic Games. So we wish all of those athletes good luck in their quest to represent. And I believe we have one final presentation, which is the PR3 Para Women's Single Scull. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Para Single Scull, an event sponsored by Bentley's. Third and bronze medalist representing Banks Rowing Club, Susanna Lutz. Susanna is coached by Eleanor Crute. Second and silver medalist representing Capital Lakes, Nikki Ayres. Nikki is coached by Dave Romano and Tom Krieber. First gold medalist and champion for 2023, representing Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel. Lisa is coached by Jeremy Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's para single scull. And that concludes racing and presentations for now. We'll regroup again at 1:15.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second session of rowing for the Saturday racing of the 2023 New South Wales Rowing Championships. They are underway with race number 115. It's the heat 1 of the women's under 17 double sculls. First, second, third and fourth to go through to the semi-final, with the rest being eliminated from this event. In lane 1 from Royton Girls, it's Kennedy Lord and Costatina Kafesis, coached by Matt Wilson and Emily Montague. In lane 2 from Capital Lakes in the ACT, Annabelle Kingston and Madeline Jallier, coached by David Bagnall. Lane 3 from Darramarlin in the ACT, Molly York and Ronya Staker Ashby, coached by Mike Brady. Lane 4 from Leichhardt, Josephine Egan and Maya Ispita, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. Lane 6 from Centenary up in Queensland, Juliet Hudson and Caitlin Burgess, coached by Tanya Bremer. Lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Olive Bilbao and Noah Kepi, coached by Cameron Ogilvie. In lane 8 from Manning River, Michaela Smith and Zoe Hutchinson, coached by Murray Doust and Hannah Smith. And in lane 9 from Trinity Lutheran, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, coached by Eric Rowan. So that is underway now. So some great heats coming up for you a little bit later on today. We've got the women's double under 17 double sculls heats to start off with, and then we move on to 4 heats of the men's under 21 eights. So an exciting time coming up there as well before we move on to the women's under 16 double sculls. So we'll be back over the 1,000 metre start for those ones. As we just see some footage coming through from the umpire's boat. So a few different camera angles that are being used this weekend at the New South Wales Rowing Championships. We've got this camera, which is on the BRO boat, so you can see that following down those crews down the course. We've also got the drone footage, so you'll see that a little bit later on. We caught a little bit of that yesterday. Some great shots from over the top. And then also too, the cameras set up all alongside the regatta course. Don't forget that the Australian Rowing Championships will be held this year from the 27th of March until April 2 over in WA at Champion Lakes Regatta Centre. If you'd like to get involved and support rowing as a sport, give back to the rowing community, then you can volunteer for the Australian Rowing Championships. Head to the ARC website for more information and to sign up to take part. Entries are open for that as well, so the regatta website is arc.rowingaustralia.com.au for the opportunity to get out and to have a bit of a look at what's going on there. So we're still going through in heat number 1, so that's race number 115 of the women's under 17 double sculls. They're just coming up towards the 1,500, so they're just coming up past the 1,250 metre mark. And Trinity Lutheran over in lane 9 look to be doing quite well ahead of Manning River over in lane 8. And then looking towards the middle of the course, we have Sydney Rowing Club and Leichhardt in lanes 5 and 4. We're just waiting on some of the timings to come up at the moment. But again, we've got that really interesting view from the BRO boat, so you can really see the amount that these young women are putting into the boat and sort of trying to make certain everything's absolutely in sync. The bow following the stroke and really starting to send that boat down. So Sydney Rowing Club, you can see on the main part of the big screen, looking quite comfortable there in lane 5. That's Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett. And then over on the side closest to the grandstand, Trinity Lutheran, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford, and then Manning Rivers, Michaela Smith and Zoe Hutchinson looking quite good as well. So coming past the 1,500 metre mark now, so it is quite spread out. It is our crews over in lanes 9 and 8 leading the way at the moment. Ahead of, it looks to be Sydney Rowing Club sitting in 3rd place. So again, that view from the BRO boat as they're getting in towards the last 500 metres or so. So Trinity Lutheran Our leaders at the moment into the last 250 metres, as I'm joined in the commentary box by Nathan Birch. Good afternoon, Nathan.
How are you, man?
Fantastic. Ready for a big afternoon's worth of racing, a long afternoon's worth of racing.
Exactly, and I tell you what, I'm glad I'm in here rather than out there.
It's a lot nicer than being out on the... It's a lot more pleasant, I think, being
Correct.
in the air conditioning.
The beer is quite not as good in here, but actually the temperature is perfect.
I haven't had one of those yet, but
Yeah, no, I
it will
wouldn't
taste.
expect you to, yeah,
It will
yeah.
taste very good when
Yeah.
it does come down.
Can I recommend Bentley's Bar? I think
Yes.
obviously a few people are already in there, but yeah, it's
I think it'll be
definitely-
popular
yeah,
at
it
about
definitely
3
is.
o'clock this
It's
afternoon.
already popular, I'll tell you that, right? Yeah. Looks like it's going to be close race here.
Yeah, Manning River just pulling ahead of Trinity Lutheran in lane 8, and then Sydney Rowing Club sitting nicely as well. So first, second, third and fourth going through to the semi-final. So Manning River, Trinity Lutheran and Sydney Rowing Club looking quite comfortable ahead of... It's might well be the Capital Lakes crew over there in
think
lane
so,
2 that are sitting in 4th place in that final qualification position. But out in front, though, it is Manning River, Michaela Smith and Zoe Hutchinson. They've had a really good back 500 metres, and they've got themselves about a boat length over the crew from Trinity Lutheran. It will be Manning River to go through and to take the heat win in the race number 115. Trinity Lutheran will come through in 2nd place ahead of Sydney Rowing Club in 3rd. And then the final qualification spot for the under-17 women's double sculls. They've made their way up the Hume Highway. They've made their way up the 2Ks of the course, and it will be Capital Lakes, Annabelle Kingston and Madeline Jallier to come through with the win there. So we're saying a time of 8:15.38, but that is showing the incorrect race at the moment.
Yeah.
So it is showing for heat number 2. But a win, certainly a win for Manning River. 2nd to Trinity Lutheran, 3rd to Sydney, 4th to Capital Lakes, 5th to Royton Girls over in lane 1. And then it does look like the Darra Marlin crew have had an issue. There looks to be an equipment issue there. So it's will be lane number 6, Centenary, to come through in 6th. Darra Marlin will come through in 7th. Unfortunately, the stroke seat unable to continue, which a shame for them. And then Sydney Girls coming through in 8th. So that was heat number 1. Heat number 2 is underway. Lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 2, Centenary. Lane 3, Commercial. Lane 4, Cathedral. Lane 5, Redlands. Lane 6, Brisbane and GPS. Lane 7, Sydney Girls. Lane 8, Newcastle Grammar. And Lane 9, Radford College.
Yeah, just to confirm that result from the previous race. Manning River finished first, Michaela Smith and Zoe Hutchins. Trinity Lutheran second. Sydney, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett in 3rd. 4th, Capital Lakes. Then we had 5th, Leichhardt. Then 6th, Wrighton. Centenary were 7th. Darramarian 8th. And then Sydney Girls were 9th. So first 4 of those boats go through to the final. Second race underway.
So the crew's coming down in race number 116 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Emily Walker and Audrey West, and they're coached by Vance Khan, Charlie Durkin and Sam Duckworth. Lane 2 from Centenary, Kaylee Mitchell and Saskia Lee, coached by Kerry Tickle. Lane 3 from Commercial, Lila Meredith and Poppy Yaski, coached by David Vandes, Ross Batho and Gary Townsend. In lane 4 from Cathedral, Miley Kovacic, Ingrid O'Brien and coached by Imogen Greg Connor and Elise Chambers. Lane 5 from Redlands, Sophie Yu and Isabella Crennan, coached by Ingrid Holthuer. In lane 6 from Brisbane and GPS, Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas, coached by Maddie Bakelia and Nigel Stubbs. Lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Ariel Moniaga and Annie Pham, coached by Cameron Ogilvie. Lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Molly Boyle and Annabelle McKenzie. And in lane 9 from Radford College, Coco Gunther and Emily Brennan.
It looks like there's a dominant boat in this heat already from Brisbane GPS, Eva Hoskins, Astrid Thomas. They were almost 25 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, long way away from every other boat. In second place, Commercial. They were themselves just 2 seconds in front of the boat from Radford College, Coco Gunther and Emile Brennan. And in fourth place, Canberra Girls Grammar. about half a boat length behind Newcastle Grammar's Boyd and Mackenzie, in Cathedral, Redlands and Centenary. So, without barring a disaster, again another long trip from Brisbane, but it's been well worth a while. An easy heat for them, I'd say. And they certainly won't be expending as much energy at the moment to get across this line.
There's a big cheer coming up for the crowd as they come up towards the finish line. It will be a comprehensive win there for Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas. And I wonder whether or not, being from Queensland and being used to the heat and humidity, may just be a little bit of a help.
Yeah, and even as they cross the line without any pressure at all, almost 10 seconds quicker than the winners of the previous heat.
So coming through in second place, it'll be the commercial crew of Lila Meredith and Poppy Yaski. Radford will come through in third ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar. So Radford in third, Canberra Girls Grammar in fourth. So that's our 1, 2, 3, 4. Brisbane and GPS commercial, Radford College, Canberra Girls Grammar coming through there. And then we have Cathedral just missing out. Miley Kovacic and Ingrid O'Brien, and then Newcastle Grammar's Molly Boyle and Annabelle McKenzie finishing in sixth place. As we just see our last crew from Redlands crossing over the line, as well as the Centenary crew over in lane 2. So that was heat number 2 of the women's under-17 double sculls. As Nathan's mentioned, nearly 10 seconds quicker. So we'll keep an eye out for the Brisbane and GPS crew in the semi-finals a little bit later on today. Heat number 3 is underway. It is again first, second, third and fourth to the semi. Ascombe in lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2, Commercial lane 3, Newcastle Grammar lane 4, Redlands lane 5, Sydney lane 6, Centenary lane 7, Sydney Girls lane 8 and Canberra Grammar in lane 9.
And as they're coming through, 1,000 metres, looks like Canberra Grammar, Robertson and Griffith have got the lead in lane 9. They're slightly ahead of Sydney, De Villiers and Stevenson, about 2.5 seconds behind them. And then a further 2.5 seconds behind, it's Centenary, Stewart and Knott. Ascombe is in 4th, Redlands 5th, Commercial 6th, Canberra Grammar, Sydney Grammar and then Newcastle Grammar. All spread out between half a boat length and a boat length between the rest of the pack.
So just to go through those crews, the Ascombe crew in lane 1, Kitty Elias and Sabrina Koskar, coached by Marielle Caponis and Mitchell Caponis, Alexandra Butt. Lane 2 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabel King, Maddie Beasley, coached by Vance Kahn, Charlie Durkin and Sam Duckworth. Lane 3 from Commercial, Elodie Lee and Rose Ricks, coached by David Vandis, Ross Batho and Gary Townsend. Lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Sienna Latham and Sadie Smart. Lane 5 from Redlands, Jemima Hugman, Kira Attard and coached by Ingrid Holthier. In lane 6 from Sydney, Amelia De Villiers, Georgina Stevenson, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. Lane 7 from Centenary, Kira Stewart and Greta Knott, coached by Michael Obsterlin and Peter Wadsworth. Lane 8 from Sydney Girls, Alana Song and Vanessa Zeng, coached by Cameron Ogilvie. And in lane 9 from Canberra Grammar, Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths, coached by Alan Carey.
And coming through the 1,500 metre mark, looks like Canberra Grammar has extended their lead. They've taken them about 5 seconds out of the second place boat, Sydney. Centenary are a couple of seconds behind that, so Canberra Grammar first, coming through 1,500, Sydney, then Centenary. Then we've got Ascombe, Elias and Coxlar, some way behind that, a couple of lengths. Then Redlands in 5th, Commercial in 6th, Canberra in 7th, and Sydney Girls 2 in 8th, Song and Zeng. Again, it'll be interesting to compare times. This field looks well spread out.
Yeah, that's that previous heat, the Brisbane and GPS double, went through the 1,500 in basically 5 minutes 55, whereas Canberra Grammar going through in 5 minutes 58. So I think it's going to be an interesting few semi-finals coming up.
Definitely,
definitely looking out for that Brisbane and GPS crew, but also this Canberra Grammar crew over in lane 9, coached by Alan Carey. So they are looking quite confident at the moment out in front into the last 150 metres.
Yep, just look over the right shoulder, being in lane 9, very advantageous if you're keeping an eye out on other crews. In bow, she looks over her right shoulder, looks for the finish, boys, but very comfortable.
Those last few strokes are always the hardest when you're
Always
waiting for
the
that
most
white
nervous,
void.
the nervous ones, yeah.
So a win there for Canberra Grammar is Stella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths moving through to the semi-final of the women's under-17 double scull. Second place will go to is Sydney Rowing
yeah.
Club. In second place, Amelia de Villiers and Georgina Stevenson. Third and qualifying for the semi will be Kira Stewart and Greta Knott from Centenary, with fourth in the final qualification position from Askham, Kitty Elias and Sabrina Koskar going through. Just missing out will be Redlands, Jemima Hugman and Kira Attard in fifth, and they'll finish ahead of the commercial crew. It looks to be in lane 3, so Elodie Lee and Rose Ricks, who will in turn finish ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar's Isabel King and Maddie Beasley. With our final two crews, Sydney Girls, Alana Song and Vanessa Zeng, and Newcastle Grammar's Sienna Latham and Sadie Smart.
Again, an even quicker heat. Canberra Grammar finishing in 8:01 there. So despite the dominance in Heat 2 of Brisbane GPS boat, they're going to have something to contend with come the semi-final.
I think we're going to have some very interesting semi-finals and then some very interesting finals.
Yeah. As the boat from Newcastle Grammar, Sienna Latham and Sadie Smart cross the line, give them a round of applause. It is very warm out there today, as I'm sure you imagine. Even warmer if you're sitting on the lake competing. Next race is race 118. It's the women's under-17 double scull. This is Heat 4. It's the same deal as before. Four progress through to the semi-final. In lane 1 from Hunter Valley, we've got Samantha Chadwick and Zoe Armstrong. It looks like we have a scratch in lane 2, so that's... Oh, and in lane 7. The boat in lane 3 is Brisbane GPS, Gabrielle Ryan and Daniela Watt. In lane 4 from Kinross Walroy is Xanthi Stainforth and Tessa Wong. From the Tweed, in lane 5 is Lily Foggo and Ruby Rhodes. In lane 6 from Sydney Girls is Nazara Jones and Shalona Achara. And in lane 8, we have Canberra Girls Grammar's Ash Watt and Sophie Frost.
And just through the 1,500 metre mark, it is Brisbane and GPS out in the lead ahead of Tweed. Canberra Girls Grammar moving up into third place ahead of Kinross Walleroy, and then back a little bit further to Hunter Valley Grammar and Sydney Girls. So, about 13 seconds between fourth and fifth. So, looking quite comfortable for our leading crews for the final heat of the women's under-17 double sculls. Before we move on to the under-21 eights coming up next. So some more big boat energy coming down the course.
Fun games, big boat energy, I like that.
So out in front, Brisbane and GPS, that crew of Gabrielle Ryan and Danielle Watt, looking quite comfortable, a couple of boat lengths ahead of the second place Tweed crew of Lily Foggo and Ruby Rhodes. And then going back a couple more to Canberra Girls Grammar's Ash Watts and Sophie Frost. So a lot of travelling going on with some of these crews. We've got Orange, we've got Canberra, we've got the Tweed, and we've got Brisbane and Newcastle. So
yeah.
not really any that you'd call locals, but certainly making the most of it. It's still really nice conditions apart from the heat out there at the moment. So it is nice and flat. If you are out on the water, make sure you take a full drink bottle with you. Put your hat into the water, try and cool down as much as you can before going out there, because it is quite warm, particularly when you're out there really putting in the big efforts.
Yeah, we've already had a couple of incidents of people being affected by the heat today. We expect more, both competitors, spectators and coaches. So please hydrate, keep in the shade, keep covered.
Brisbane and GPS can head to the shade knowing that they have qualified in first place for heat number 4. They've finished ahead of the Tweed crew of Lily Foggo and Ruby Rhodes, so it's a nice clear water between first and second. Coming through in third place will be the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar of Ash Watts and Sophie Frost. So they've just got a couple of big strokes left to go. They've finished ahead of Kinross Walleroy, Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong, but that Kinross crew just taking it very, very easily. They're rating at about the high teens by the looks of it, but they knew they were comfortably in 4th place. They'd qualified easily ahead of the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Samantha Chadwick, Zoe Armstrong in lane 1, and then Sydney girls Nazara Jones and Shalona Achara in lane 6, finishing in 6th.
Yep, they better get a move on though, because behind them are the men's under 21 eights. So Nazara Jones and Shalona Achara, give them a round of applause from Sydney girls. Always great race experience.
They're underway in race number 119 in the men's under 21 eights. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th through to the semi-final, with the rest eliminated from the event. In lane 1, it's a Sydney Nepean Leichhardt composite. Lane 2, Scots College. Lane 3, University of Queensland Toowong and Canned composite. Lane 4, Brisbane GS. Lane 5, UTS. Lane 6, Sydney University. Lane 7, Scotch College, Victoria. And lane 8 from Shaw.
And as they come through the 1,500 metres, it looks like the UTS boat is, well, about 6 seconds in front of the Sydney composite. In 3rd place, we've got, in lane 6, Sydney University. These 3 boats some way ahead. So 8 seconds separating the first 3. Then we've got Scotch College in 4th, some 18 seconds behind. In lane 2, Scott's second boat. In lane 4th, we've got Melbourne Grammar School in 6th position. Again, some way back, we've got the other 2 boats.
So 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th all looking quite comfortable at the moment for our leaders. So we've got UTS over in lane 5. Then it looks to be the University of Queensland Composites sitting in 2nd place. Sydney Composite, sorry.
No, that's right. University of Queensland.
University of Queensland Composite. Sydney Composite sitting in 3rd place ahead of the Sydney. It looks to be the Sydney University one. So we might just be missing one of the crews there.
I think so. I think there's a scratch there. So it looks like it's as they come to the line, it's definitely going to be UTS boat in the distinctive stripes. It's going to be the University of Queensland's composite in 2nd place. And then on the far side, the Sydney composite in 3rd place. And finishing well in lane 6, it's a Sydney University boat, finishing 4th. And the other places, we've got Scotch College from Victoria, who are charging hard, being charged down by Melbourne Grammar School. And then on the far side in lane 2, we've got Scots.
We just see Scotch College pulling through nicely ahead of Melbourne Grammar School, and then Scots finishing in 7th, sorry.
7th, yeah. I don't know what happened to Shaw.
So that was a winning time of 6 minutes and 3.83, with a margin of 3.07 seconds to 2nd and 2.89 through to 3rd. They are underway as well in race number 120, heat number 2 of the men's under 21 eights. In lane 2 is Shaw, lane 3 St Kevin's, lane 4 Newington. We have a scratching lane 5, lane 6 Sydney Rowing Club, lane 7 St Ignatius, and lane 8 Geelong Grammar.
Yeah, they've come through the 500 metres. It's the Sydney boat in lane 6, who've got 1.5 seconds lead over Shaw, who themselves have just got a second lead in front of Newington.
And then in the battle for the 4th place, because we've only got 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th through to the semi, there's less than a second between Geelong Grammar in 4th and St Kevin's in 5th. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. That leading crew from Sydney Rowing Club, though, Nicholas Whalen, Gordon Applecrin, MacArthur Bucknell, Charlie Hine, Alec Hoskin, Rory Menzies, James Fredrickson, Maxim Maloney, and Georgia Robertson, and they're coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. The second place Shaw crew, Alex Smith, Peter Bennett, Harry Marshall, Ton Hebblewhite, Ben Rowe, Liam McFarlane, Thomas Waite, Remy Cameron, Hamish Longstaff, and coached by Peter Costa.
At the halfway mark, Sydney have eked out about 4 seconds in front of Shaw. Newington are still in there as well, just a couple of seconds behind the Shaw. So first, second and third, Sydney, Shaw and Newington. Seem to be nailed on for qualification. And then we've got the tussle between St Kevin's and Geelong Grammar quite a way back to fourth place, so it's definitely going to be a race to the line for fourth between St Kevin's and Geelong Grammar. St Kevin's are in fourth, some 14 seconds behind Newington in third, but Geelong Grammar are on their tail, just a second and a half behind.
Yes, and Kevin's just moving past Geelong Grammar over that last 500 metres. So it's going to be interesting because we have that one scratch crew. It's just one crew misses out from going through to the two crews miss out, from going through to the semi-finals. That Newington crew is Oscar Sutherland, Christian Biasotto, Tom Chantner, Noah Taint, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, Jamie de Botton, William Fuller, Elvis Johnson is the coxswain, and they're coached by Blair Jenkins. And then the St Kevin's crew are Benjamin McIntyre, Joshua Donahue, Thomas Wheelahan, Edward O'Neill, John Williams, Eric Wiseman, Julian DeMaro, Hamish O'Brien and Xavier Dunn.
Yeah, so Geelong Grammar and St Kevin's going to battle it out for fourth place qualifier or first loser place. Not much between them. Certainly the first three boats. Sydney, Shaw and Newington. Comfortable going through to the next round.
So St Ignatius in lane 7 were the other scratching from this race. Our final crew, which was the one from Geelong Grammar, that crew of Thomas Perry, Albert Mantello, Nick Barnes, Joshua Colley, Sebastian Strang, Ned Brown, Ned Laycock, Samuel Stringer and Saskia Haslau as the coxswain. But out in front, Sydney Rowing Club have been leading from start to finish, but I do feel they've just been put under a little bit of pressure here from both Shaw and Newington as they're coming up into the last 250 metres. And then Geelong Grammar and St Kevin's still battling it out for the final qualification position, albeit a little bit further back. St Kevin's looking a little bit ahead of Geelong Grammar at the moment. Remember, first, second, third and fourth going through to the semi-final, so one of these crews will miss out. Out in front, though, we've got...
It certainly looks
Shaw.
like...
Shaw out in front at the moment, just pulling ahead of Sydney Rowing Club. And then we've also got Newington that have made their move over that last 500 metres as well. So Shaw were sitting in second for most of the way. They have pulled ahead quite comfortably. And coming into the last few strokes, they are a boat length ahead. And it will be a nice win there for Shaw over in lane 2. They've qualified first for the semi-finals. Second place will go to lane 4, Newington, ahead of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6. And now our battle for fourth place, Nathan, it does look to be Geelong Grammar who've pulled ahead into the last 150 metres.
Yeah, it looks like it. We've taken a lot out of the other crew St Kevin's was on in the last 600 or 700 metres. Well done, Geelong Grammar there. Commiserations to St Kevin's, who will miss out on the going through to the semi-finals. And look, given the heat, there will be certainly gamesmanship and strategising about how much energy to expend in the heats. Doesn't really matter which position you come, as long as you qualify through to the next round. I'm sure the coach will be managing that as best as possible.
So that provisional winning time for race number 120 was 6 minutes 11.13, and that was about 8 seconds slower than the winning time for UTS in the first heat. So as you say there, Nathan, a little bit of gamesmanship, but certainly a strong win there for sure. Sydney were leading for the first 1,500 metres, and then both Shaw and Newington able to pull through.
Yeah, I think that was a well-managed race, let's just say. So we move on to Heat 3 in the men's under 21-8. On the far side, we've got Scots College, Jack Pinn, William Demetrioulas, William Barr, Ned Huffman, Angus Tremlett, George Caligeros, Henry Pursehouse, Iowa Alice, and William Chang as Cox. We've got St. Kevin's, William Lambos, Daniel Buffoni, Vincent Vakasovic, Luke Ikani, Nicholas Hulls, Jonathan Gambaro, Bailey McKay, and Matisse Kerr. The Cox there being Spencer Buckley. Looks like we have a scratch from St. Joseph's in lane 4. In lane 5, we've got Newington, Finn Grove, Leo Grippi, Mark Grilakis, James Blakeman, Hunter Elliott, William Chandler, Alexander Tetley, Anders Kokela, and William Nicholas, or Will Nicholas as Cox. In lane 6, we've got Scotch College from Victoria, Sam Speed, Campbell Finley, Josh Mitchell, James Simpson, Alessandro Amaro, Benjamin Marchant, Harrison Cameron, Will Cowan, and Maxwell Finley as the Cox. In lane 7, Melbourne Grammar School's Hamish Kerr, Henry Walters, Sebastian Crozier, Nixon Murray, Jack Anderson, Digby Banks, Gus Russell, Charles Wake, and Lucien Marcel as the Cox. And then finally, nearest the grandstand from Geelong Grammar, Luca Carl, James Pincott, Dibden Fitzgerald, Lloyd Vitodo, Harry Willis, Thomas Parenk, Archibald Allen, Fred McKay, and Cox Ted Coakley.
And through the 1500 metre mark, it is Scots who are out in the leads. They were leading Scotch College from Victoria after Scotch College led through the first 1,000 metres or so. Less than 0.3, it's 0.3 of a second between first and second at the moment though, so an exciting finish coming up there. St Kevin's sitting in third ahead of Melbourne Grammar School, Geelong Grammar and Newington. So coming down towards the finish line now, they're coming up past the 1750 metre mark. And I think we're in for a little bit of excitement here, Nathan. We've got Scotch College Victoria, who have seen the danger from Scots ahead of them. So there's not much between our leading two crews, but then we've got 3 crews lined up in a row, sitting in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and only 2 of them will go through to the semi-finals. So Melbourne Grammar School, Newington, and Geelong Grammar, our 3 crews that are looking to go through to the semi-finals. And behind them, Newington, not a million miles off the pace, although rapidly running out of space at the moment. So Scots and Scotch College out in lead. Lanes 2, lane 6. Scots in the yellow zooties, Scotch College in the red zooties, and it does look to be Scots who have managed to pull away through the last 250 metres. They've got themselves a boat length ahead of Scotch College from Victoria, ahead of St Kevin's in lane 3. Melbourne Grammar School sitting in 4th place at the moment. It will be a win for Scots. 2nd place will go to Scotch College. In the battle for 3rd and 4th, we've got Melbourne Grammar School pulling just ahead of St Kevin's over in lane 3. St Kevin's just holding on to 4th place to qualify. Geelong Grammar finishing in 5th place with Newington in 6th. So that was a little bit tighter than I think the St Kevin's crew possibly would have liked, but they have qualified through. Scotch College, Melbourne Grammar and St Kevin's.
It looks like Geelong Grammar, you were absolutely charging those last 150 metres. So they'll be disappointed to miss out there. But yeah, great result there. Scots taking it from Scotch College by about 3 seconds, I think. And again, the Scotch College were, I believe, a few seconds in front of, 3 seconds in front of Melbourne Grammar School.
Yeah,
St Kevin's just through the line there. 1.7 seconds behind. Geelong Grammar behind them, 1.47 seconds. So finishing time of 6:06.
So that's about 5 seconds quicker than the heat before. So.
Yeah.
So seeing some very quick times a little bit later on in the day. Final heat is underway, and it'll be the last one over the 2,000 metres for a little while. Lane 2 from Mercantile and Commercial. We've got Benjamin Vanderberg, Jack Ivers, Daniel O'Driscoll, Edward Finlay, Joshua Murphy, George Burney, Jake Polkinghorn, Oliver Scalso, and Jess Rowell, and they're coached by David Colvin and Alistair Matthews. Lane 3 from Melbourne University, Tom Foley, Oliver Fraser Peckham, Oliver Frangos, Wesley Hudson, Massimo Maro, Ryan Cornelius, Matt Porter, Nick Atkins, Nicholas Gelatotis. In lane 4 from Wesley College, Hunter Isaacs, Xander Skyring, John T. Wellberry, James Hyde, Nicholas Bryant, Amos Kirk, Charlie Johnson, Lachlan Idle and Josh Pfefferkranz. In lane 5 from St Kevin's, Finn Slattery, James Berry, Maximus Raffaniello, James Sutherland, Daniel Demaro, Luke Ryan, Sam Chapman, James Ragg, Casper Reed, and coached by Brendan Scott. Lane 6 from Scotch College, Victoria, George Clifford, Jonathan Harper, Samuel Manderson, Nathan Merigo, James McGrath, Alexander Bruce, John Kavanagh, Lockie Green, and Ashvin Kali as the coxswain. Lane 7, it's a Toowong, University of Queensland, Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Commercial, Licorice All Sorts, composite of Liam Humphrey, Harry Dixon, Patrick Murphy, Jake Gilmore, Samuel Mounter, Harry Knott, Roden Martin, Moss Murphy, Sadie Ridgway, and coached by Mark Game and Randall Martin. Lane 8 from St Joseph's, Harper Timms, Ollie Baxter, Grant Dreyer, Nicholas Newsom, Liam Massey, Matt Mulders, Xavier Ball, Darcy Williams, Benjamin Clark is the coxswain, and they're coached by Michael Lane and David Gelly.
That was very admirably done there, sir. I'm sorry to inform you that there's only 5 boats in this race, so there's been a few scratches.
But at least everybody got a shout out.
At this moment in time, looks like on the far side, Mercantile Commercial in lane 2 seems to have the lead across from their fellow Victorians from Melbourne University, who are in lane 3, who were 5 seconds behind. And St Kevin's are in 3rd place, 2.5 seconds behind Melbourne University. Then we've got Commercial Composite and the Scotch College, and then that's it, actually. So again, for 4 of these boats go through to the final, 1 missing out. It's been very close racing, though, probably the closest heat that we've had so far.
Yeah, not a lot between 4th and 5th in particular. We've got the 2 crews closest to the grandstand, so Scotch College in lane 6 and the Toowong Composite in lane 7 to keep an eye out for, but also St Kevin's in lane 5 might be under a little bit of pressure here over through the last 250 metres. The Mercantile Commercial Composite, though, are out in front. They've got a boat length between them and Melbourne University at the moment, who are getting under pressure from our final 3 crews. So 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th through to the semi-final. 1 boat is going to miss out, and they've got about 100 metres in which to do it. Mercantile Commercial Composite, they're out in front. They're looking quite comfortable at the moment, and with about 50 metres to go, they should go through and qualify. Melbourne University sitting in 2nd place, a boat length behind. And then coming up towards half a boat length, we've got St Kevin's, and then the Toowong Composite just starting to come over the top of Scotch College. It'll be a win for Mercantile Composite, 2nd place going to Melbourne University ahead of St Kevin's, with the Toowong Composite finishing in 4th and qualifying half a boat length ahead of the Scotch College crew in lane 6. So Mercantile Composite, Melbourne University, St Kevin's and the Toowong Composite, with a winning time in that heat of 6 minutes 9.22, with 4 seconds between 1st and 2nd, just under a second between 2nd and 3rd, and 2 seconds between 3rd and 4th.
Just a public service announcement. There's been a couple of lost items handed in. First is a pair of very nice sunglasses. If you've lost a particular popular brand of sunglasses, if you could please go to the medals tent, you can pick them up. The second is probably more important, some medication, a liquis. So if you're missing some medication, it may be very important. Please just check if you've dropped some pills called Eliquis. I think they're called Eliquis pills. Yes, that's them. Please pick them up from the medals tent at the front of the grandstand. Changing pace now for the next race, race 123. It's the women's under 16 double sculls. It's only over 1,000 metres. Certainly less experienced racers than the previous heats. This should be fun. Got 8 boats in this first final. 4 go through to the semi-final. On the far side from Sydney is Heidi Heap and Matilda McConnis. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Erin O'Kane and Sienna McKenzie. In lane 4 from PLC is Tanaka Young and Maisie Burge. In lane 5 from Loretto Marittaville is Molly Tunney and Evie Blank Sanders. In lane 6 from Sydney Girls is Yendo and Shalona Acharya. In lane 7 from Leichhardt is Grace Connie and Lily Bennett. And in lane 8 on the near side is Canberra Grammar's Abigail Cowan and Iris Ranger. Approached the starting line, which is on the 1,000 metres. Obviously no pontoons to hold them. So the starting judge will ask the boats to line up and guide them either forwards and backwards until they're straight. And when he is ready, he will start them in the usual way. So the Canberra Grammar girls just coming up to the line. And away they go. It seems a good start there for the girls from Leichhardt, Grace Connery and Lily Bennett. This will be certainly a sprint to the finish, 1,000 metres. Definitely flying down the course. 1,000 metres is certainly doable, particularly in this heat. So first 4 go through to the finals. This being heat number 1. One of 6 heats in the very popular championship women's under 16 double scull. It should be fun. May have more twists than a Prince Harry novel.
Is that twists or bombshells?
Who knows? Who knows? Revelations. The early revelation looks like it might be the Leichhardt boat and the Canberra Grammar boat on this side of the lake may have their noses out in front. It's very hard to tell at this stage until we get the first timing at 1,500, which is obviously halfway. Some interesting steering going on down the course already.
It's always that extra layer of complexity, isn't it, when you're trying to sit there and foot steer in the heat while also, watching your stroke and maintaining a good rhythm.
Yeah, you can see the umpire just coming over to this side, trying to ask the Leichhardt and Canberra Grammar School girls just to straighten up. They were straying towards the hard bits of the lake.
So we've got a did not start for the Sydney girls in lane 6, but at the moment it is coming through the first 500 metres. It is Leichhardt and Canberra Grammar out in the lead. Leichhardt with 2.5 seconds over Canberra Grammar, ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar, Loretto Marriotteville, Sydney and PLC Sydney. So 2 to miss out from this race, first, second, third and fourth going through to the semi-final. Leichhardt looking strong, that crew of Grace Conroy and Lily Bennett, head of Canberra Grammar's Abigail Cowan and Iris Rangia. And then back a little bit further to, and there's not much actually between our crew sitting in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Leichhardt just starting to pull ahead now. Canberra Grammar look like they just might be easing off a little bit, and Hunter Valley Grammar are starting to move up quite nicely as well through the last 200, coming up towards the last 250 metres. But certainly Leichhardt have the lead, and they have been looking quite strong throughout this race. Canberra Grammar sitting in second, but being challenged strongly by Hunter Valley Grammar, and then Sydney sitting in 4th place at the moment. So that's our 1, 2, 3, 4. As things stands, PLC Sydney and Loretto Marriotteville would miss out on qualification for the semi-finals of the women's under 16 double sculls.
Yeah, PLC look to have some Interesting steering strategies going on there.
But it is Leichhardt out in front into the last 200 metres now. They've looked strong the entire race. They are being pushed hard now by Hunter Valley Grammar over in lane 3. Canberra Grammar just dropping off a little bit, and Sydney Rowing Club over in lane 2 looking like they might be under a little bit of threat from PLC Sydney and Loretto Marriotteville as well. So nothing set in stone so far as qualification goes in heat number 1. Leichhardt, Grace Conroy, Lily Bennett out in front though. They've got over a boat length between themselves and second place. They'll come through and take a very comfortable win in heat number 1. Second place at the moment is between Canberra Grammar and Hunter Valley Grammar. You could see the two crews looking out at each other. Hunter Valley Grammar just over top of Canberra Grammar, with fourth place going to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2 ahead of PLC Sydney. It was PLC Sydney in second, Hunter Valley Grammar in 5th, and Loretto Marriotteville in 6th. So apologies there. A winning time of 4 minutes 8.99. Just under 7 seconds between first and second, and then just under a second between second and third. They're underway now in heat number 2 of the under-16 double sculls, and you can see the footage looking towards the finish line from the BRO boats. In lane 2 from Sydney Girls, Stephanie Cheng, coached by Zimo Kang. Stephanie Cheng and Zimo Kang, coached by Miku Johnson. In lane 3 from Nepean, Emily Boys and Viti Young, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Alana Smith and Edie Matheson Hull, coached by Megan Chen and Sam Duckworth. Lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Emily Johnson and Ellen Ogilvie, coached by Molly Pringle. Lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, Abby Deans and Lucy Bell, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 7 from Commercial, Illy Edwards Calaf and Amelia Moore, coached by David Vandas, Gary Townsend and Ross Batho. And in lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy, Grace Tancred and Maddie O'Brien, coached by James Perrin.
Yep, and halfway, looks like the girls nearest to us on this side, Kinross Walleroy boat of Tancred and O'Brien. Noses in front there from Nepean, which is in lane 3 on the far side. Not an awful lot in it. Only second, probably only half a boat length in this boat. Some way back, 5 seconds back, is Commercial from Queensland in lane 7. Loretto Marriotteville in 4, in 4th position. Canberra Girls Grammar in 5th. Loretto Normanhurst in 6th, and then Sydney Girls in 7th. And again, the first 4 going through to the heats.
So Kinross and Nepean, our 2 leaders, are coming up to the 250 metre mark ahead of Commercial. Although we have had an issue, there is an issue with the Kinross crew. They have gone off the course, and that is unfortunate for them. They have gone off their lane. It looks like they might have clipped a buoy or something like that, and it will make it extremely difficult for them to be able to. It looks like they're just rowing off the course. So that is very unfortunate for the Kinross crew of Grace Tancred and Maddie O'Brien. Out in front, that does leave Nepean's Emily Boys and Viti Young looking quite comfortable to go through in that first qualification position. Head of Commercial in lane 7, Illy Edwards Calaf and Amelia Moore. Then back a little bit further to Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6, and then our final qualification position does look to be, it's Canberra Girls Grammar sitting in that final qualification position. But Kinross are back rowing. They've gone off the course. They're now back into lane number 9. So it might be interesting to see if they're able to get through on the Canberra Girls Grammar Girls. It will be Nepean for the win. Nepean take the win. Second place will go to Commercial. With third going through to lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville. Kinross are coming. They're pushing hard. They're going to go through Canberra Girls Grammar, and they will qualify in that final position. An excellent comeback there from the Kinross Walleroy crew of Grace Tancred and Maddie O'Brien. They were off the course. They looked to be going over to the shore. They managed to straighten back up again and qualify in that final position. So they will take a lot of heart from that. Canberra Girls Grammar missing out in 5th place ahead of Sydney Girls in 6th and Loretto Normanhurst in 7th. An exciting finish there, Nathan.
was great.
Kinross looked like they were completely out of it.
Yeah, it's actually great to see. I think it was Grace who clipped a blade and it spun around in her hand. She found out that, looking back, she'd realised that the blade was now the wrong way around. They were well off the course. They sorted each other out. They got back into the rhythm and they raced hard for the line and just managed to get that fourth place, which is great. The adrenaline will absolutely be pumping through those guys. How much an impact that has on them in the semi-final, but that's great to see. They got back on the course straight away. They didn't panic, and they've managed to get through. So well done to those guys.
So a winning time there of 4 minutes and 66 seconds with margins of 4.94, 3.53 and 3.68. So that was about 8 seconds quicker than than heat number 1.
Yeah.
So a strong heat there.
And the next race is Heat 3 in the under-16 double sculls. I told you to have more twists in a Prince Harry novel. There you go.
There was the
them.
bombshell.
There you go. So next race is race 125. It's Heat 3. On the far side in lane 2 is Radford College, Egan and Dixon. In lane 3 is Redlands, Osborne and Campbell. In lane 4 is Centenaries, Robertson and Gorey. In lane 5, we've got Pimbles, Hart and Wheatley. In lane 6, Canberra Grammars, Perry and Rawlings and Commercial. In lane 7, Grant and Josipovic.
So through the 500 metres, it was Commercial out in the lead ahead of Radford College. Pimble Ladies, Canberra Grammar making up the final qualification position at the head of Redlands and Centenary. So again, first, second, third and fourth going through to the semi-finals. There's about 3 seconds between fourth and fifth, but as we've just seen, just about anything can happen in rowing. But out in front, Commercial, that crew of Olivia Grant and Saskia Josipovic, coached by David Vandis, Ross Batho and Gary Townsend, looking quite strong ahead of the Radford College crew. Way over on the other side, that's Isabel Egan and Adele Dixon sitting in second place. And then it looks to be Pimble Ladies leading Canberra Grammar for the final 2 qualification positions. But we're now seeing Redlands start to put on a little bit of a charge there over in lane 3. So
yeah. The Pimble crew in third or fourth seem to have a bit of a steering issue there, but they seem to have righted themselves and now they're okay. They're quite far over in that lane. You have to be conscious of not clipping a buoy and catching a crab.
So Commercial out in front in lane 7. Radford College on the other side sitting in second place at the moment. And then we've got that nice little battle going on in the middle. Redlands, we've got, so start that again.
Pimble and
Canberra Grammar
yeah.
and Redlands battling it out for the final qualification position.
Pimble are very far over in their lane.
So Commercial out in front, they've got just over a boat length between themselves and second place Radford College. Commercial will go through and take the win. Radford College a boat length ahead of third place, so Radford will come through in second. Third will go to lane 5, that's Pimble Ladies, who finish half a boat length ahead of lane 6, Canberra Grammar, in the final qualification position. Redlands just missing out in 5th and Centenary coming through in 6th. So a winning time for that heat of 4 minutes 98. So that was 0.3 of a second between those 2 heats. So again, some exciting semi-finals coming up a little bit later on today. We've got a couple more heats over the thousands. It's heat number 4, Nathan.
That's right. On the far side, Canberra Grammar's Spiller and Bowen. In lane 3, Centenary's Hudson and Burgess. In lane 4, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Dooley and Percival. In lane 5, Pimble Ladies, Olsen and Culinaire. In lane 6, Commercials, O'Farrell and Becker. And in lane 7 from Redlands, we've got Ruby Warner and Elizabeth Whelan.
So Canberra Girls Grammar leading at the moment. That crew of Elka Spiller and Charlotte Bowen, coached by Megan Chen and Alora Kelly. So they're out in front by a couple of seconds through the 500 metre mark ahead of Commercial, Pimble Ladies, Redlands and Centenary. We did have a scratching from Hunter Valley Grammar, so there's 5 crews in this race. So the top 4 to go through. So only the one to miss out. So at the moment it does look like it will be Centenary. But again, you never quite know what's going to happen in in the rowing coming through.
Freudian slip there, my friend. Just to look at the two styles between the leaders and the Pymble Ladies College in the middle of the pack. A very different style. Pymble Ladies skying very high at the catch, long way to get their blades in, compared to the commercial crew just over their left shoulders. On the far side, Canberra Girls Grammar as well. Pymble skying an awful long way there. Skying mean actually they bring the blade to the catch a long way off the water.
So just dropping their hands as they come forwards, make the blade go in the air, longer to go before you can start pushing.
Yeah, it's not the most efficient way of rowing. Those microseconds of difference over 2,000 metres or even 1,000 metres make up a huge, collectively or cumulatively, a huge difference in time.
Canberra Girls Grammar out in front though. They are starting to put on a little bit of a push, maybe just lay down a marker early on in the women's under 16 double sculls. They've got themselves a boat length and a bit ahead of second place Commercial, so it'll be a win for Canberra Girls Grammar ahead of Commercial in second place. Third place will go to that Pymble Ladies crew in lane 5, and then fourth place we've got Redlands leading Centenary with a couple of strokes to go. They do look like they'll go through and take that final qualification position for the women's under 16 double sculls. A winning time there for Canberra Girls Grammar of 4 minutes and 4.83, with margins of 4.16 seconds to second and 4.91 seconds through to third.
Yeah, we move on to the heat number 5. On the far side, Cathedrals, Croc and Chinty. In lane 3, Centenaries, Robertson and Smart. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar's Bush and Disney. In lane 5, Commercials, Jensen and Jensen. In lane 6 is Loretto, Normanhurst, Boland and Moore, and Barker College, Anderson and Watkins in lane 7. He's coming through. We haven't had 500 metres yet, but there we go. In first place, Cathedral. A second and a half ahead of Commercial in lane 5. Loretto Normanhurst in third position, still over a second behind Commercial. And then we've got Centenary, some almost 5 seconds behind. So first, second and third, quite comfortable. Not an awful lot between them. In fourth place, Centenary, and then 2.2 seconds behind that is Barker College's Anderson and Watkins. Canberra Girls Grammar have got some distance to make up, currently lying in 6th place.
So a reminder that first, second, third and fourth to go through to the semi-finals. So they are looking quite comfortable at the moment. We are seeing a little bit of a push here though from Barker College over in lane 7 to try and see if they can come through into that final spot. Into the last 250 metres of heat number 5 of the women's under 16 double sculls. We've got the two Queensland crews out in front. It's Cathedral and Commercial. So Cathedral over in lane 2, leading Commercial in lane 5, as well as that Loretto Normanhurst sitting quite nicely. May in fact go on past Commercial over that last 500 metres or so.
Yeah, it looks like it.
So Loretto Normanhurst move themselves up into second. It's still quite comfortable for Cathedral out in front. Carice Crow and Claudia Chung Ti leading Loretto Normanhurst's Patricia Boland and Stella Moore. They've now pulled a boat length ahead of the third place Commercial crew, and then back a little bit further to Centenary in lane 3. So that's our 1, 2, 3, 4 with Canberra Girls Grammar and Barker College a little ways back. Out in front though, it will be lane 2 Cathedral with the win ahead of lane number 5 Commercial. Just behind them, not too far off the pace, a big push towards the end there. Commercial will come through in third place ahead of, that is Centenary in lane 3 in fourth qualifiers. So Cathedral, Loretto Normanhurst, Commercial and Centenary. And then Barker College finishing in 5th and Canberra Girls Grammar in 6th. So if it it was almost four C's qualifying on that one. If
Correct,
Canberra
yeah.
Girls Grammar had been a little bit quicker, it could have been Cathedral, Centenary, Canberra and Commercial.
Yep. Alliteration, never been one of my strongest points, to be honest.
Winning time there of 3:59.36, so that's been our quickest heat time.
Yep.
The first one to go under 4 minutes, so some quite quick times there. 0.88 seconds between first and second, and 5.47 between second and third.
Next race is race 128. It's the final race of the heats of the under 16 double sculls, heat number 6. It's on the far side, Grayson and Winder from Barker College. Murphy and Hicksman from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. Hickley and Mihailovic from Radford College in lane 4. Kinross Walleroy's Reedy and Glover in lane 5. In lane 6, Centenary, Crew and Skipper. And in lane 7, Sydney Girls, Lim and Parner. A slight delay as they line them all up.
You can see that view from the BRO boat in the top left-hand corner. So it's actually quite interesting. We've got the view from the Aligners hut, and then we've got the view from the BRO boat as well.
Off they go. And if anybody ever gets any opportunity to sit in one of the umpires' boats at any race, I'll guarantee it's certainly the most exciting seat in the house to watch racing. As much as anything, you can hear the boats.
You can hear the boats, you can hear the coxswains, and I think we've just got a little bit of an issue here with some of the steering going on there in lanes 2 and 3.
Yep.
By the looks of it. So lane 2 just being pointed to move a little bit across to their stroke side.
Yep.
One thing that they do need, Nathan, always at all regattas around the country, particularly here in New South Wales, are volunteers. So if you do have a tinny licence, if you have a boat licence, and you're able to help out, get in. They do feed volunteers, which is always very lovely, and a nice cold drink, nice cold soft drinks during the day, always very, very useful.
Yep.
So head to the Rowing New South Wales website, that's rowingnsw.asn.au, or contact Alico Tunney from Rowing New South Wales for a bit more information about how you can help out. Some big regattas still to come here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre later on this year. We've got the Head of the River regattas coming up in mid-March, the Edward Trickett Regatta coming up in April, and then moving on to the New South Wales State Masters and the Australian Masters Championships taking part, being held here in Sydney for the first time in a very long time.
So Barker College on the far side have managed to sort their steering problems out. It looks like they very quickly moved into the wrong lane just off the start, but they've been warned by the umpire. They're now back on track. As we wait for the halfway timing, it looks like it could have been Sydney Girls or Kinross Walleroy out in front. Sydney Girls in lane 7, but very hard to tell at this stage. As they come through, it is indeed Sydney Girls at the halfway. Lim and Palmer in lane 7, nearest the grandstand. They are being pushed. They're 0.03 of a second in front of Kinross Walleroy's, Reedy and Glover. In third place is Centenary, about two boat lengths behind. And in fourth, Canberra Girls Grammar. Radford College and Barker College are 5th and 6th. Barker have got a lot to make up, given their issues at the start. It's going to be a good race between Sydney Girls and Kinross Walleroy.
Yeah, Kinross look like they might have just pulled out a little bit further at the moment. So coming in towards the last 250 metres, Sydney Girls sitting in second place, being put under pressure by Centenary though, and then back a little bit further to Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3, ahead of Radford College in 5th place, Barker College sitting in 6th. So first, second, third and fourth to go through to the semi-finals. The next couple of races have been consolidated. So that was for the heats for the women's under-19 coxed fours. So they have been consolidated. So we will have a little bit of a gap in the program. The next race due to start in about 10 minutes or so. So that's at 2:37, the first heat for the women's under-21 eights, where we go back to the 2,000 metre start. Out in front, Kinross Wallaroy, that crew of Lucy Reddy and Olive Glover out leading at the moment. Sydney girls just dropped off the pace a little bit. El Shalim and Xenia Palmer, who are being pushed hard there by Centenary in lane 6 and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 3. Radford also pushing hard. We've got a battle going on for 4th place. Out in front, Kinross will go through and take the win and qualify for the semi-finals. 2nd place is between lane 7 and 6, Sydney Girls and Centenary. Sydney Girls just with their bow ball in front ahead of Centenary. Canberra Girls Grammar will finish in 4th place ahead of Radford College in 5th, Barker College coming through in 6th. So Sydney Girls able to hold on to 2nd place there, not by a lot though. So that was provisionally 0.31 of a second between Sydney Girls and Centenary, with Canberra Girls Grammar another 1.4 seconds behind Radford, 1.54 behind. A winning time there of 4 minutes 2 seconds 0.67.
And for the spectators, if you are aware, obviously that there is an official heat management measures which go out in days like this. The heat measurement alerts are issued by Rowing New South Wales and Regatta officials. And they do so when they regard the ambient air temperature at any time. Competitors do have to complete discretion to consider other factors such as humidity and the effect of wind and breeze. But heat alerts are triggered at the following temperatures. The ambient temperatures, level 1 heat alert is at 32 degrees or greater, level 2 is at 35, level 3 is at 38, and level 4 is at 43 degrees or greater. It looks like we'll be going to a level 3 today, possibly. But the heat management measures for competitors, and if you are competing, please take note. You should not row to the start of their event. If you're rowing to the start of it, you should take a minimum of half a litre of water, which should be consumed before your race. So that means if you're getting to boat, I know there's always concern about the weight of water in a boat. In such extreme conditions, you are required to take at least half a litre of water to be consumed before you begin to race. You should not be on the water 30 minutes prior to the start time of your event. You should row directly from the pontoon to the start of the event and should not do an extended warm-up around the warm-up lake. And all coaches and crew members are expected to monitor the welfare of all coxes and ensure they are also properly hydrated and sun protected. We shall be further updating the heat management measures throughout the day. But there are specific Rowing New South Wales policies and procedures in place to manage the welfare of the rowers, the coxes, who are competing today. Likewise, we have another public service announcement. If a wallet has been found, could you please return it to the finish tower? Somebody has lost their wallet. If you are a charitable soul, please pick it up and bring it to the finish tower. We will do our best to ensure it gets to the rightful owner.
So next race, lining up is the race number, I think it's race number 31, the championship women's under 21 eights heat. 7 boats in this. The first 4 progress straight through to the final. And in lane 2 from Geelong Grammar, we've got Hunt, Rigney, Yates, Grewisi, Hamilton, Hyun, Yates, Pincott, Cox, Olivia Mann. In lane 3 from Mercantile, we've got Robinson, Somerville, Bongiorno, Trenton, Morrison, Hawker, McKay, Cullen, and Balakellet is the Cox. In lane 4, composite from University of Queensland's Pine River and Commercial. Hedberg, Dollar, Thompson, Graham, Reddy, Duncan Banks, Ellis Smith, Hutton, and the Cox there is Sienna Roberts. In 5th place, Loretto Kirribilli is Cameron, Flanagan, Whitson, Fallon, Strudwick, Kevin, Rich, Hurrigan, and Cox, Monica Dunstan. In lane 6 from Melbourne University's Crothwaite, O'Donnell, Aimling, Cartwright, Will, Lavery, Cantwell, McCure, and Cox, Jackie Evans. And in lane 7, nearest the grandstand, we've got Sydney University's Teal, Gavin, Bond, Vag, Reitman, Prella, Natty, Botha, and Cox, Elizabeth Bolster. Crews are getting lined up on the start line. And off they go. First heat. First 4 boats to go through. Just a reminder, in lane 2, Geelong Grammar. In lane 3, Mercantile. In lane 4, the University of Queensland Composite. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 6, Melbourne University. In lane 7, Sydney University. Well, Stu, it looks like the wind is picking up slightly. Change of direction. It was a crosswind northerly, but it's very light this morning as the weather gets warmer and warmer. Looks like to be a bit of a tailwind now. But I don't think there's any advantage or disadvantage to any particular lane at this moment. And even though there is maybe a cooling breeze, please remember to keep hydrated. Very important. It's going to be very warm today. Competitors, coxes, coaches, spectators, please remember to stay hydrated.
Through the 500 metres, it is Sydney University just over Melbourne University, 0.15 of a second between the two universities from the two big cities of Australia. Mercantile sitting in third place, just ahead of the University of Queensland Composite, and then Geelong Grammar in fifth, and Loreto Kirribilli in sixth place. So a good battle coming up between Sydney University and Melbourne University. How many times do we say that, Nathan, over the course of a regatta season?
I'm just watching this on the cameras. These girls are going for it, stroke for stroke. No quarter given here. It's going to be very, very close. There's only 0.15 of a second between them at 500 metres. Both boats next to each other in lane 7 and 8. Got out to absolute flyers.
So it is difficult to see from the camera angle that we've got there. It does look like Sydney University just maybe in front at the moment, but we are seeing a bit of a push come through here from Mercantile as well over there in lane 3. So as they're coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark, we'll get a really good idea as to how they're all sitting. Certainly Sydney University, Melbourne University were out in front at the 1,000, and then Mercantile about another second and a half behind them in third. Coming through the 1,000 metres, and you just see there Sydney and Melbourne University. It is bow ball to bow ball, blade to blade. It is going to be exciting coming down the course as they're through the 1,000, and Sydney University by
0.36 of a second.
There is literally a bow ball in this. Mercantile sitting in third place. The University of Queensland Pine Rivers Commercial Composites in fourth place. And then Geelong Grammar and Loreto Kirribilli making up our field. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final. These two crews from Sydney and Melbourne University are absolutely going for it neck and neck. This is that big boat energy we were talking about earlier. The eights coming down the course, going stroke for stroke. And the fact that they are both absolute rivals as well.
I love this.
I think we're in for an absolute grandstand finish.
You do think, even early doors on in these in the racing calendar, the psychological impact of losing one of these races, even though this is a heat, does it give the other crew an advantage to later on the day or later on the season? Putting these markers down early, I think it's got makes such a huge difference. Sets crews up for the season if they know they've got the ability to compete.
Coming up towards the 1,500 metres now. Have Melbourne University being able to pull up a little bit further ahead of Sydney University. We're just waiting on the timings as they go through. So Sydney have been ahead through the first couple of markers, so through the 500, through the 1,000, but only by a bow ball. There's been absolutely nothing in it. As they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, we're just waiting on some timings there. It does look to be, though, that Melbourne University have
absolutely
ahead. There's half a boat length between first and second, so 2.3 seconds between Melbourne University leading Sydney University. Mercantile only a couple of seconds back in third place ahead of University of Queensland Composite sitting in fourth place. Then they're ahead of, it will be the Geelong Grammar crew in lane 2 and then Loreto Kirribilli in lane 5. But into the last, coming up towards the last 300 metres or so, we've seen Melbourne University put on a big push through that third 500, and they do now have themselves a nice little lead over Sydney University there in lane 7. Mercantile over in lane 3. They've decided they're going to put a little bit of a push on as well, try and get that, I guess that initial, as you say, that initial laying down of the marker to get themselves ahead. Melbourne University was neck and neck through the first 1,000 metres or so. Melbourne University have really started to pull through. They've got themselves a boat length and a bit over second place Sydney University, who are now being challenged by Mercantile over in lane 3.
Mercs have got something to say in this, but Melbourne have just absolutely had an absolute flyer through that third 500. Taking 2.5 seconds out, rode right through Sydney in that third.
And Mercantile are really putting on the big strokes as well.
Yeah.
It's Melbourne University out in front in lane 6. They've got themselves a boat length between them, Sydney University in lane 7 and Mercantile in lane 3. Melbourne University under pressure for the first 1,000. The third 500, they really push through, and they'll come through. They'll take the heat win in the under-21 women's eights. Mercantile are out in front of Sydney University, and it will be Mercantile who'll finish in second ahead of Sydney University in third place. Fourth place will go to the University of Queensland Pine Rivers Commercial Composite. They've got a few strokes to go before they cross over the line, and they'll finish ahead of Geelong Grammar in fifth, and Loretto Kirribilli will come through in sixth. So an excellent race there. Melbourne University, just when it came down to the championship quarter, they absolutely put the foot down. 6 minutes 39.55 after being bow ball to bow ball for the first 1,000. 4.92 the winning margin, and then 0.75 of a second back to Sydney University in third place.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some disappointed people in that Sydney Uni boat there, but absolutely great display from Melbourne University there, taking the race by the horns in that third section, taking about 2.5, almost 3 seconds out of Sydney University. Mercantile as well timed it absolutely to perfection there, coming through Sydney in the last 300 metres to take second. So the times there, Melbourne University win with a time of 6 minutes 39.55. Behind them by almost 5 seconds, Mercantile in third place by just less than a second, Sydney University. In fourth place was University of Queensland Composite. In fifth, Geelong Grammar. And in sixth, Loretto Kirribilli in a very, very high quality field there. So well done to the girls at Loretto Kirribilli for racing that.
Race number 132 is underway. It's heat number 2, again first, second and third and fourth through to the final. Lane 2 from Loretto Kirribilli, Ryan, Bateman, Aarons, Watkins, Delaney, Carey, Fickers, Kovacs and Gately. In lane 3 from Geelong Grammar, Clark, McDonnell, Gillies, Hay, Reed, Dumani, Barrow, Gubbins and Sinclair. Lane 4, it's a Sydney canned composite of Slatter, Page, Salisbury, Noak, Driver, Moran, Hadfield, Cypher, Neville and Jones. In lane 5, it's a UTS ANU composite of Critchlow, Cooper, Burke, Moran, Waddington, Anderton, Fard, Fuller and Taylor. In lane 6, there is a scratching, and lane 7 from Wesley College, Slawinski, Davey, Spirit, Woolhouse, Marquet Walker, Woods, Keneally, Blackburn and Indigo Walker is the coxswain. And it's Sydney, the Sydney canned composite leading at the 1,000 metre mark ahead of Loretto Kirribilli, UTS ANU in third place, and then Wesley College in fourth ahead of Geelong Grammar. So just the one crew to miss out from qualification for the final in the women's under-21 eights event. And we'll get a really good indication here now as I come up towards the 1,500 metre mark. As I say, Sydney Rowing Club, some of those rowers in there, Talisa Noak Driver, Liesl Page, Laura Cypher, certainly some very talented rowers in that particular crew, and looking quite strong there over in lane 4, just ahead of the Loretto Kirribilli over in lane 2, and then UTS ANU Composite in lane 5 next to them.
Yeah, only 4 boats going through. I'm sure the first 4 boats, or certainly the first 4 boats are looking back quite a way now to Geelong Grammar.
So just through the 1,500, Sydney canned composite in the lead ahead of Loretto Kirribilli by about 3 seconds. Then UTS ANU another 5 seconds behind them, and Wesley College in 4th place. So that's our 1, 2, 3 and 4. So there is a little bit back to that Geelong Grammar crew in lane 3. So the Sydney canned composites out in front. They've looked quite strong. Hasn't quite been the excitement of the first heats, but certainly it'll be interesting to see what the winning time will be in this second heat. So 6 minutes 39.55 for Melbourne University in that first heat, as we just see the Sydney canned composite just being put under a little bit of pressure here by Loretto Kirribilli. Not much more than half a boat length between the two, and then a little bit over a boat length back to UTS ANU in lane 5, and Wesley College another boat length back in lane 7.
It's definitely fair to say that the Sydney boat looks to be taking an energy conservation strategy. Seems to be a very leisurely race.
These 4 boats knowing that they're going to go through to the final. So I won't exactly call it gentle, but I'm sure the girls from Loreto Kirribilli have put everything into it. But the Sydney Composite crosses in first position, Loreto Kirribilli in second. The UTS Composite finishes third, and then Wesley College finishes fourth. Geelong Grammar
So Geelong Grammar a bit behind there. The winning time there for the Sydney Canned Composite, 7:03.85. But as you mentioned, Nathan, it was a lot more leisurely. And I just wonder, when we come up towards the final, race number 161, so that'll be a little bit later on today, I wonder whether or not that's going to take it out of that Melbourne University crew.
Absolutely. Between those 2 boats, the Melbourne University crew, Mercantile, and the Sydney crew, they definitely raced to the line there, all 3 of those boats. It'll certainly, you'd suggest that the Sydney Canned Composite that's just finished here have had a much easier ride through to the final. Geelong Grammar crossing the finish line there. Next race is race 133. It's the semi-final of the women's under-17 double sculls. I'll give you the race lineup. So in the lane 1, Kinross, Walleroy, Stanforth and Wong. In lane 2 from Sydney is Isabella Yardley and Grace Bennett. In lane 3 from Commercial, Meredith and Yarski. In lane 4, the very quick Brisbane GPS, Ryan and Watt. In lane 5 from Manning River, Smith and Hutchinson. In lane 6 from Tweed is Foggo and Rhodes. Lane 7 from Centenary is Stewart and Knott. And in lane 8 on this side of the lake is Kingston and Jalia from Capital Lakes. We'll see how these guys are all off.
Through 500, it was Kinross leading Centenary, Sydney Centenary Commercial, Brisbane and GPS, Manning River, Capital Lakes and Tweed. So again, first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final in the women's under-17 double sculls. So I think again, Nathan, we're going to be seeing Brisbane and GPS and Manning River trying desperately to try and get up into that final qualification position. So I guess it's that trickiness. You need to try and get yourself into the final without expending all your tickets
too much energy.
before
Absolutely.
the final.
Yep. I know there's some boats in here with great potential, particularly the girls from Sydney, Izzy Yardley and Grace Bennett, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew.
So through the 1,000, it is Centenary's Kira Stewart and Greta Knott out in the lead ahead of Xantha Staniforth and Tessa Wong from Kinross Walleroy. That Sydney crew of Yardley and Bennett sitting in fourth place, third place, Commercial in fourth, and then 3 seconds between fourth and fifth. So Commercial sitting in fourth, Brisbane and GPS sitting in fifth ahead of Manning River, Tweed and Capital Lakes.
Not much in it at all at this moment. Cagey race unfolding with Centenary in lane 7 from this angle certainly seems to have their nose out in front, just a slight readjustment of steering, but there's not much between the boats behind them. So yep, some cagey racing going on here. 2,000 metres in this heat. Certainly they'll be thinking about the final. All they need to do is get in the first 4. First 4 go through.
And Centenary definitely looking quite strong for that one. Looks like they've got a couple of boat lengths between themselves and the chasing pack. And then I think we're going to see a really interesting finish here coming up. Kinross, Sydney, Commercial, Brisbane and GPS just starting to push up, and then Tweed and Capital Lakes a little bit further behind. So that still leaves us with a few boats going for a limited number of places.
Yep. And as they come up to the 1,500 metre mark, let's just get the timings here. As they come at Centenary, Yep, a few boat lengths ahead. It's going to be close between Sydney. Sydney have moved into second place, some 6 seconds behind, but Kinross Walleroy are less than half a second behind Sydney. And Commercial are 3.5 seconds behind. Manning River are a further 2 seconds behind in 5th. Brisbane GPS 2.5 seconds behind in 6th. Then we have 7th, the Tweed boat of Foggo and Rhodes. So Centenary have maintained their lead. They've pulled out more, actually. Seem to be going very strong from Sydney's Yardley and Bennett, who trail them by 6 seconds. Kinross Walleroy's Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong. They are neck and neck. Both are in lanes 1 and 2. Sydney in lane 2 and Kinross Walleroy in lane 1 on the far side. Then we've got Commercial in 4th and Manning River in 5th. Brisbane in 6th, Tweed in 7th and Capital Lakes in 8th.
So Centenary's Kira Stewart and Greta Knott out in front at the moment into the last 250 metres now. And then a lovely little battle going on the far side from the grandstand between Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2 and Kinross Walleroy over in lane 1. Then that battle for 4th place, the final qualification position. It's Manning River in lane 5, looking to put the pressure on Commercial over in lane 3. And I don't think there's a heck of a lot in between the two of them. So out in front, it's still Centenary. They've definitely moved down a lower rate of striking. Very languid strokes coming through at the moment, but they have led pretty much from start to finish. We're seeing a push now come from Sydney Rowing Club's Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett over in second place, definitely moving ahead of Kinross's.
I think Manning have gone through.
Wong. Manning River have moved ahead of Commercial. Commercial have been sitting in 4th the entire time. Manning River have moved ahead. Coming through in first place, though, it will be Centenary, Kira Stewart and Greta Knott ahead of Sydney's Isabel Yardley, Grace Bennett. Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong will come through in 3rd, and then Manning River in the final qualification position. Michaela Smith and Zoe Hutchinson rowing through Brisbane and GPS's Gabrielle Ryan, Danielle Watt in 5th, coming through, Lila Meredith and Poppy Yaski in 5th. Brisbane and GPS, Gabrielle Ryan, Danielle Watt in 6th, and then they'll finish ahead of Tweeds, Lily Foggo and Ruby Rhodes in 7th, and Annabelle Kingston and Madeline Jalia in 8th. The winning time there of 8 minutes 11.18.
Awesome race there. Race 34 is already underway. This is the second semi-final of the under-17s, women's under-17s double scull. 2,000 metres again, 4 go through to the final. On the far side, Canberra Grammar's Walker and West. In lane 2, Radford College's Gunther and Brennan. In lane 3, from Sydney, De Villiers and Stevenson. In lane 4, from Canberra Grammar, we've got Robertson and Griffiths. In lane 5, Brisbane and GPS, Hoskins and Thomas. Lane 6, from Trinity, Lutheran, Freewan and Clifford. Canberra Grammar's Girls Grammars, Watts and Frost, and in lane 8 from Askham is Elias and Coxlar.
And again, we're just seeing that footage from the BRO boats heading up the course. Out in front through the 1,000 metres, it was the very impressive crew, Brisbane and GPS crew of Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas. They're coached by Maddie Pekelia and Nigel Stubbs. They're leading the Canberra Grammar crew of Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths, coached by Alan Carey over in lane 4. So a second between our leading 2 crews coming through the 1,500 metres. 5 seconds back to Sydney Rowing Club's Amelia De Villiers and Georgina Stevenson. And then we've got a little bit of a gap to 4th place, Trinity Lutheran's Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford. About another 10 seconds back. And then Askham's Kitty Elias, Sabrina Koskar in 5th. Canberra Girls Grammar's Emily Walker, Audrey West in 6th. And then again back to Radford College in 7th and Canberra Girls Grammar in 8th. Second Canberra Girls Grammar crew there. But out in front, coming into the last 250 metres, we saw Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas look very impressive through that first heat. They're being pushed a little bit by the Canberra Grammar crew over in lane 4 next to them, but I don't think it'll bother them too much. It's a little bit of a gap then to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3. So that's our 1, 2, 3 at the moment. The first 4 going through to the final. That fourth position at the moment does look to be Trinity Lutheran over in lane 6, leading Askham in lane 8, and then back a little bit further to Radford College lane 2 and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 7.
Yeah, at this stage, it looks like the girls from Brisbane realise, and most of the top 3 vets have said, okay, we're happy with where we're at, let's conserve energy. So we'll coast to the finish. There might be a bit of a battle on for 4th place. The girls from Askham, if they can keep on going, they've got some work cut out for them. Trinity Lutheran keep on looking over their left shoulders. I think they've got it in the bag unless disaster happens.
So a win there for Brisbane and GPS. Second going to Canberra Grammar. Third will go to Sydney Rowing Club, with Trinity Lutheran with a couple of strokes to go, looking good for that 4th and final qualifying position for the final of the women's under-17 double sculls. Askham will come through in 5th place ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar over in lane 1 in 6, and then they'll finish ahead of Radford in lane 7, and then the second Canberra Girls Grammar crew in lane 8. Winning time there of 8 minutes and 7.33, so they were taking a little bit easier towards the end there, but still 4 seconds quicker than the crews in the first race. So I suspect, Nathan, and it's a very...
if you were a betting man.
If I was a betting man, which of course I'm not, then I would suggest that Eva Hosking and Astra Thomas are the favourites. And again, you know, whether or not it's that whole concept of being from Brisbane, where you're used to the heat, you're used to the humidity, whether or not that gives them a little bit of an advantage. Yep. Certainly didn't bother the Canberra Grammar crew, though.
No, absolutely not, no. So we'll see whether Centenary or Sydney or even Kinross can give the girls from Brisbane a bit of a shock. And moving on to race 135, which is the men's under-17 double scull, Heat 1. First 3 of this race go through to the direct front final. We have in lane 1 Cranbrook's, Williams and Prout. In lane 2, Kinross's, Cleary and Smith. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar's, Burton and Brown. In lane 5 from Nepean is George and Bazina. In lane 6 from Radford College, Ward and Miller. In lane 7 from Gippsland Grammar is Joshi and Reynolds, and in lane 8 from Redlands is Whitney and Cook. And as we were going through the 1500 metres, it looks like Kinross, Walleroy's, Cleary and Smith are in the lead. And just over more than half a length, maybe about length from Gippsland's Grammar's, Joshi and Reynolds. In 3rd, Newcastle Grammar. In 4th, Cranbrook. In 5th, Nepean. In 6th, Radford. And in 6th, Redlands 2. First 3 boats go through to the final. Looks like the positions have changed. Looks like the boys in lane 7, Gippsland's Grammar, have put a marker down. May have rode through Kinross Walleroy on the far side, and also Newcastle Grammar in the middle of the pack. So as they approach the finish line.
And we're just seeing there the Kinross guys just lowering their rate of striking. They are going to qualify through for the final. Gippsland Grammar will qualify in 1st place. They've finished a boat length ahead of Newcastle Grammar in 2nd. Kinross coming through in 3rd, so they're our qualifiers for the final. Cranbrook in lane 1, finishing in 4th ahead of lane 5 Nepean and lane 6 Radford College. Then they're ahead of the Redlands crew over in lane 8, coming through in 7th. So a winning time there for Gippsland Grammar's Lagan Joshi and Samuel Reynolds, 7 minutes 26.65, with a winning margin of 2.41 seconds and 1.46 seconds through to 3rd. They're also racing in heat number 2, so race number 136, again 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the final. Lane 1 from Redlands, it's Jack Meek and Zachary Bornes, coached by Alec Price. Lane 2 from St Augustine's, William Pender and Max Tancred, coached by Bjarne Ungermak. Lane 3 from Mossman, Guy Ormond and William Robertson, coached by Kieran Kabelke. Lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Connor Elvish and Cormac Cairns. Lane 5 from Cathedral, Braden Rebgetz and Ethan Warrington, coached by Jacob Groves and Imogen Greg Connor. Lane 6 from Glebe, Carter Clifton and Charlie Slack, coached by Nicholas Galea. Lane 7 from Gippsland Grammar, Blake Fairweather and Hagan Cook. And lane 8 from Marist College, Riley Dale and Riley Elliott, coached by Tom Hayes.
Yeah, and in the first half of the race, it looks like there was a problem for Newcastle Grammar. I don't know whether it's a crab, but they've fallen off the pace for a long way. Seem to have an issue. But in first place, coming through the halfway mark, was Glebe, Clifton and Slack, being pushed very hard by Gippsland Grammar, only less than half a second behind. And then Cathedral as well, less than 0.2 seconds behind in third place. So very close for first, second and third. St. Augustine's are 2.8 seconds behind in fourth. They're getting pushed by the boys from Mossman, who share the boathouse with them, Osmond and Robertson. In sixth is Redlands. In seventh, Marist. And as I said, Newcastle Grammar have a long way to make up. Don't quite know what happened at the starts of Newcastle Grammar. But yeah, Glebe and Gippsland and Cathedral are in the driver's seats at the moment. Whether they stay in that order at the finish, who knows?
Well, it's a commentator's delight there, Nathan. They're all right next to each other.
Correct. That's awesome.
So through the 500 metres, it is Glebe in the lead, less than 0.7 of a second between first and second, and then another 3.37 of a seconds between Cathedral and Gippsland Grammar in third. So just over a second between first and third at the moment, but they are looking quite comfortable to qualify for the final. There's nearly 7 seconds between third and fourth. Fourth place, St Augustine's, Redlands sitting in fifth, Marist in sixth, and Mossman seventh, and Newcastle Grammar in eighth place, off a little bit off the pace. And we just see now there is a little bit of wind just starting to pick up across the course. You can see the ripples from the wind, so it does make life a little bit trickier for these scullers, particularly the younger scullers. But we should still see some good racing. Definitely some nice racing to come for us a little bit later on today.
So the first three go to the final. If St Augs are in with a shout, they've got to go pretty soon, because the first three boats look very comfortable, very settled as they approach the finish line. 100 metres to go. So it looks like Glebe, Gippsland and Cathedral. Gippsland's just pushing hard to the finish there, maybe putting a marker down, just testing their race speed.
And they're all testing themselves out a little bit at the moment. Glebe pushing hard to stay out in front. Gippsland Grammar with the big push towards the end there. Had they done enough to get them at the line? I think we've definitely got
they just touched that.
If it is, it's a bow ball in it. Gippsland Grammar and Glebe finishing first and second. The order we'll have to get confirmation on. Cathedral coming through in third. Then we've got over there in lane number 2, St Augustine's in fourth, ahead of Redlands in fifth. Sixth place will go to Marist College from the ACT. Seventh going through to Mossman, and then Newcastle Grammar in eighth. So we're waiting on the photo. There was absolutely nothing between first and second. So we'll just wait to see what the official result is. So
I know you're not a betting man, but I would give that.
If it's Gippsland Grammar, it is by the smallest of bow balls.
It just looked like they had the last final push of the stroke. I'd give that to Gippsland. But
well, it was interesting. We had one yesterday where a crew missed out by 0.01 of a second from the B final. It was three crews, three scullers going through all at once. And now that was an interesting one to try and make sense of. 0.01 of a second. There's just absolutely nothing in that.
I give the guys from Newcastle Grammar a round of applause. Something happened at the beginning of the race. They're finishing well. Don't know what quite happened, but fair play to them. They've finished it. It's a very warm day. It's a long time out there. The loneliness of the long distance sculler. There's a book title in there somewhere, I'm sure.
Moving on to race number 137.
Oh, well, here we go. Yeah, that's just the results for that. Yeah, Glebe have just taken it, according to the
official results.
Official results are by 0.1 of a second over Gippsland's Grammar. Well, there you go.
0.01.
0.01, yeah, sorry, of course, yeah. So Cathedral there, 0.62 behind in third place. Well, there you go. What do we know?
So, moving on, heat number 3 is coming down up to the 1500 metre mark. Lane 1 from Newington, Cameron, Tavendale and Denton. In lane 2 from Manning River, Watkins and Thomas. Lane 3 from Radford College, Gaydon and Whittier. Lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Baker and Chung. Lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Henderson and Purdy. Lane 6 from Morris College, Brathwaite and Hayes. Lane 7 from Kinross, Walleroy, Tancred and Dimmock. And in lane 8 from Cathedral, Brennan and Talbot. Through the 1500 metres, it was Hunter Valley Grammar leading Radford College, Kinross, Walleroy and Newington in 4th. So only a second and a half between 3rd and 4th. Only the top 3 going through to the final. Morris College in 5th, Cathedral in 6th, Manning River in 7th and Newcastle Grammar in 8th position. But out in front now, coming up through the 250 metre mark, it is Hunter Valley Grammar with that lead. We're seeing a bit of a push here from Morris College over in lane 6. They're looking to chase up to Newington over in lane 1,
yep.
And then also Radford College in lane 3. So there's some serious Canberra bragging rights coming up for grabs at the moment in the men's under 17 double scull. The final heat, 1st, 2nd and 3rd going through to the final.
Yeah, this is going to be definitely a race for the final qualification spot.
So Hunter Valley Grammar out in front, Radford College, Newington and Morris College. 3 boats, 2 to qualify. Let's see who's able to go through. Hunter Valley Grammar is still out in the lead. They've got a bit of clear water with a few strokes to go. They should qualify in 1st place. Now coming through for 2nd place, we've got Kinross Walleroy, sorry, not Murray. Kinross coming through now. They've gone through and they'll take 2nd place ahead of Radford College just in 3rd place, I suspect, and then Newington over in 4th, just missing out. So Kinross coming through ahead of Radford College. A big finish from the men from Orange ahead of Radford College in 3rd place. Then Newington in 4th, Morris College coming through in 5th place. And then back a little bit further to Cathedral in 6th. And then Cathedral in 6th, Manning River in 7th and Newcastle Grammar in 8th. So strong win there for Hunter Valley Grammar out in front. 7 minutes 01.14. That margin between 3rd and 4th, 0.86 of a second.
That's very close indeed. And great racing there for that final spot. Next race is race 138. It's a championship men's under 21 eighths. It's the semi-final. I'll give you an idea of the lineup. They're already underway by the looks of things. In lane 1, Geelong Grammar's Perry, Mantello, Barnes, Colley, Strang, Brown, Laycock, Stringer and Saskia Haslau as Cox. The Sydney Composite in lane 2 of Comardi, Morales, Woodward, Marshall, Harold, Fredrickson, Gersoy, Rogers and Kladnik is the Cox there. University of Queensland's Composites, Bridge, Horsley, Waitman, Munro, Atkinson, Water, Tucker, Martin, McLean, Lachlan McLean coxing there. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Vandenberg, Ivers, O'Driscoll, Finlay, Murphy, Burney, Pokinghorn, Scalzo, Rawal and Jess Rawal's a Cox there. And in lane 5 from Scots, Pin, Demetriolis, Barr, Huffen, Tremlett, Caligeros, Pursehouse, Ellis and William Chang Cox. Melbourne University's Foley, Fraser Packham, Frangos, Hudson, Maro, Cornelius, and Adkins and Cox by Nicholas Gelagotis. And then we've got a scratch from Melbourne Grammar School. But the commercial composite of Dixon, Knott, Humphrey, Moss Murphy, Patrick Murphy, Mounter, Martin, Gilmore and Cox, Sadie, Ridgway make up the running order. So 7 boats in this. Geelong Grammar, lane 1, Sydney Composite, lane 2, University of Queensland, lane 3, Mercantile Composite, lane 4, Scots in lane 5, Melbourne University in 6, and in lane 8, Commercial.
So I've just been reliably informed, we were talking about that 0.01 of a second, unofficially known as a bee sting. And a big shout out to Kent Peters, who's watching on from the live stream down in Canberra.
Yep, thanks, Kent.
It certainly wasn't much more than a bee sting in that, though.
We called it, I mean, we are literally maybe 2 meters off the finish line, but the angle, I thought they'd taken it, so it just shows the angle of the parallax angle. If I remember my schoolboy physics, I don't know, maybe that's completely the wrong thing.
No, that's yeah, I believe that's
is it? I don't know. Yeah,
it's a long time since I was in high school as well.
Correct.
So
yeah, if there's any engineers out there, please correct us. But yeah, it just shows you by 0.01 of a second.
Not a lot in it.
So as we are in race 1 through 8, coming up to the 1500 metres, we've got University of Queensland Composite out in front from Mercantile Composite, some 2 seconds behind. In third was the Sydney boat, running them very close there. Melbourne Grammar School, Commercial Composite is in fourth, and in fifth it's Melbourne University. So as they come up to the last 400 metres, this is the semi-final. The first 4 progress through to the final. Still looks like that.
So just that wind as well, Nathan. It's just starting to go up a little bit. So we're talking in the low teens at the moment, and northerly / east northeasterly. It's sort of going around a little bit and just picking up a little bit at the moment for our 8s coming down the course.
Yeah.
University of Queensland Composite, though, out in front, ahead of that Mercantile Composite. Some delightful chance to see all the different types of zooties that they've got in some of these ones. But the University of Queensland out in front, they've got just under a boat length ahead of the Sydney Composite in lane 2, and then the Mercantile Composite in lane 3 sitting in third place. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then coming through in fourth place, it does look to be the Commercial Composite. So it will be a win for the University of Queensland Composite. They'll qualify for the final ahead of the Sydney Nepean Leichhardt Composite in lane 2. Third going to the Mercantile Commercial Composite lane 3, and then the Commercial Toowong Griffith University of Queensland Composite in lane 4 qualifying. They've gone ahead of the Melbourne University crew in lane 5, and then back a little bit further to, it does look to be Geelong Grammar in 6th place.
Yeah, it looks like Scots College scratched theirs.
Yes, scratching for Scots as well. So a couple of scratchings going on there. The winning time for that one, we'll just wait to get the official time up. We'll move on to race number 139. So that's the second semi-final of the men's under 21 8s. We've got a couple of St Kevin's crews in lanes 1 and 2. In lane 1, William Lambos, Daniel Buffino, Vincent Vukasovic, Luke Incarni.
I think they're scratched, actually, the St Kevin's crews in lane 1 and lane 2.
Yes, they are, sorry. So we've got lane 1 and 2 scratched. We've got Shaw scratched in lane 5. So Newington in lane 3, Oscar Sutherland, Christian Biasotto, Tom Chantner, Noah Tainch, Angus Mitchell, Morgan Jones, Jamie DeBotton, William Fuller, Elvis Johnson as the coxswain. UTS in lane 4, Joe Lynch, Charles Jewell, Brandon Smith, Dougal McKenzie, Mackenzie Thompson, Oliver St Pierre, Joshua Wilson, Nicholas Pender, Bronte Blackmore Cram. In lane 6 from Scotch College Victoria, Sam Speed, Campbell Finlay, Josh Mitchell, James Simpson, Alessandro Maro, Benjamin Marchant, Harrison Cameron, Will Cowan and Maxwell Finlay. Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen, Gordon Applecrin, MacArthur Bucknell, Charlie Hine, Alec Hoskin, Rory Menzies, James Fredrickson, Maxim Maloney and Georgia Robson. And then in lane 8 from Sydney University, Alexander Page, Charlie Carr, Leo Burkett Doyle, Oscar Baregi, Sam Bristow, Hugo Hobbs, Hamish Danks, Edward Nutt, Tom Shaw is the coxswain there.
Yeah, and through 500 metres, Sydney got their nose out in front in lane 7. Newington are in the mix. Schoolboy crew, it's good to see, are in second place, just 1.5 seconds behind. They're leading UTS, who are absolutely on their tail. In fourth place, Sydney University, 1.38 seconds behind that, and they lead Scotch College from Victoria in this 5-boat race. But early doors. the tailwind will be. I don't think it's strong enough to give anybody a real advantage. But it certainly looks like to be blowing almost directly. I know it's northeast, but it looks like it's blowing slightly down the course. Who knows?
Might just help these big boats along.
Yep. I don't know whether it's going to help the university guys or the school guys. I fear it's going to help the university guys, but not by much.
So through the 1,000 metres, Sydney leading UTS, Newington, Sydney University, with Scotch College a little bit further back. So first, second, third and fourth to go through to the final, with fifth being eliminated from this event. So Scotch College Victoria with a little bit of work to do to try and get themselves through to the final of this under 21 men's eights. As we've got a change in commentators now, Michael McRae moving into the commentary, just as we start to see now UTS battling in Sydney in some under 21 eights.
Thank you, Stu. It's good to be back in the tower, and really a fantastic scene here in the under 21 eights this afternoon. Really competitive event and really well attended, I suppose. So yeah, our UTS just stretching out a small advantage over Sydney Rowing Club in the dying stages of this second heat. Stu.
Yeah, UTS out in front at the moment. Sydney, so the first four to go through to the semi-final, Scotch College, Victoria, just making a little bit of a move there on Sydney University over in lane 8, but they may just run out of like. Out in front though, UTS looking quite comfortable. They've got a boat length between themselves and Sydney. Sydney's starting to put a bit of a push in towards the end there as UTS start to ease off the rate. Sydney will close the gap, but it will be UTS with half a boat length ahead of Sydney Rowing Club in second. Third will go to Newington. They'll qualify for the final. And then just finishing half a boat length ahead, Sydney University in fourth, ahead of Scotch College Victoria in fifth. So a winning time, we'll wait for the winning time. That heat, 5:58.18, so only a couple of seconds between the first and the second heat. Winning margin of 1.11 seconds, and then 2.2 for between second and third as we move from the under 21 eights and head on through to the men's elite double sculls, and some big names coming back onto the water here.
Yeah, that's right, Stu. This is a really fascinating event, the men's elite double scull, because we've got a mix of heavyweight and lightweight competitors. Of course, in lane 1, representing the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Program, in a composite crew, Hamish Harding competing with Blaine Heseltine of the University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 2, representing Melbourne University, Tyler Mason, and Tyler is rowing with James Mead from Banks Rowing Club. In lane 3, from the Australian National University and Sydney University Boat Club, David Bartholow and Caleb Antill. In lane 4, representing Sydney University, Campbell Watts, and representing NTT East is Ruita Arakawa. In lane 5, representing Adelaide, it's a composite crew, a lightweight crew, Sean Murphy of UTS and Oscar McGuinness of Adelaide. Got a scratching in lane 6 from the Griffith University Surfers Paradise crew. And in lane 7, a North-esque composite boat comprised of Joseph Wilson and Jack Barrett.
So out in front through the 1,000 metres, it is David Bartolo and Caleb Antill. They were the Australian representatives at the World Championships last year, winning bronze medal there, and I dare say there's a good chance that they'll be up against each other in the President's Cup over in Perth for the Australian Rowing Championships as well.
Yeah, well, that's right. Both extremely accomplished scullers, Stu, as you say, and of course Caleb Antill competing for the Australian Capital Territory, and of course David Bartholow, a strong competitor for that New South Wales spot. So and competed for New South Wales at Lake Ngambie last year, and I think he might have even won that event.
He won that event. He absolutely blitzed it at the very start, and I don't think that Caleb or Red Matthews for Victoria actually realised how far he was ahead, because they
thought they had time.
Yeah, they were absolutely flying against each other, and then as soon as they heard the buzzer sound for David, you could just see the air go out of the tyres for both of them. So, but they are teaming up quite nicely here at the moment, that ANU composite.
Well, that's right. And through the 1,000 metres, Stuart, it's a pretty close margin between Jack Cleary and Ruta Arakawa of NTT East from Japan. But I was just going to interject and say, don't write this lightweight crew off as we come through the 1,500 metre mark. That's Sean Murphy and Oscar McGuinness, and you can just see on their screen they're moving up on that lane 4 crew of Jack Cleary and Ruta Arakawa. And I just think in that last 500 metres, it's a really dangerous combination.
Absolutely, and then also the other lightweight crew that's in that race of Blaine Hesseltine from the University of Queensland and Hamish Harding from ANU as well. So but the thing is, well, that's their first, second, third, and fourth. So you would expect that all of those crews are going to go through to the final. Ahead of Joseph Wilson and Jack Barrett and James Mead and Tyler Mason. But it is interesting who's going to lay down the marker and who's going to get the good lane draw for that final.
Yeah, well, that's right. The final's so late in the afternoon, the wind is swirling, so maybe there is a sense in which an important lane would do you really well in the final. But as you say, Stu, the real race is that 4th and 5th positioning. So at this stage, the University of Queensland and the Australian National University in the ascendancy over North-esque and Bucks. So we'll just see what happens in the final 250 metres.
Yeah, into that final part now. It is David Bartolo and Caleb Antill out in front at the moment. Stroked by Caleb Antill. They're leading Ruta Arakawa, who's visiting from Japan, has been training at the National Training Centre down in Canberra for the last little bit. He's teed up with it is Jack Cleary that he's teamed up with there, so a late substitution in there, and then they're leading Sean Murphy and Oscar McGuinness ahead of Hamish Harding and Blaine Hesseltine, also putting in a big push. It will be Caleb Antill and David Bartolo who come through and take the win. Second place going to Jack Cleary and Ruta Arakawa, and then third place by a boat length will be the lightweight crew of Sean Murphy, Oscar McGuinness ahead of Blaine Hesseltine and Hamish Harding in fourth place, and then another boat length back to the North-esque Buckingham composite of Joseph Wilson, Jack Barrett ahead of Melbourne University Banks composite of James Mead and Tyler Mason. So a strong finish there from our lightweight crews. It's certainly showing you don't need to be the biggest.
Well, that's right. And to be honest, a relatively unexpected modus operandi from a crew containing Hamish Harding to finish really strongly in the final 500 metres. It's a calling card of his, and so I expected them to move through that field pretty strongly in the final 500. But of course, both of those lightweight crews are tussling for, I suppose, pole position come trials. So it'll be really interesting to watch in the final and see what happens.
So getting ready for they are underway, in race number 141. So it's the second heat of the men's elite double sculls, first, second, third and fourth through to the final. And this event is sponsored by Mobius. Lane 1 from the University of Queensland, Edward Deering and Callum Britska, coached by Randall Martin and Michael Russell. Lane 2 from Adelaide University and Swan River, Miles McQuillan and Leonardo Calabresi, coached by Sam Morton and Dario Sportelli. Lane 4 from it's Tamar and the West Australian Rowing Club, but I suspect it'll be Tamar and Sydney University. So a late one in there. So we've got looks to be Henry Yule in there, and also Campbell Watts from Sydney University. Lane 5 from Griffith University, Surface Paradise and Swan River, Sam Marsh and Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who had a blinder in the men's elite singles earlier today. UTS in Lane 6, that's Harry Curtin and Marcus Delamata, coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertonetti, and then another Tamar composite of Rue Colley and William Birchmore in Lane 8, coached by Andrew Hull and Trevor Barrett. And it is Cormac Kennedy Leverett out in front with Sam Marsh. He's been down training in Canberra, enjoying the time on Lake Burley Griffin, and it appears to be agreeing with him quite a bit.
Well, that's right. Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Sam Marsh are extremely accomplished scullers, both of them, so unsurprisingly command the lead in this race. But don't ride off the competition just yet. There's still 250 metres to go.
So out in front, it is still Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Sam Marsh in that Griffith University Surface Paradise composite. Then Watts and Yule from Tamar and Sydney University sitting in second place, a little bit behind them. And then we've got Rue Colley and William Birchmore sitting in thirds and being pushed hard by that UTS crew over in lane 6. And then also the Adelaide University composite over in lane 2. And then back a little bit further to the University of Queensland crew over in lane 1. But out in front, we've seen Cormac Kennedy Leverett win one race already today. He'll come through and take a nice win in heat number 2 of the men's elite double sculls. They'll finish a couple of boat lengths ahead of, it is Campbell Watts and Henry Yule from Sydney University and Tamar Rowing Club. Third place going to lane 8, and that is Rue Colley and William Birchmore from Tamar, finishing ahead of UTS, Harry Curtin, Marcus Delamata qualifying for the final, ahead of Miles McQuillan and Leonardo Calabresi from Adelaide University and Swan River Rowing Clubs.
Yeah, thanks, Stu. And UTS are seizing that all-important fourth and final qualifying spot in that stage. They were pushed all the way by that Adelaide University composite boat, but just doing enough to deny them a spot in the final later on this afternoon. That'll be race 166. We've just got, coming across the line in a short number of strokes, that University of Queensland combination of Edward Deering and Callum Britsky, just to finalise race 141. Ladies and gentlemen, just as we wait for race 142, the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4, to come down towards the grandstand end of the course, just an announcement that Rowing New South Wales would like to make. In accordance with the heat policy this afternoon, a decision has been made to cancel all under 16 events for the remainder of the program. So just to repeat a message that I've just announced earlier, the decision has been made in accordance with the Rowing New South Wales heat policy to cancel all remaining under 16 events for the remainder of this afternoon's program. So that is events 151 through to 156. So these events will not be rescheduled. They are cancelled in accordance with the heat policy. And in the closing stages, we have race 142 coming down towards the grandstand end of the course. Another change in the commentary tower. I'm joined by Tom Trobe, who was commentating earlier this morning. Welcome back, Tom. We've got, I'll just quickly run through the crews as they come down towards the final business end of the park. A Mercantile Composite crew in lane 1, University of Queensland lane 2, Sydney University Composite lane 3, Team Vietnam in lane 4, Melbourne University Composite National Training Centre lane 5, a UTS Composite in lane 6, Swan River Composite in lane 7, and a University of Queensland Composite in lane 8. And at this stage, it's a crew in lane 5. That's a Melbourne University NTC Composite crew comprised of Eleanor Price, Kat Wary, Sarah Hoare, and Lucy Steffen in the lead at the moment, Tom.
Yeah, definitely just looking out in control. Nice and comfortable. Probably to be expected as one of the NTC composite crews. Looking very comfortable, just crossing the line now. Casual time of 6:44, Melbourne University Composite with Melbourne Uni, Sydney Mercantile, Sydney University. Second place there was Sydney University Composite in lane 3, which was Sydney University, Mercantile, Melbourne University. UTS Composite in 3rd, Uni Queensland in 4th, Team Vietnam 5th, and Swan River Fremantle 6th, and Uni Queensland 7th, Mercantile Melbourne University in 8th. These top 4 progressing through to the final.
That's right, so just a flurry of horns as we came across the line there, but just to confirm, our 4, I suppose, crews that will advance through to the final in race 167 will be lane 5, Melbourne University Composite, lane 3, Sydney University Composite, UTS Composite in lane 6, and University of Queensland in lane 2. So congratulations to those crews. They will advance to the final at race 167, while the remainder will be eliminated from the event.
And coming down the course is the second heat of the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4. Over in lane 1, we have a Uni Queensland Composite with Camden Sydney. Lane 2, Melbourne University. Lane 3, Swan River Composite with Sydney University. Lane 4, Fremantle Composite with Mercantile, Swan River, Western Australia. Lane 5, UTS Composite with University of Western Australia, University of Queensland and Adelaide. In lane 6, we have Adelaide Uni, and we have a scratching from Uni Queensland in lane 7. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, crew from Sydney Rowing Club.
Fantastic. So we've just got a couple of minutes until those crews come down towards the grandstand end of the course, but really enjoying a really high quality of racing this afternoon in these elite events, Tom, and it'll be great to see, interesting to see which, of course, it's those top 4 spots, I should say, that are up for grabs for advancement through to the final.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're getting a few of the similar names, obviously, from the pair and from the singles this morning in the elite races, just blending together for this afternoon's races. I saw some of the same names in the men's double just earlier on.
That's right, and of course 2 NTC boats in this race, lanes 4 and lane 5. That's the Fremantle Composite, comprising Georgia Patton, Jackie Swick, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. And in lane 5, Molly Goodman, Lily Alton, Bronwyn Cox and Georgie Rowe. So that'll be a really good tussle for those teammates to battle it out.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, being lucky enough to have some of these past Olympians here, we did have Georgie Rowe just earlier handing out some medals to the school boys and girls 4 and 8, which was probably a thrill for them to receive their medals from such a well-achieved rower.
So through the 1500 metre mark, it is that crew, unsurprisingly, in lane 4, the Fremantle Composite crew, Patton, Swick, Morrison and McIntyre in the lead. Of course, McIntyre and Morrison are decorated gold medalists from Tokyo. Of course, participants of that Hour of Power that we saw from our Australian rowing program. Of course, they competed in the pair as well in Tokyo, so unsurprising that the crew that they're members of are in the lead.
Yeah, correct. And coming into the final 250 metres, that crew, as you mentioned over there in lane 4, the Fremantle Composite, still in a commanding lead. The crew on the far side, I feel, in lane 1, Sydney University canned Sydney Rowing Club Composite crew, just putting on a bit of a last little minute burst, just coming to the 250. Possibly pulling up into second place, giving a bit of a challenge to the UTS Composite crew in lane 5, the crew of Goodman, Alton, Cox and Rowe.
And of course, that crew is very decorated as well.
Correct.
We've got long-time members of the National Training Centre in that boat. And so these crews on the far side of the course would do really well to knock UTS Composite in lane 5 off out of this second silver medal position. But of course, the first 4 crews will progress through to the final, and there won't be much doubt that it'll be lane 4, lane 5, lane 1 and lane 2 by the looks of things, Tom.
Yeah, correct. They've really separated themselves from the rest of the pack. And then crossing quite comfortably lane 4 there, Fremantle Composite. As mentioned, that crew in lane 1 just really stepping up in the last 500 metres to come into second place. Then followed by lane 5, the UTS Composite, and then followed by Melbourne University. Lane 3 just crossing now the Swan River Sydney University Composite in 5th place, unfortunately not progressing through. And lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, not looking like a complete Sydney Rowing Club crew, just crossing the line now in 6th place. And over in lane 6, just rounding out heat number 2 from Adelaide Uni. Now on to the men's equivalent, the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4. Again, we have 2 heats and top 4 progressing through. Over in lane 1, we have an Adelaide Composite NTC with Adelaide, Sydney University, Alex Purnell, Jack Hargraves, Spencer Tarrant and Alexander Hill. Would probably be a tough crew to, go up against.
You could say that. I think that's the Australian 4. So, Alex Purnell, Jack Hargraves, Spencer Tarrant and Alexander Hill. In lane 3, that's an Adelaide Composite NTC boat. In lane 4, representing a Melbourne University composite crew, is William Ackerman, Hamish Wynne Pope, Miller Rowe and Charlie Petruni. In lane 5, representing it's a Fremantle composite boat and the West Australia Rowing Club, Apollo Solomon, Aria Almasi, Liam Davis and Alex Kekele. In lane 6, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Miles Harrells, Torrin Olsen, Tom Cregan and Alex Nicol. And in lane 7, it's a Melbourne University composite and NTC crew, Alexander Wolf, Tim Masters, Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan. And just looking on the live stream, that lane 3 boat, that's of course our incumbent gold medalists in the men's 4. So really lucky to be treated to some truly world-class rowing on Cirque this afternoon, Tom.
Yeah, definitely. And as expected, that crew out in first. The boat closest to the grandstand in lane 7, which is also a Melbourne Uni Composite NTC crew. Alexander Wolf, Tim Masters, Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan in second place, but not too far behind. Then followed by the Melbourne University canned crew, Sydney in lane 6 in 4th place, and in 5th place, Fremantle, Western Australia. Unfortunately, one crew not progressing through to the final here. There does seem to be a bit of a separation with that Fremantle, Western Australian crew just slipping back. Already 10 seconds off the pace at the halfway mark, so it will be hard to catch up in the next 1,000 metres.
Well, that's right, and these men know that they've got to race again later this afternoon, so there's a sense in which I think some energy will be being reserved in this race.
We should told you what time it was. Yes, we'll see the final of this race coming down at just about 5:45 this evening. Goes to, I suppose, what we're having is the 11 hours of rowing today.
Yes. And just looking at that lane 3 crew, really strong looking crew. Alexander Hill back in the stroke seat. coming back into this crew just a short while ago. And they're looking really comfortable with probably a boat length lead over Melbourne Uni.
Yeah, and as these four boats start to, I suppose, get a bit more of a lead coming to the final 500 metres, they might either amp it up just to have a little bit of a go at the finish, or maybe just conserve some energy for in a couple of hours' time in the final. Definitely the crew, Melbourne University composite crew over in lane 4. Just taking their time on the recovery there, nothing too serious. Can see the lane 5 Fremantle composite, which has made up about a second and a half from the 1,000 metres, but yeah, not enough into the last 400 metres here.
Just coming into the final 250 metres now. And it's the crew on the close side, the other NTC crew in this race, the Melbourne University composite crew, that's actually taking the fight directly to Adelaide, that Adelaide composite boat on the far side. So the battle is at the extremities of this course. And of course, both crew know that they're safely through to the final later on this afternoon, but just lifting the intensity into the final couple of strokes, and they've just taken it down now. That's the crew of Alexander Wolf, Tim Masters, Sam Hardy and Simon Keenan.
Yeah, quite a comfortable first and second place, and now coming through in third is the Sydney crew of Miles Harold, Taran Olsen, Tom Cregan, Alex Nicol, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And in fourth place, rounding out the qualification going through to the final in lane 4 is the Melbourne University composite, William Ankerman, Hamish Wynne Pope, Miller Rowe and Charlie Batrowni. And in fifth place is the Fremantle Western Australian composite crew, Apollo Solomon, Ari Alamasi, Liam Davis and Alex Kachekeli.
So Tom, race 145 also on the course now. It's the second heat of the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4. This event is sponsored by Mobius, and of course the progression will be 1, 2, 3, 4 to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated. Of course, there are only 5 crews in this race, and so one of the crews will miss out on qualification. So in lane 3, representing Melbourne University, Winston Hooper, Fraser Miss Campbell, Austin Reinar and Nick Smith. In lane 4, it's another Melbourne University composite boat and an NTC boat as well, Joshua Hicks, Harley Moore, Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery. In lane 5 is a UTS composite boat, Alexander Wood from UTS, Jack Robertson from Mercantile, Torben Ungermark from UTS and George Finlayson of UTS as well. In lane 6, it's a Sydney University NTC composite crew, Will O'Shannessy, Benjamin Canham, Angus Widdicombe and Jackson Kench. And finally in lane 7 is a canned composite crew, Dylan Rhodes, Riley Reese-Turner, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury.
Just an update as well on the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4. Just due to some withdrawals that have come through, potentially due to the heat and just some other racing going on, the Championship Men's Elite 4 heats have been consolidated into the final, and that final will be the lucky last race of the day at 6:40 tonight. Just repeating again, the Championship Men's Coxed 4, the heats have been consolidated directly into the final.
So through the 1500 metre mark, it's the Sydney University composite crew in the lead. That's the crew of Will O'Shannessy, Benjamin Canham, Angus Widdicombe and Jackson Kench. And they enjoyed a short advantage over Melbourne University composite. That's Winston Hooper, Fraser Miss Campbell, Austin Reinar and Nick Smith. In third place was the Melbourne Uni Mercantile composite. So coming into the final 200 metres or so, it's that crew in lane 4 that's really challenging for the lead at this stage. That's the crew of Joshua Hicks, Harley Moore, Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery, and they're looking really strong as they come into the final 100 metres as the boys turn red. That crew in lane 6, O'Shannessy, Canham, Whitcomb and Kench aren't going to give an inch though, and they are going to go stroke for stroke over the line, but it really won't matter too much at this point. It is the lane 6 crew that will take the win by about half a boat length, and that crew in lane 5 will just take it down knowing that they've qualified for the final. In third position is Melbourne University Composite Hooper, Miss Campbell, Reinar and Smith. And taking that fourth and final qualifying place is that crew in lane 5 from UTS, Wood, Robertson, Ungermark and Finlayson. And sadly missing out, having to settle for 5th place, is the Can Composite crew in lane 7.
Yeah, definitely some tough competition coming up into this event where we've seen some of the NTC crews put in their powerful composite entries.
And of course that UTS composite boat as well has some guys who really are pressing for that Australian team. So a really tough ask for some of those younger guys from Can Rowing Club to poke their nose into that event, and fantastic and kudos to them. But sadly missing out on qualification this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right. And as just underway right now, we're moving into 3 heats of the Championship Schoolgirls Coxed Quad. There's 3 heats, so we'll have the top 3 from each heat progressing through to the final.
So we've got a couple of Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull races coming up, as you've said, Tom. So this race and the following 2 races will be Schoolgirl Cox Quad races, and then we'll back that up with the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull races. And so just to run through the crews of this race 146, the first heat of the Schoolgirl Quad, in lane 1 representing Roseville, Sydney Krieger, Eloise Baird, Sophie Hurl and Samia Crara, coxed by Jessica Davies and coached by Brianna Monk. In lane 2 representing PLC Sydney, Molly Cameron, Elias Steele, Sophia Sordelakis, Grace Hannon and coxed by Jasmine Gifford, and their coach is Lily Glenn. In lane 3 representing Albert Park College, Mia Chakarb, Ella Kipskolkowski, Eva Lafashova, Saskia Payne and Lulu Gleason Payne is their cox and coached by Virginia Lee. In lane 4 representing Centenary, Lara R. Itziden, Madison McHugh, Hannah Drysdale and Lucy Quinn, coxed by Harriet O'Dwyer and coached by Kerry Tickle. In lane 5 representing St Catherine's School, Madeline Mannins and Erin Cara, Jade Bliss and Layla Gaston, coxed by Jasmine Baylor and coached by Jared Watson. In lane 5 representing Gippsland Grammar, Zara Rose Beattie, Ella Gerrand, Zoe Hornline and Hannah Roberts, coxed by Kayla Young. In lane 7 representing Loreto Marriotteville from South Australia, Eliza Hogg, Hallie Anderson, Poppy Lynch and Isabella Deans. Their cox is Emily Dagas and their coach is Dario Sportelli. In lane 8 representing Redlands, Briar Carter, Trinity Hoffman, Charlotte Scamps and Alice Bennett. Their cox is Zara Naismith. Their coach is Uzaz Beaton. And finally in lane 9 representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Samantha Burns, Alex Perry Dalton, Abby Davis and Eliza Lilly. Their cox is Olivia Noonan and their coaches are Caroline Pipers and Nigel Miller.
And as they went through the 500 metres, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew was in first place, just under a second behind to St Catherine's, Albert Park College in 3rd, Gippsland Grammar in 4th, Redlands in 5th, Centenary 6th, Roseville 7th, Loreto Marriotteville in 8th, and in 9th, PLC Sydney 1. We did see some good results earlier on in the day from Canberra Girls Grammar in the 4, winning the Schoolgirls 4. So I reckon they're probably trying to back themselves up and have a crack at it in the quad as well.
Yeah, well, that's right. And of course, this is the Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. So these are senior athletes, I suppose senior athletes in the context of school rowing. So it's plausible that there would be, I guess, the first, the top end of the school eights jumping into the quad for a bit of a bash down the course in the quad. And through the 1,000 metre mark, it is Canberra Girls Grammar that retain the lead. St Catherine's in second, Gippsland Grammar in third, Albert Park College in fourth. But of course, the top three will qualify for the final in race 169 later on this afternoon. So it really is that all-important battle for third place. And at the moment, that's happening between the two Victorian crews, Gippsland Grammar and Albert Park College.
Yeah, there is definitely a step back to fifth place, the Centenary girls from Queensland. But that group of top four are going to press themselves now over the next 1,000 metres just to try to solidify the three progressing through.
Yeah, a really spread out race, this one. 12 seconds between fourth and fifth. So it's certainly a tale of a battle of two, I suppose a story of two races in this event. The first heat of the championship schoolgirl cox quad scull.
Also underway, just as these girls come into the last 500 metres, is heat number 2 in the championship schoolgirl cox quad scull. Over in lane 1 from the Redlands, we have Sonia Pollock, Georgia Vescua, Michaela Singer-Larson, Katrina Kroll, and coxed by Zoe Neilsmith and coached by Lucy Mason. In lane 2 from Primble Ladies, we have Tully O'Regan, Erin Porter, Mikia Naitio, Annabelle Shanahan, Mathilde Goddard as cox, and Lewis Gray as the coach. In Trinity Lutheran, we have Alina Doherty, Molly Loxman, Scarlett Wood, Ruby Hodges, and Lola Sullivan as cox, coached by Eric Rowan. In lane 4 from Arana Composite, we have Amy Manning, Zoe Wiseman, Nina Thomas, Eleanor Johnstone, and coxed by Emily Olive, and coached by Mike Brady and Paloma Padovan. In lane 5 from Rockhampton Grammar, we have Jasmine Burry, Maeve Burnett, Asher Stewart, Caroline Sparks, Austin Alloway, coxed by Austin Alloway, and coach is Caitley Hawkins. In Kinross Rollaway 1, in lane 6, we have Ruby Lego, Millie Lane, Elia Ryan, Lucy Searle, coxed by Jade Caro, and coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 7, from Wrighton Girls, we have Asha Goins, Honey Garcia, Matilda Pillington, Grace Hereford, and coxed by Oliver McKillanini, and coached by Matt Wilson and Emily Montague. In lane 8 from Sydney Girls, we have Guru Coretta, Lauren Teo, Laureen Wong, Charlotte Steele, and Jennifer Nong, coached by Metello Villanini. And in lane 9 from Newcastle Grammar, Jemima McKenzie, Audrey Alexander Lacey, Mifina Bland, Melissa Carpenter, and coxed by Jane Gezamerini.
Thank you, Tom. So in the final stages of race 156, the first heat, it is that Canberra Girls Grammar, I should say, that crew retains the lead. And of course, the first three crews will progress through to the final. Canberra Girls in lane 9 looking really strong. And they're not really going to be challenged in any meaningful way for the lead. Of course, the first three will qualify. So St Catherine's in lane 5 looking really strong, and Gippsland Grammar in lane 6. So those will be your qualifiers for the final, ladies and gentlemen, out of the first heat. So Canberra Girls in first, St Catherine's in second, and Gippsland Grammar seizing that final qualifying spot from the first heat. And it will be that crew in lane 3 that will have to settle for fourth place, which is Albert Park College. And I guess in this second phase of the race, we've got lane 4, Centenary, Lara Azadine, Marla McHugh, Madison McHugh, I should say, Hannah Drysdale and Lucy Quinn, coxed by Harriet O'Dwyer. They're coming over the line in a short couple of strokes, and they're being challenged by Redlands, Carter, Hoffman, Scampson, Bennett, and Naismith the cox. They'll take 6th position. 7th will go to lane 1, which is Roseville, Krieger, Baird, Hurl, Crara, and Davies. And there's a battle on for 8th place, which is between lane 7, Loretto Marryatville, and lane 2, PLC Sydney. And I think PLC Sydney are going to just have their noses in front, and they'll take 8th place. And Loretto Marryatville will have to settle for 9th.
Just some good close racing there at the end of the heat. Always, reassuring us to never give up in your heat. Race 147 has passed through the 1,000 metres with Kinross Wallaroi 1 passing through in first, Pymble Ladies in second, Rockhampton Grammar third, Redlands fourth, Wrighton Girls 2 in fifth, Trinity Lutheran in sixth, Arana Daramalan in seventh, Sydney Girls in eighth, and Newcastle Grammar in ninth. This race is definitely a little bit more hotly contested than the one of just 2 races we just saw then in the one heat. Only a few seconds between between fourth and fifth. Probably trying to make a bit of a stab in the last 1,000 metres just to try and get to that third place to qualify through.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. And just as we're looking over race 147 coming down the course, the wind is starting to pick up just a little bit, so it'll be a little bit of a headwind, I think, for these girls as they come into the final 500 metres of the race. You can see the Rowing New South Wales flags down there on the podium just whistling a little bit in the wind. So just that doesn't ruin the afternoon, but it's just presenting an additional challenge for our scullers here.
Yeah, so just when the heat isn't enough, you get a head breeze.
That's right, you don't want to make it too easy.
Coming through the 1,500 metres, it appears that the Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane 6 is still in the lead here. They've definitely pulled out a commanding lead over some of the crews on their left. Over on the right in lane 1 and 2, Redlands and Pymble Ladies are still up there in the mix, probably over the Arana Composite or Rockhampton Grammar School crew.
So at this stage, through the 1,500 metre mark, it was Kinross, Pymble, Redlands and Royton Girls in that order. Those are the first 4. Of course, the real battle will be between Redlands and Royton for that third and final qualifying spot in the final. Kinross and Pymble have got a little bit of an advantage over those 2 crews, so you would think that they would be relatively safe, short of an almighty push from either of Redlands or Royton. Rockhampton Grammar just a little bit off the pace in 5th. 6th place, Trinity Lutheran. 7th is Orana Daramalan. And finally, in 8th place is Newcastle Grammar at this stage. 200 metres to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think the top 3 are now starting to stand out. Into the last 250, the Kinross crew in a very commanding lead, taking some very casual strokes as we come into their last 200 metres.
Yeah, that Kinross crew is looking really strong, but I say this every time I'm up here, I'm rarely surprised to see the Kinross crews performing really well. It's a very thorough program and they're always very well drilled and very strong schoolboy and schoolgirl scullers. So Kinross Wallaroi 1 really showing the rest of the crews how it's done. And Pymble Ladies College over in lane 2 just mounting a little bit of a late challenge to Kinross in lane 6. The rate of striking is certainly much higher, and that Kinross crew probably going to ward off the challenge relatively easily, and they're looking really strong with a very low rate. Very distinctive sky blue colours of Kinross Wallaroi. So they take first. 2nd place will go to Pymble Ladies College in lane 2. 3rd place looks as though it's going to go the way of Redlands in lane 1. And so they'll take the final qualifying place. Royton Girls will be the first crew not to qualify, unfortunately, for the final later on. So they take 4th place. 5th place will go the way of Trinity Lutheran. 6th place to Rockhampton Grammar. And 3 crews yet to finish. 7th place looks as though it'll go to Orana Composite in lane 4. And they'll be followed by Sydney Girls in lane 8. And finally, Newcastle Grammar in lane 9 as they come past the pontoon. Why don't you give them a round of applause those Newcastle Grammar supporters. And they're looking really comfy. I can call this one. All right, race 148 is underway. It's the third and final heat of the championship schoolgirl coxed quad scull. The event is sponsored by Mobius, and like we've seen in the previous two races, the first three crews over the line will qualify for the final. So in lane 1, representing Askham, Sabrina Coxar, Adelaide Babbage Hockey, Audrey Aberwick-Kramer, Portia Coxar. Their cox is Anna Radzyminski, and their coaches are Marielle Caponis, Mitchell Caponis, and Alexandra. In lane 2, representing Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Ashton, Jemima McLeod, Hannah McKay, and Elkie Sweetapple, coxed by Emily Caro and coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 3, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong, Sienna McKenzie, Amelia Dennis, and Annabella Thornton. Their cox is Samantha Chadwick, and their coaches are Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh. In lane 4 from Royton Girls, Chloe Dillon, Charlotte Crozier, Sarah Haben and Lucy Gillen. Their cox is Sandupama Gunasakara and coached by Matt Wilson. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Isabel Lau, Charlotte Sard, Alex Reed Queenie, Willow Bowman and Madeline Vaughan is their cox. Their coach, Izzy Hooton. In lane 6 representing Queenwood, Naomi Pearce, Brooke Cuttance, Annie Seve and Zoe James. Their cox is Emerson Stock, and their coaches are Ray Boyle and Ella Davidson. Representing Pymble Ladies College in lane 7, Isabel Mata Santos, Harriet McLean, Ella Jones and Olivia Kelly. Their cox is Caroline Yemmer. Their coaches are Ole Teets and Eliza Entwistle. In lane 8, representing Redlands, Annabelle Harmon, Emma Sullivan, Scarlett Thorpe and Lily Weinberg. Their cox is Anushka Lee, and their coach Ghislaine Herzog. And finally, in lane 9, closest to the grandstand, representing Radford College from the Australian Capital Territory, Hannah Sampson, Chloe Miller, Zoe McIntosh and Zoe Hickey. Their cox, Stuart Ward.
For the schoolgirls, coxed quads just coming into the final 250 metres here. It looks like the Wrighton girls in lane 4 in quite a commanding lead. To their left over in lane 9 we have Radford College closest to the grandstand. They went through second place through the 1500 metres, but it looks like potentially the can't see what lane it is. 9. Looks like lane 6 might have given caught up a little bit on Radford in the last 500 metres. The Hunter Valley Grammar crew over there in lane 3. Also fighting out for third place with Radford closest to the grandstand. But looking like it'll be Wrighton in lane 4.
So 1, 2 and 3 through to the final. So it will be Royton, followed by Radford and Queenwood in lane 6. So those 3 crews will qualify. Narrowly missing out Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College in lane 7. crew representing Askham crossing the line now. Coxar, Babbage, Hockey, Abba, Wikramer and Coxcar. They cross the line in 7th position. PLC Sydney represented by Lau, Sard, Reed, Queenie and Bowman. Cross the line in 8th position, to be followed and finally by Redlands in lane 8. Harmon, Sullivan, Thorpe and Weinberg. And it's a fantastic thing to see so many schoolgirl crews in force, in numbers, on a really hot and steamy afternoon out here in Penrith. So congratulations to each and every entrant into the schoolgirl championship coxed quad scull. We're really thrilled that we've had an overwhelming amount of support from the schools here this weekend. So congratulations to each and every crew for your participation, and congratulations in particular to those crews that have qualified for the final in race 169. And so moving right along onto race 149 of the program, Tom, it's the championship schoolboy coxed quad sculls. This event is also sponsored by Mobius. The difference is though that 1, 2, 3 and 4 across the line will progress through to the final, which is race 170, and the remainder will be eliminated. So as the crews make their way down towards the 1500 metre mark a little bit further down the course, I'll run through the crews. So in lane 1, representing Kinross Wallaroy, is Henry Malloy, Zachary Annett, Campbell Miller and Willow Carter, coxed by Henry Baker and coached by Benjamin Watt. In lane 2, representing Newcastle Grammar, Logan Harmon, Vincent Meatef, Edward Baker and Mitchell Chung, coxed by Claudia Wills. In lane 3, representing Centenary, Lachlan Brooks, Lachlan West, Cameron Dugdale and Matthew Burgess. Their cocks, Chloe Robertson, and their coaches, Michael Obstelton and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 4, representing Newington College, Mark Grilakis, William Chandler, Anders Cox-Kaler, and Christian Biazzotto. Their cocks, Will Nicholas, and their coach, Will Anders. In lane 5, from Redlands, Thomas Jackson, Ethan Beggs, Matthew Fry, and William Natilli, coxed by Nicholas Tebbett and coached by Tash Richardson. In lane 6, representing Radford College, Angus Scott, Connor Maloof, Hamish McKee, and Noah Vosen, coxed by Pippa Humphreys. In lane 7, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy, Max Blatchley, Harrison Nichols, and Hayden Williamson, coxed by Moira Gerrity and coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And finally, in lane 8, from Cranbrook, Felipe Marsal, Lachlan Larson, Jasper Dawson-Damer, and William Wright. Their cocks, Tom Gloucester, and their coach, Adrian Henning.
And coming through the 1500, Radford was in the lead, and it still appears that they'll probably hold on to their lead in the last 300 metres or so. Also on the far side, we do have the Newcastle Grammar and Kinross Wallaroy crews that are just keeping a close eye on it, but that would be the top 3 progressing through. But we do have 4 crews progressing through to the final this afternoon. Looking like it'll most likely be the Cranbrook crew closest to the grandstand that will take out that 4th place. But these 3 boats definitely displaying what could be there this afternoon later on in the final, as they're definitely split the pack in 2. Stepping right out into a lead here, Radford College. Might have raced them a few times back home every now and then, so definitely know they've got this capability to come forward. Very relaxed into the last 50 metres of the race. Over there on the far side in lane 3, of Centenary. And in lane 1, Kinross Wallaroy.
So Radford College certainly taking out the first qualifying place in this championship schoolboy cox quad event.
So rounding out. Coming down the course, we do have the second heat of the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull. Heat number 2, top 4 progressing through to the final here. Have one scratching from Redlands in lane 3, but over in lane 1 from Kinross Woolaroi, we have George Wackham, Magnus Cleary, Ethan Shaw, Fletcher Smith, and coxed by Angus Peterson. In lane 2 from Baker College, we have Tristan Lith, Luke Kibble, Zachary Neal, Isaac Sharif, and coxed by Kate Toomey. In lane 4 from Newington, we have Finn Grove, Hunter Elliott, James Blakeman, Leo Grippy, and coxed by Bowen Keegan. In lane 5 from Radford College, we have Hunter Jolly, Jake Shemin Rogers, Hamish Roberts, Oliver Fox, and coxed by Izzy Farris. In lane 6 from Gippsland Grammar, we have Curtis Wilmot, Evan Lewis, Anthony Smith, Thomas Gillum, and coxed by Camden Boyer. In lane 7 from Darramarlin, we have Jockman Ashman, George Bowditch, Patrick Edwards, Ben Rickard, and coxed by Archie Edwards. And in lane 8 from Trinity Lutheran, closest to the grandstand, we have Jed Rice, Christian Rachel, Ben Zerner, Troy Heron, and coxed by Isabel Clifford. As these crews in race 150 went through the 1,000 metres, we had the Kinross Woolaroi crew over there in lane 1 was in the lead, and they've also maintained their lead at the 1,500 metre mark. Lane 5 from Radford College sitting in second place, and Newington in third place in lane 4. Bit of a step back to fourth place from Darramarlin, just under 4 seconds separating those crews into fourth place, and then a fraction back to Gippsland Grammar. So I'm sure Gippsland Grammar is going to really be pushing in these last 500 metres to try to get to that fourth place over Darramarlin. These are the crews just closer to the grandstand, just second and third away, the Gippsland and Darramarlin. They'll be working out which one of those progresses through to the final later today. Possibly looks like Gippsland Grammar might have snuck away over the Darramarlin crew, but you never know. There's still about 300 metres to go, but over in the far side, Kinross Woolaroi definitely stepping out into a good lead. Radford College sitting in second place in the middle of the course, lane 5. Just to their right is Newington, rounding out the top 3. And as I said, the Gippsland Grammar Darramarlin crews in lane 6 and 7. Just hitting it out. Darramarlin looking like they've trying to step it up for the last 250 here, wanting to qualify for the final later this afternoon.
That Darramarlin crew in lane 7 looking really strong as they come into the final stretch. Of course, it's that all-important fourth place, Tom, that they'll be looking to snatch off of Gippsland Grammar in lane 6. So this is going to be a really tight finish by the looks of things between Radford College in lane... Gippsland Grammar in lane 6 and Darramarlin in lane 7. And I think Darramarlin's just getting their nose in front, Tom.
Yeah, they're starting to really pick it up into the last 50 metres here. The Gippsland crew also having a bit of a look, trying to see what's going on, but the Darramarlin crew looking like they're just stepping maybe half a canvas in front. Yeah, look at that Darramarlin crew stepping in. Nice, in fourth place over the Gippsland Grammar crew in, unfortunately, fifth place, being the first crew not to make qualify through to the final. Lane 8 just coming up now will come through in sixth place. That's the crew from Trinity Lutheran. And still to finish up down the course is the Baker College crew over there in lane 2. We're going to have a bit of a pause in the program now for approximately half an hour. This is due to the cancellation because of the heat for the Championship Men's Under 16 Double Scull and the Championship Women's Men's and Women's Double Scull. Barker College just closing out now, which is the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Sculls in 7th place. BROs and tinny drivers probably ready for a bit of a bottle of water, just coming in for a pause for half an hour. And yeah, we'll be back with what is the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will have a lull for half an hour, as Tom's just said. We'll resume with race 157 with the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4 at 4:46 p.m.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final session of the Saturday racing here at the 2023 Rowing New South Wales Championships. The race that is underway at the moment is the final for the women's under-19 coxed 4. The current champions are Queenwood. In lane 1, we have Brisbane and GPS, Harper Hammer, Georgia Peterson, Ella Valerie, Chloe Chambers, Isabel Scarrett, and coached by Maddie Pacquiela and Nigel Stubbs. Lane 2 from Queenwood, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, Chloe Giuretta is the coxswain, and they're coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. Lane 3 from Brisbane and GPS, Charlotte Zenfeld, Sophie Crane, Georgia McKay, Astrid Coates, Emily Stafford is the coxswain, and they're coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Pacquiela. In lane 4 from Loretto Marriotteville, we have Eliza Hogg, Hallie Anderson, Emily Lang, Madison Johansson, India Lang is the coxswain and coached by Dario Sportelli. Scratching Canberra Grammar in lane 5. Lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville, Lucy Hoskins, Poppy Lynch, Fern Rosenbauer, Charlotte Kernahan, Emily Daggis is the cox and coached by Dario Sportelli and Matthew Walker. And then lanes 7, 8 and 9 from Pimble Ladies, Canberra Grammar and St Catherine's are all scratched. As we welcome Lizzie Chapman back to the commentary box. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Stuart, and thank you. Ooh, that sounds very loud. We haven't got Mr. Queenwood here in the commentary room, but I'm sure he'll be really happy to see that it is Queenwood who have crossed the 500-metre mark in first place. And not only have they crossed in first place, but they've already got a 10-second lead over Brisbane and GPS to their one side of them in lane 1, and the Brisbane and GPS crew on the other side of them in lane 3. And then the sandwich between those is Loretto Marriotteville, who are in lane 4.
So a couple of Brisbane and GPS and a couple of Loretto Marriotteville that are left, and Queenwood are the odd ones out, but they are the ones in the lead.
Of both New South Wales and AC2 by the looks of things. With all of those withdrawals, yeah. And as we can see, conditions very different to earlier on today. We've now got quite a strong breeze and it's whipping its way as a cross headwind. So they're really having to lock the blades in, use their legs and lean back into the wind there. And they're having to be really patient to keep that boat moving in that strong wind. And Queenwood doing an excellent job there. Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien and Imi Gray with Chloe Giuretta, their cox.
So Queenwood looking quite strong at the moment, out in the lead there in lane 2. As they're coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark, they were 10 seconds ahead at the 500-metre mark. And as mentioned before, they are the defending champions from last year. So they are going to be looking to try and repeat the dose again today. Then we just see the Queenwood crew there now, as mentioned before, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray and Chloe Giuretta as the coxswain. And as we see them go through the 1,500-metre mark, no, that's the 1,000-metre mark, I think. We're just having a little bit of issues there. But there is a massive lead going on there at the 1,000-metre mark of the women's under-19 coxed 4s. We've got the men's under-19 coxed 4s coming up after that before we move on to the championship women's under-21 8s. And we saw a little bit earlier today, Lizzie, Melbourne University take on Sydney University, and whether or not both of those crews, it was a really tight fought battle within the heat, whereas the Sydney composite that's in lane 4 for that race, they did it relatively comfortably. So whether or not those two university crews have used a lot of tickets or used a lot of energy just to try and get through to the final, you know that you've got to try and keep that energy going, but sometimes you look across, the red mist descends and you're just pushing hard.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and the conditions becoming a little bit more difficult as the day progresses is a challenge as well when you're feeling tired and a little fatigued from the heat and a tiny bit of dehydration. But all you can do is sit there and plug away at it and be as consistent as possible, and it certainly looks as though that's what they're able to do right now.
So at the 1,000, it was a 23-second lead for Queenwood over the Brisbane and GPS crew over in lane 1. Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6 coming in 3rd place ahead of Brisbane and GPS. In lane 3, Loretto Marriotteville in lane 4. So if you like patterns, that's very well patterned out there. Brisbane and GPS, Loretto Marriotteville, Brisbane and GPS, and then Loretto Marriotteville. But out in front, Queenwood, as they're coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark, and you can just see there is a lot of clear water between Queenwood and those other 4 crews coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. 6 minutes 16.23 through the 1,500 for that Queenwood women's under-19 coxed 4. And they still waiting on the other crews to come through.
Well, this is the coxed 4 that 3 of these people were in the under-19 coxed 4 that won the bronze medal at the National Championships last year. So Imogen Gray, Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver were all in that crew. The new member of the crew is Alex O'Brien. So she's not been rowing very long, but she certainly impressed as soon as she did take up sweep rowing and has joined this group. And the cox is different to last year as well. But Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle, who are the standout coaches at Queenwood School there, they've been there for a number of years guiding these athletes. And I know one of their hopes is that at some point the calibre of the girls in the crews will be sufficient that they should have a crack at junior selection. And I must say, if this crew continues to improve and performs like this at the in the finals at the National Championships and is on that podium again, you'd think it would be worth it, wouldn't you, looking at how confidently they're rowing?
They are absolutely flying at the moment. And Imogen Gray was part of that crew last year that won the New South Wales title. So a little bit of a turnover otherwise, but certainly absolutely miles out in front.
So she won it last year and she was part of the crew that got the bronze at Nationals. So yeah, pretty experienced now. Cool.
Very experienced, and that's really showing at the moment. So the battle, first place is barring disaster, but with only about 50 metres to go, it will be Queenwood to come through and to take the win there. And then we've got Brisbane and GPS over in lane 1, leading Loretto Marriotteville over in lane 6, and then Brisbane and GPS in lane 3, and then Loretto Marriotteville in lane 4. But it's a win. It's start to finish, and it's back-to-back for the girls from Queenwood. A strong win there in the women's under-19 coxed 4, a time of 8 minutes 15.77. And now in the battle for the minor placings, we've got Brisbane and GPS in lane 1, currently leading the Loretto. It looks to be the other Brisbane and GPS crew that have moved up quite nicely into second place. So they're the guys in lane 3, and then they're ahead of Loretto Marriotteville in lane 6 and Loretto Marriotteville in lane 4. So a reminder, there were 2 Brisbane and GPS crews, 2 Loretto Marriotteville crews. Queenwood have taken the win. Coming through to take second place, that will be the Brisbane and GPS crew. That's stroked by Chloe Chambers. They'll come through and take the silver medal in the women's under-19 coxed 4s. And then joining them on the podium will be the other Brisbane and GPS crew. That's stroked by Astrid Coates, and they will come through in third place. So a win for Queenwood, second and third to the 2 Brisbane and GPS crews. The Loretto Marriotteville crew in lane 6, that's stroked by Charlotte Kernahan. They'll come through in 4th place. And then Loretto Marriotteville in lane 4 will come through in 5th. But such a strong win there, Lizzie, for Queenwood.
Yes, yeah, indeed. Very impressive. Worth all the hard work that they've been putting in all season, I'm sure. We've just had a call from the ladies who are dishing out the bow numbers in Bay 1. They are running very low. So coaches, coxes, athletes, as you are starting to pack things up for the day, if you could please scoop up all of the bow numbers, and if you see any lying around, get those too. Please check the boats on the trailers as well and make sure those bow numbers are included. And if you could run them all back to Bay 1, we'd be most grateful, because although you might be packing up and going home, this regatta is actually continuing on until almost 7 o'clock this evening. So please return your bow numbers.
Now the next race down the course is underway. It's the Championship Men's Under-19 Coxed 4s. St Joseph's College, the defending champions, not in this final. Lane 2 from Scots, we have Jonty Tapper, Edison Lowe, Oscar Levy, Ethan Kligman and Zachin Highwell as the coxswain. In lane 4 from Scots, Angus Tremlett, Ned Houghton, Henry Pursehouse. Iwo Ellis, William Chang is the coxswain. Lane 5 from Newington, Marcus Bergen, Toby Cameron Tavendale, Samuel Morsley, Stanley Martin and Bowen Keegan. In lane 6, it's a University of Queensland, Swan River, West Australian composite of Joshua Handke, Harper Davies, Bailey Clark, Finlay Harris and Polly Gascoigne. And in lane 7 from Scots, Jack Pinn, William Dimitroulis, William Barr and George Caligeros. And the University of Queensland, Swan River, West Australian composite are out in front and looking very, very comfortable indeed. They've got a bit of clear water between themselves and Scots 1 in lane 4, and then back a little bit further to Newington in lane 5, Scots 2 in lane 7, and then Scots 3 in lane 2. So Scots have seeded their crews quite well, but out in front it is that University of Queensland, Swan River, West Australian composites who've got plenty of clear water. They've only got about 5 strokes to go to get through to the finish. A big flourish coming up at the finish. They'll come through, and they are the 2023 New South Wales champions. Joshua Handke, Harper Davies, Bailey Clark, Finlay Harris and Polly Gascoigne, coached by Randall Martin. Coming through in second will be Scots 1, Angus Tremlett, Ned Houghton, Henry Pursehouse, Iwo Ellis and William Chang. And then in third place for the bronze medal will be Newington with a few strokes to go. Marcus Bergen, Toby Cameron Tavendale, Samuel Morsley, Stanley Martin and Bowen Keegan, just coming up towards the finish now. So the winning time there, 7 minutes 25.46. And the winning margin of 12.62 seconds. That winning margin for the schoolgirls, for the women's under-19 race, just bring that one up on the screen, 51.6 seconds between first and second. That is a big margin by any stretch of the imagination.
On the course now, we have the final of the Championship Women's Under-21-8. In lane 1, a composite of the University of Queensland, Pine Rivers and Commercial with Georgie Hedberg in the bow seat, Ruby Dollar, Gemma Thompson, Emily Graham, Alice Reddy, Nancy Duncan Banks, Ella Smith and Tyler Hutton, coxed by Sienna Roberts and coached by Philip Bourguignon. In lane 2, a composite between UTS Haberfield and ANU with Paige Critchlow in the bow seat, Amelia Cooper, Grace Burke, Elena Moran, Ali Waddington, Lila Anderton, Sarah Fard and Annabelle Fuller with Ryder Taylor coxing and the coach Katie Healy. Mercantile are in lane 3, represented by Olivia Nairn, Bridget Somerville, Zara Bongiorno, Victoria Trentin, Anna Morrison, Jess Hawker, Remy Mackay, Bronte Cullen and their cox Summer Balakellet, coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. In lane 4, a composite between Sydney Rowing Club and Cand of Lillian Slatter, Liesl Page, Molly Salisbury, Talisa Noak Driver, Lauren Moran, Megan Hadfield, Laura Cipher and Freya Neville. Mietta Jones is their cox. Their coaches, Lachlan Carter, Felix Dure and Scott Rowe. Melbourne University Boat Club is in lane 5 with Tiffany Crosthwaite, Mary O'Donnell, Chloe Amling, Meg Cartwright, Char Will, Zara Lavery, Romy Cantwell, Ellie McClure and their cox Jackie Evans with Connor McConville as the coach. Loretto Kirribilli has withdrawn. Sydney University are in lane 7, represented by Phoebe Teal, Lily Gavin, Zoe Bond, Maddie Vagg, Sophia Whiteman, Stephanie Preller, Olivia Natty, Tiffany Botha and their cox Lizzie Bolster, coached by Alfie Young and David Geely, and Wesley College have withdrawn. At the halfway mark, it was the defending champions Sydney Rowing Club who were in the lead, and they continue to lead. And they have now been, they were in the lead, but I really don't think that that can have been correct, because at the 1,000-metre mark, Melbourne University were in the lead over Sydney University by less than a second. Sitting in third place were Mercantile and the University of Queensland Composite in fourth, Sydney Cand in fifth, then Loretto Kirribilli and UTS ANU.
And we saw, as I mentioned earlier, Lizzie, that Melbourne University, Sydney University rivalry really going strong. So, and the two crews next to each other with that withdrawal of Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6.
And now we move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4. The medals are being presented by Steve Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. Third and bronze medalists, Brisbane and GPS, Charlotte Zentfeld, Sophia Crane, Georgia Mackay, Astrid Coates, and their cox, Emily Stafford. The crew is coached by Nigel Stubbs and Maddie Paciella. Second and silver medalists, Brisbane and GPS, Harper Hammer, Georgia Peterson, Ella Valerie, Chloe Chambers, Isabella Scarrett. They're cox, and they are coached also by Maddie Paciella and Nigel Stubbs. Gold medalists and champions for the second year in the row, Queenwood School, Chloe Driver, Charlotte Botha, Alexandra O'Brien, Imogen Gray, and their cox, Chloe Giretta. The crew is coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our medalists in the women's under-19 coxed 4.
And now just coming up towards the finish of the women's under-21 eights, it's Sydney University and Melbourne University. They are going for it stroke to stroke. We're into the last 100 metres or so. It is anyone's game as to who's going to take the win. Sydney University are perhaps a little bit in front at the moment. We're down to the last 75 metres. Sydney University and Melbourne University. Sydney University, they've got their bow ball in front. Have they managed to pull away? They're starting to take a couple of big strokes. They're pulling ahead. It will be Sydney University. Sydney University with the win in the women's under-21 eights. They finished half a boat length ahead of Melbourne University in second place. That's a big win there for Sydney University. Third place will go to Mercantile over in lane 3. And then the University of Queensland Composite, a couple of boat lengths behind them in fourth place. And then we go back to the Sydney Composite in lane 4 coming in fifth. So a big push there. We saw Melbourne University, Sydney University push it out for in the heats. And Sydney University this time rowing through Melbourne University, able to take the win in a winning time of 7 minutes 27.15, 1.93 seconds between the two. There was absolutely nothing in that. The two crews battling it out throughout. Sydney University led at the 500, Melbourne at the 1,000, Sydney University at the 1,500, and again at the 2,000 metre mark. So a great effort there from the Sydney University crew. So that was the women's under-21 eights.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we've just been asked to make it very clear the wind is rising as scheduled. If you have boats, please make sure they are tied down in the boat park. Please tie your boats down because the wind is rising. And if you have small tents that are not weighted down, we would recommend that you drop them down to a low height or even take them down completely. So please just make sure you secure anything that might be compromised by the wind as it is getting up to be a little bit more gusty. Thank you.
And in the men's under-21 eights, we've got a full complement of 8 lanes. Lane 1, Sydney University. Lane 2, Mercantile Commercial Composite. Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, University of Queensland, Toowong and Cand. Lane 5, UTS. Lane 6, Sydney Nepean Leichhardt. Lane 7, Newington. And Lane 8, Commercial Toowong, Griffith University Surfers Paradise and the University of Queensland.
How fantastic to see so many 8s turn up.
all the eights, more eights than jazz music.
And
UTS.
at the 1500 metre mark, it was UTS in the lead, and it does contain most of the members of our Australian junior men's four that won the gold medal at the Junior World Championships. But they're being challenged by Sydney Rowing Club, who are trying to defend their title for the Colleagues Cup last year. In the UTS crew, we've got Joe Lynch, Charles Jewell, Brandon Smith, Dougal Mackenzie, Mackenzie Thompson, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson, Nick Pender, and they're being coxed by Bronte Blackmore Cram.
Being pushed hard by the Sydney crew, Nicholas Whalen, Gordon Applecrin, MacArthur Bucknell, Charlie Hine, Alec Hoskin, Rory Menzies, James Fredrickson, Maxim Maloney, and coxed by Georgia Robson. We're into the last...
Yeah, I would say that Sydney have actually taken UTS. What do you think? It's
Sydney, it's neck and it's bow ball to bow ball again. But it is Sydney who've pulled ahead. They've got about a quarter of a boat length now into the last 50 metres. What have UTS got? They're starting to push through towards the end there. It's going to be a photo. It's a photo between UTS and Sydney. We will not call that one off the line. There was a bee stinger in that one, Lizzie.
Indeed.
It was between UTS and Sydney, and I will not call that just yet. Mercantile Composite, they've got the bronze. They'll come through for the bronze. The University of Queensland Composite in 4th place. Coming through in 5th place and rowing through nicely will be the Commercial Composite in lane 8, and then Sydney University in lane 1. Followed up by the Sydney Composite in lane 6 and then Newington in lane 7. We're going to have to wait for the final confirmation of the winners of that race. It was Sydney Rowing Club. They managed to row through UTS. UTS pushed back hard. Provisional results just say Sydney, but we're going to wait for the final photo finish. They're just showing it up on the big screen at the moment, and I still don't want to call that. No.
That is excellent that you can see it like that. Oh, it looks on the surge as though it might have been UTS, and then I don't know. But what I am really pleased to see is that the Colleagues Cup stays in New South Wales at our New South Wales State Championships. So sorry, Mercantile Composite, you looked wonderful, but it's great to see either UTS or Sydney take that one home with them. We'll come back to the finishes when it's judged, but now we would like to go to the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-19 Coxed 4. The current champions, St Joseph's, but this year the title goes interstate and heads up to a composite from other states. So, when you gentlemen are ready, 3rd and bronze medalists, Newington College, Marcus Bergen, Toby Cameron Tavendale, Samuel Morsley, Stanley Martin, and their cox, Bowen Keegan. The crew is coached by Stuart MacDonald. 2nd and silver medalists, Scots College from New South Wales, Angus Tremlett, Ned Houghton, Henry Pursehouse, Iwo Ellis, and their cox, William Chan. The crew is coached by Jason Baker. Gold medalists and New South Wales State Champions for 2023, the composite of University of Queensland, Swan River and West Australian Rowing Club, Joshua Hankey from West Australian Rowing Club, Harper Davies from Swan River Rowing Club, Bailey Clark from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Finley Harris from the University of Queensland Boat Club, and their cox, Polly Gascoigne. The crew is coached by Randall Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under-19 Coxed 4.
So we're still waiting on the results for the Championship Men's Under 21 8s. It was between Sydney Rowing Club and UTS, so we're still waiting on the official results for that one. The race coming down the course now, though, is race number 163. It's the Championship Women's Under 17 Double Sculls. Our current champions are from Centenary, and one of those crew is back again in the final. In lane 1 from Trinity Lutheran, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford. In lane 2 from Kinross Walleroy, Xanthi Staniforth and Tessa Wong. In lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths. Lane 4 from Centenary, Kira Stewart and Greta Knott. Greta Knott is one of the defending champions from 2022. Lane 5 from Brisbane and GPS, Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas. Lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett. Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Amelia de Villiers and Georgina Stevenson. And in lane 8 from Manning River, Michaela Smith and Zoe Hutchinson. And through the 1,000 metres, it was Brisbane and GPS, Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas. They look great in the semi-finals. They are leading Canberra Grammar by just over a second. Trinity Lutheran under a second back, and then back a little bit further to Centenary, Sydney, Kinross Walleroy, Sydney and Manning River. So we're still just waiting on the final results there again for that Championship Men's Under 21 8s.
And in the meantime, Brisbane and GPS just making good, steady progress down the course in this rather tricky wind. It seems the wind seems to have shifted just slightly, but they're making the best of long, strong strokes and the experience that they have of racing this before.
So into the final 250 metres now of this Championship Women's Under 17 Double Scull. Canberra Grammar moving up quite nicely in lane number 3, starting to get a little bit ahead of Brisbane and GPS over in lane 5. Trinity Lutheran over in lane 1, also pushing hard for one of the minor placings ahead of Sydney Rowing Club over in lane 6, and then back a little bit further. Manning River over in lane 8, ahead of Kinross Walleroy in lane 2 and Sydney in lane 7. So now into the last 250 metres. Canberra Grammar have made their move. They've got themselves about a boat length ahead of Brisbane and GPS. Both these crews in their different heats, the different semi-finals, looking quite good. And I can confirm we have the official results of the men's under 21 8s. The winners were UTS by 0.01 of a second. UTS by 0.01 of a second over Sydney Rowing Club in the men's under 21 8s. It gets no closer. Back on the course now, the women's under 17 double sculls. Canberra Grammar School, Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths. They're coached by Alan Carey. They're out in the lead. They've got some nice good strokes going on into the last 75 metres or so. Trinity Lutheran have moved up into second place. They've moved ahead of the Brisbane and GPS crew of Eva Hosking and Astrid Thomas. So that's Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford sitting in second place over in lane 1. Brisbane and GPS sitting in third place at the moment with some ahead of... So Brisbane and GPS actually have dropped off into fourth. It will be Canberra Grammar. It's Canberra Grammar who'll go through and take the win in the women's under 17 double sculls. Second place going to Trinity Lutheran. Centenary will come through in third place, so they'll take the bronze medal. Brisbane and GPS finishing in fourth place. And then they're ahead of the Sydney Rowing Club crew over in lane 6, it looks like. Come through in fifth position, and then they're ahead of Kinross Walleroy and the other Sydney crew, and then also Manning River in there somewhere as well. So a win there for Canberra Grammar, Estella Robertson and Hannah Griffiths.
We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under 21 8. Third and bronze medalists, Mercantile Rowing Club. Olivia Nairn, Bridget Somerville, Zara Bongiorno, Victoria Trentin, Anna Morrison, Jess Hawker, Remy Mackay, Bronte Cullen, and their cox, Summer Ballakellet. The crew is coached by Sam Fennessy and Annabelle Eaton. Second, and silver medalists, also from Victoria, Melbourne University Boat Club. Tiffany Crosswaite, Mary O'Donnell, Chloe Amling, Meg Cartwright, Shah Will, Zara Lavery, Romy Cantwell, Ellie McClure, and their cox, Jackie Evans. The crew is coached by Conor McConville. Gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2023, Sydney University Boat Club. Phoebe Teal, Lily Gavin, Zoe Bond, Madeline Vag, Sophia Whiteman, Stephanie Preller, Olivia Natty, Tiffany Botha, and their cox, Lizzie Bolster. The crew is coached by Alfie Young and Dave Geely. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's under 21 8. And Steve Donnelly is now presenting Sydney University with the new trophy for the under 21 women's 8.
Coming towards the finish now is the final of the men's under-17 double sculls. Cathedral Lane 1, Kinross Walleroy Lane 2, Newcastle Grammar Lane 3, Glebe Lane 4, Gippsland Grammar Lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar Lane 6, Gippsland Grammar Lane 7, Kinross Lane 8 and Radford College in Lane 9. But out in front, Hunter Valley Grammar there in Lane 6. They're looking quite comfortable. Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy. They've got some nice clear water between themselves and Kinross Walleroy in Lane 8, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith. Couple of strokes to go. It will be Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson, Luke Purdy, 2023 New South Wales champions, with some nice clear water between themselves and Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith from Kinross Walleroy. Radford College will come through in third place, Hamish Gaydon and Hamish Whittier for the bronze medal. Coming through in fourth place, over in Lane 2 will be the second Kinross Walleroy crew, Nicholas Tancred and Harry Dimmick. So a nice fourth place for them. And then the battle for the minor placings. Newcastle Grammar in their new colours over in Lane 3. They'll come through in fifth position. Lane 1 will come through in sixth. That's Cathedral, ahead of Lane 7, Gippsland Grammar in seventh. And then Glebe in Lane 4. Coming through in 8th, and Gippsland Grammar in Lane 5, coming through in 9th.
And the provisional winning time for that under-17 men's double scull, 8 minutes, 17.06 of a second. The margins 7.11 and 6.14. There's a couple of things I would bring to your attention. The first is that the wind has lifted. It's pretty high. Please tie your boats down and bring your tents down. If you're reduce them in height or take them down completely if you're not confident about how they'll stand up to this wind. And the second thing is that we do have some boats racing without bow numbers because we've run out. So please, can you scoop up the bow numbers and take them back to bay number 1 as soon as possible. Thank you. On the course right now, we have race number 165 on our programme. This is the Championship Women's Elite Double Scull, sponsored by Mobius and racing for the Elizabeth Kell and Brooke Pratley Trophy. The current holders are Sydney University Boat Club in Sydney, Harriet Hudson and Tara Rigney. In lane 1 from ANU, Catherine Kahn and Taylor Caudle. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland, Claire Jameson and Elizabeth Newell. In lane 3, a composite between Leah Franklin of Swan River and Laura Gourley of UTS Haberfield. In lane 4, Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University Boat Club with Tara Rigney from Sydney University Boat Club, the same double that raced at the Tokyo Olympics. In lane 5, half of our bronze medalists from Tokyo quad, the Sydney composite, that's Harriet Hudson with University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson. In lane 6, the other half of that quad, Rowena Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club with Caitlin Cronin from the University of Queensland Boat Club. And in lane 7, from Sydney University, Nikki Greenland and Ella Menzinis.
So out in front it is Amanda Bateman and Tara Rigney. As you'd possibly expect, they've got a couple of boat lengths ahead of that Sydney University of Queensland composite of Rhea Thompson and Harriet Hudson, and then another boat length back to Rowena Meredith and Caitlin Cronin from Sydney University and the University of Queensland, then UTS Swan River composite, ANU, University of Queensland and Sydney University. But out in front it is that Tokyo double reprising, going again. It's Amanda Bateman and Tara Rigney from Sydney University, Melbourne University, who are the 2023 New South Wales Women's Double Scull Champions. Coming through for second place will be Rhea Thompson and Harriet Hudson from Sydney and University of Queensland. Rowena Meredith and Caitlin Cronin coming through in third. They're from Sydney University and the University of Queensland. In fourth place will be the UTS Haberfield and Swan River crew of Leah Franklin and Laura Goulet. So that's our 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4 NTC crews taking up the top 4 positions. To come through in fifth place from the Australian National University, Catherine Kahn and Taylor Caudle. They've got themselves about a boat length ahead of the University of Queensland crew of Claire Jamieson and Elizabeth Newell. They'll come through and take a very nice fifth place. They'll be happy with that. University of Queensland in sixth, and they'll finish ahead of Sydney University, Nikki Greenland and Ella Menzies in seventh.
Confirming the results of the Championship Women's Elite Double Scull. A win for Amanda Bateman of Melbourne University Boat Club and Tara Rigney of Sydney University Boat Club. Second, Rhea Thompson from the University of Queensland Boat Club and Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club. And the third, Rowena Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club with Caitlin Cronin from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Fourth, the UTS Haberfield Swan River Composite, 5th ANU, 6th University of Queensland, 7th Sydney University Boat Club. Winning time 8 minutes 6.08 seconds.
The men's elite double sculls are coming up past the 1,500 metres and through the grandstand. In lane 1, it's an ANU University Queensland composite of Blaine Heseltine and Hamish Harding. Lane 2, it's a Tamar North-Est composite of Rue Colley and William Birchmore. Lane 3, it is Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club and Ruta Arakawa from Japan, a visiting athlete. Lane 4, Sam Marsh from Swan River and Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith University. Lane 5, the Australian double, David Bartolo, Sydney University, Caleb Antill, ANU. Lane 6, Tamar, Sydney University, composite of Campbell Watts, Henry Yule. Lane 7, Adelaide UTS, composite of Sean Murphy, Oscar McGuinness. And Lane 8, UTS, Harry Curtin and Marcus Delamata. And we've got an exciting finish just for something a little bit different coming up for you now. It is the Australian crew, David Bartolo and Caleb Antill. They're in the lead, but they're being pushed hard by Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Sam Marsh. We saw Cormac Kennedy Leverett win the singles a little bit earlier on today. Also being pushed, Jack Cleary, Ruta Arakawa. There's not much between our first two crews. We're seeing a big push come through here from the grip from Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Sam Marsh. Antill and Bartolo out in front. There's the bronze medalists at the World Championships last year, and they'll go through. They'll be the gold medalists in the New South Wales Championships. It's a win for David Bartolo and Caleb Antill. Second place going to Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Sam Marsh, with third to Jack Cleary and Ruta Arakawa. Fourth place will go to lane 7, Sean Murphy and Oscar McGuinness, finishing ahead of Campbell Watts and Henry Yule. And then back a little bit further to Blaine Heseltine and Hamish Harding over in lane 1 in 6th place. And then a bit further back again to Rue Colley, William Birchmore from Tamar and North-Est, and Harry Curtin and Marcus Delamata from UTS.
And as those final crews cross the line, confirming the results of the elite doubles, men's elite double scull, for the Frank Gardner Memorial Trophy, a win for ANU Sydney University, David Bartolo and Caleb Antill in a time of 7 minutes 12.61. Second, Sam Marsh and Cormac Kennedy Leverett, the margin 1.55. And third, Jack Cleary with Yuta Arakawa, the margin 2.36. Fourth, Murphy and McGuinness. Fifth, Watts and Yule. Sixth, Heseltine and Harding. Seventh, Colley and Birchmore. And eighth, Curtin and Della Marta. We move now to the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under 21-8. Third and bronze medalists, the composite of Mercantile and Commercial. Benjamin Vanderberg, Mercantile. Jack Ivers, Mercantile. Daniel O'Driscoll, Commercial. Edward Findlay, Mercantile. Joshua Murphy, Mercantile. George Burney. Jake Polkinghorn. Oliver Scalzo. All from Mercantile, and their cox, Jess Rowell. The crew is coached by David Colvin and Al Matthews. Second and silver medalists, Sydney Rowing Club. Nicholas Whalen. Gordon Applecrin. MacArthur Bucknell. Charlie Hine. Alec Hoskin. Rory Menzies. James Fredrickson. Maxim Maloney. And their cox, Georgia Robson. The crew is coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Gold medalists and New South Wales State Champions 2023, UTS Haberfield. Joe Lynch. Charles Jewell. Brandon Smith. Dougal Mackenzie. Mackenzie Thompson. Oliver St. Pierre. Joshua Wilson. Nick Pender. And their cox, Bronte Blackmore Cram. The crew is coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Championship Men's Under 21-8. And I'm so sorry, UTS are now being presented with the Colleagues Cup. So the race underway now is race number 167 on the programme, which is the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4. The event is sponsored by Mobius, and they are racing for the Ada Goodman Memorial Trophy. In lane 1, Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah De Ure, Laura Foley, Eliza Gaffney and Sarah Marriott. They are coached by Conor McConville. In lane 2, a composite of Jamie Ford from Sydney University Boat Club, Sarah Tisdall from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Emma Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club and Olympia Aldersey of UTS. In lane 3, a composite of Lauren Graham and Lexi North-Durft of Sydney Rowing Club, Jess Scott from Cand Rowing Club and Maddie Williams from the University of Queensland Boat Club. The coaches, Scott Rowe and Donovan Seck. In lane 4, a composite of Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club, Kat Werry from Mercantile, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and Lucy Stephan from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 5, a composite of Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club, Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club, Jess Morrison from Mercantile and Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle Rowing Club. In lane 6, another composite of Jean Mitchell from Melbourne University Boat Club, Mimi Tuddenham from Mercantile, Paige Barr from Mercantile and Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club. The coaches are Annabelle Eaton and James Rook. In lane 7, a composite of Lily Alton from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Georgie Rowe from UTS, Bronnie Cox from the University of West Australian and Molly Goodman from Adelaide Rowing Club. And finally, in lane 8, University of Queensland, represented by Lucy Hope, Phoebe Robinson, Liza Marie Lutz and Ellen Posey, coached by Phil Bourguignon and Augustin Rodero. We move to the presentation of medals for the Women's Under-17 double scull. And the medals are being presented by Michael McRae, board member of Rowing New South Wales. Third and bronze medalist, Centenary, Kira Stewart and Greta Knott. The crew is coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. Second and silver medalists, Trinity Lutheran, Lily Fruin and Isabel Clifford. This crew is coached by Eric Rowan. Gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2023, Canberra Grammar School, Estella Robertson, Hannah Griffiths. The crew is coached by Alan Carey. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's Under-17 double scull.
Public service announcement: if you are missing something off your wrist, if you head down to the Rowing New South Wales tent, they do have a watch that's been handed in. So if you are missing something off your wrist, there is a watch that's been handed in to the Rowing New South Wales tent in front of the grandstand.
And if you have found a wallet, and if you have found a school blazer, raincoat, jumper, and a towel that went with it, could you please take those to boat bay number 1 as well. So any lost property, please head for boat bay number 1 and take your bow numbers with you.
So out in front in the champion women's elite coxless 4, it is the Fremantle composite, Georgia Patton, Jackie Swick, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. Half that crew are part of the gold medal winning 4s, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre at the Tokyo Olympics back in 2021. They are looking quite comfortable at the moment. They are leading the Melbourne University composite, which includes Lucy Stephan, who was also part of that gold medal winning crew. But over here on lane 7, we've got the Adelaide University of WA, UTS and UQ composites. Might just be creeping through in second place. Out in front though, it's the Fremantle composite in lane 5. Georgia Patton, Jackie Swick, Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre who'll take the win. Coming through in second place will be lane 7, the Adelaide University of WA, UTS and UQ Composite, finishing ahead of the Melbourne University Composite in lane 4. Coming through in 4th will be the UTS Composite in lane 2, and then the Sydney University Composite in lane 5, ahead of Melbourne University in lane 1, finishing in 6th place, and then University of Queensland in 7th.
So confirming in the in that women's elite. The presentation of medals for the championship men's under 17 double scull. Sorry, I don't know if you could hear me there. We move now to the presentation of medals for the championship men's under 17 double scull. Third and bronze medalists, Radford College.
Second place and silver medalists from Kinross Walleroy, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith. They're coached by Benjamin Watts. And the gold medalists from Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy. They're coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. Please congratulate our 2023 New South Wales champions.
So on the course now, we have the men's elite coxless fours, and again, a field just awash with national representation, some of them who are medalists and at the Olympic level. In lane 1, a composite of William Ackerman. Actually, we probably haven't got enough time to tell you who's in the cruise. So Melbourne University composite with Cand in lane 1, Melbourne University and Mercantile in lane 2, in lane 3, Melbourne University, Sydney and UTS, in lane 4, Sydney University with Mercantile and Melbourne Uni, Adelaide, Sydney, Sydney University in lane 5, Melbourne Uni, UTS Haberfield, Sydney Uni and Sydney in lane 6, and a UTS Haberfield Mercantile composite in lane 7.
So it's lane 5, the Adelaide Composite, out in the lead at the moment, but being pushed hard by lane 3, Melbourne Uni Composite, and lane 4, Sydney University Composite. But lane 5, the Adelaide Composite with Alex Hill, Alex Purnell, Jack Hargrave, Spencer Turren. They've got about a quarter of a boat length. It's a big push between the first 3 crews, but it will be the Adelaide Composite winning by half a boat length ahead of lane number 3 in second place, and then lane 4 in third. Coming through in fourth place will be the Melbourne University Composite in lane 6 ahead of UTS Composite in lane 8, and then back a little bit further to the Melbourne University Composite lane 1 and Melbourne University Composite in lane 2.
That's enough composites for one race, isn't it? So, recapping in the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4, it was a win for Alex Purnell, Sydney University, Jack Hargreaves, Sydney University, Spencer Turren, Sydney Rowing Club, and Alex Hill, Adelaide Rowing Club. All of them from the Men's National Training Centre, and I'm sure names well known to you from the Olympics and the World Championships. In second position, the silver medalists, Alex Wolfe from Sydney Rowing Club, Tim Masters from UTS, Sam Hardy from Sydney Rowing Club, and Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club. And the bronze medalists were the composite of Will O'Shannessy from Sydney Uni Boat Club, Ben Canham from Melbourne Uni Boat Club, Angus Widdicombe from Mercantile, and Jackson Kench from Sydney University Boat Club. And for those who aren't aware, these gentlemen were part of that wonderful men's 8 that fought so hard to win the bronze medal at the World Championships. So fantastic to see those 3 crews all so close to each other, and whilst we get the chance here in New South Wales, the best of luck to them all for the international season, and we hope to see them coming good as they race in their various crews over at the World Cups and the World Championships. Fourth position was Josh Hicks, Marcus Britt, Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery. In fifth, the composite of Alex Wood, Jack Robertson, Torben Ungermach and George Finlayson. Sixth, the composite of Will Ackerman, Hamish Winpope, Miller Rowe and Charlie Bertruni. And seventh, the composite of Winston Hooper, Fraser Miss Campbell, Austin Reiner and Nick Smith. We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Elite Double Scull and the Elizabeth Kell and Brooke Pratley Trophy. Bronze medalists: Rowena Meredith from Sydney University Boat Club and Caitlin Cronin from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Second and silver medalists: Rhea Thompson from the University of Queensland Boat Club and Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University Boat Club and Tara Rigney from Sydney University Boat Club. The Elizabeth Kell and Brooke Pratley Trophy is now being presented to Amanda and Tara. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's Elite Double Scull.
Race number 169, it's the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls, sponsored by Mobius. The current champions, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 1, Gippsland Grammar. Lane 2, Radford College. Lane 3, Pymble Ladies. Lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 6, Royton Girls. In Lane 7, St Catherine's. Lane 8, Queenwood. And Lane 9, Redlands. Through the 1,000 metres, it was St Catherine's leading Kinross, Canberra Girls Grammar, Radford College, Gippsland Grammar, Pymble Ladies, Redlands, Queenwood and Royton Girls.
We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Elite Double Scull and the presentation of the Frank Gardiner Memorial Trophy. In third place and bronze medalists, Jack Cleary from West Australian Rowing Club and Roita Arakawa from NTT East in Japan. Second and silver medalists, Sam Marsh from Swan River Rowing Club and Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, David Bartolo from Sydney University Boat Club and Caleb Antill from the Australian National University. And David and Caleb have been presented with the Frank Gardiner Memorial Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate them and all our medalists in the Championship Men's Elite Double Scull.
Coming up towards the finish of the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls, and it is St Catherine's out in the lead. Madeline Mannins, Erin Cara, Jade Bliss, Layla Gaston, Jasmine Abela is the coxswain. They're leading the Kinross Walleroy crew of Ruby Lego, Millie Lane, Ayla Ryan, Lucy Searle and Jade Caro, and then Canberra Girls Grammars, Samantha Burns, Alex Perry Dalton, Abby Davis, Eliza Lilly and Olivia Noonan. But out in front though, it's been a very strong row from St Catherine's. They've got some nice clear water and about 5 strokes to go. And now coming through to the finish will be St Catherine's, New South Wales. They are the 2023 New South Wales Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Champions. A win there for St Catherine's and a very comfortable one at that. Coming through in second place will be Kinross Walleroy over in lane 5, finishing just over a boat length ahead of Canberra Girls Grammar, who will be the bronze medalists in this event. In fourth place over in lane 1, it looks to be Gippsland Grammar, finishing a very nice 4th place there. Then we've got some battles coming up for 5th, 6th and 7th. So Radford College look to be taking out 5th place at the moment. Then in 6th place will just be lane number 8, Queenwood over Redlands. Then get a little bit further back to Pimble Ladies and then Wrighton. So a strong win there for St Catherine's. The final margin for that, just under 10 seconds between first and second, and a winning time of 8:01.15.
We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4, sponsored by Mobius, and the presentation of the Ada Goodman Memorial Trophy. Medals are being presented by Michael McRae, board member of Rowing New South Wales. 3rd and bronze medalists: Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club, Katrina Werry from Mercantile, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Stephan from Melbourne University Boat Club. 2nd and silver medalists: Lily Alton from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Georgie Rowe from UTS, Bronwyn Cox from the University of Western Australia, and Molly Goodman from Adelaide Rowing Club. Our gold medalists and champions for 2023: Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club, Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club, Jess Morrison from Mercantile, and Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle Rowing Club. And the Ada Goodman Memorial Trophy is now being presented to that winning composite crew. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate them and all our medalists in the Women's Elite Coxless 4.
And they're coming towards the finish of the championship. Schoolboy Coxed Quad Sculls, the current champions of Gippsland Grammar School, the event sponsored by Mobius. In lane 1, Darramarlin. Lane 2, Kinross Walleroy 2. Lane 3, Radford College 1. Lane 4, Radford College 2. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy 1. Lane 6, Centenary. Lane 7, Newington. And lane 8, Cranbrook. It is Radford College out in the lead. The men from the ACT leading Kinross Walleroy from Orange in 2nd place, and there's some nice clear water between them. These guys have been winning quad races down in Canberra for absolute fun, and they are looking quite strong at the moment. It's a little bit further back to Newington over in lane 7 that are sitting in the bronze medal position at the moment ahead of Centenary, it looks to be, and then the 2nd Radford College crew, Kinross Walleroy 2, Darramarlin and Cranbrook 1. But out in front, this Radford College crew, Hunter Jolly, Jake Sherman Rogers, Hamish Roberts and Oliver Fox, coxed by Izzy Farris. There's some nice clear water. They're into the last 50 metres or so and looking very, very strong. Kinross Walleroy 1, George Wakeham, Magnus Cleary, Ethan Shaw, Fletcher Smith, Angus Peterson as the coxswain, coached by Benjamin Watt. They're sitting in 2nd place ahead of Newington's Finn Grove, Hunter Elliott, James Blackman, Leo Grippy, Blake Dewhurst as the coxswain. Couple of big strokes to go. It's going to be Radford. Radford College are the Schoolboy champions for 2023. They punch the water with joy. Kinross Walleroy in lane 5 will come through in 2nd place. Then in 3rd, the bronze medal position will be the Newington crew in lane 7. Well done to them. Nice little battle for 4th place, and I suspect Radford College too, just edging out Centenary for that 4th place. Centenary in 5th. We've got Cranbrook in 6th position. Kinross Walleroy 2 in lane 2, finishing in 7th, and Darramarlin in 8th.
So confirming the results there of the championship, Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull, a wonderful win for Radford College 1. 2nd, Kinross Walleroy 1. 3rd, Newington 2. 4th, Radford College 2. 5th, Centenary. 6th, Cranbrook 1. 7th, Kinross Walleroy 2. And 8th, Darramarlin. Winning time, 7 minutes, 6.95 seconds. The margins, 8.18 and 5.8. So races 171 and 172 have been cancelled. Our next race should be a good one, the Championship Women's Under 21 Lightweight Double, which will take place at 6:10 in about 7 minutes' time. In the meantime, we will bring you some more medal presentations. So if we've just had a bit more lost property handed in, so if you are losing a pair of blue rimmed, blue and black spectacles, they are, I'm trying to look at the brand there. I don't think I can read that. I need my reading glasses. Are they Hackett glasses? Rather nice pair of blue glasses. Then can you please, we'll bring them down to the presentation tent in front of the grandstand. So if you've lost a pair of blue glasses, then please head on down to the tent in front of the grandstand, and if you don't find them there, then head along to boat bay number 1 a bit later. The presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4 and the presentation of the TC Tom Nixon Trophy. Third and bronze medalists, the composite of Will O'Shannessy from Sydney University Boat Club, Benjamin Canham from Melbourne University Boat Club, Angus Widdicombe from Mercantile, and Jackson Kench from Sydney University Boat Club. Second and silver medalists, the composite of Alex Wolfe from Sydney Rowing Club, Tim Masters from UTS, Sam Hardy from Sydney Rowing Club, and Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club. Gold medalists and New South Wales State Champions 2023, Alex Purnell from Sydney University Boat Club, Jack Hargreaves from Sydney University Boat Club, Spencer Torino from Sydney Rowing Club, and Alex Hill from Adelaide Rowing Club. The TC Tom Nixon Trophy is now being presented to that crew. Jack Hargreaves holding it aloft. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Men's Elite Coxless 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by Mobius. Third and bronze medalists, Canberra Girls Grammar School. Samantha Burns. Alex Perry Dalton. Abby Davis. Eliza Lilly. And their cox, Olivia Noonan. The crew is coached by Caroline Pipers and Nigel Miller. Second and silver medalists, Kinross Wallaroy School. Ruby Ligo. Millie Lane. Ayla Ryan. Lucy Searle and their cox, Jade Carrow. The crew is coached by Andrew Gannon. Gold medalists and New South Wales State Champions 2023, St Catherine's School. Madeline Mannins. Erin Cara. Jade Bliss. Lila Gaston and their cox, Jasmine Abela. The crew is coached by Jared Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull.
Racing is underway for race number 173. It's the Championship Women's Under 21 Lightweight Double. The current champions are Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Grace Cypher. In lane 2 from UTS Haberfield and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper. They're coached by Christopher Holliday, Duncan Free and Katie Healy. In lane 3 from Loretto Marriotteville, Lucy Hoskins and Emily Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 4 from Yarra Yarra, Ruby Gray and Francesca Spano. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dew and Donovan Seck. In lane 6 from Ballarat City, Tia Johns and Tia Broad. And in lane 7 from Griffith University and UTS, Sarah Berricree and Jazz Ingle. They're coached by Christopher Holliday, Duncan Free and Katie Healy. And through the 1,000 metres, it is that... Well, Sydney Rowing Club, they are the defending champions. Liesl Page teed up with Grace Cypher last year. She's now out with Laura Cypher and through the 1,000 metres, 4 seconds ahead of the UTS Griffith Uni combo of Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper. And then back to the second UTS Griffith Uni double of Sarah Berricree and Jazz Ingle, Yarra Yarra and Ballarat City making up and Loretto Marriotteville making up the rest of the field.
So Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, of course, were racing not very long ago, less than an hour ago, 40 minutes ago, when the Championship Women's Under 21 8. So bit of a quick turnaround for them to back up for this. But a very classy double that took out the Henley Women's Regatta Junior Double in 2022. And obviously looking to really try and make their mark, fighting hard against that opposition there on the far side as they progress down the course in this swirly wind. The presentation of medals for the Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull, an event sponsored by Mobius. Third and bronze medalists, Newington College, Finn Grove, Hunter Elliott, James Blakeman, Leo Grippy and their cox Blake Dewhurst. The crew is coached by Will Anders. Second and silver medalists, Kinross Walleroy, George Wakeham, Magnus Cleary, Ethan Shaw, Fletcher Smith, and their cox, Angus Peterson. The crew is coached by Benjamin Watt. And our gold medalists, New South Wales champions, Radford College, Hunter Jolly, Jake Sheeman Rogers, Hamish Roberts, Oliver Fox, and their cox, Issy Farris. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull.
Coming towards the finish of the women's under-21 lightweight doubles, we mentioned that Sydney Rowing Club's Liesl Page was the defending champion. She's looking good to make it 2 from 2. She's paired up with Laura Seifer, and they do have a lovely bit of clear water between themselves. And then the UTS Griffith University composite of Olivia Cook and Amelia Cooper over in lane 2. The other crew in lane 7, UTS and Griffith sitting in 3rd place. But it is a win from start to finish. Liesl Page and Laura Seifer, the 2023 New South Wales under-21 lightweight double champions. 2nd place will go to Olivia Cook from Griffith University and Amelia Cooper from UTS. And then coming through in 3rd place will be the 2nd Griffith Uni UTS combination, Sarah Berretree and Jazz Ingle. So they'll come through for the bronze. They'll finish ahead of, we've got their lane number 4, Yarra Yarra's Ruby Gray and Francesca Spano. And then back a little bit further, Ballarat City's Tia Johns and Tia Broad, leading Loretto Marriotteville's Lucy Hoskins and Emily Lang. They're also underway, coming down the course now in the men's under-21 lightweight doubles. Townsville JCU and Adelaide composite of Joshua Lascock and Mika Talbot. Lane 4 from Mercantile and Commercial, Oscar Tyrrell and Harry Dixon. Scratching lane 5, Newcastle Grammar's Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown in lane 6. And then a Canberra Black Mountain composite of Matthew Ricard and Alex Tomanovitz in lane 7.
And coming up to the 250 metres to go mark, it is that crew from Canberra and Black Mountain who are in the lead. Matthew Ricard in the red colours of Black Mountain Rowing Club and Alex Tomanovitz in the distinctive zoot suit of Canberra Rowing Club. I can't quite describe it. Their coaches are Mark Kwiatkowski and Ian Mongan. Then it's across to the commercial composite. Sorry, the Townsville JCU composite of Joshua Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club with Mika Talbot of Townsville. This crew is coached by Dario Sportelli. And despite a really big push at every one of those markers, they have not managed to actually catch up and cross over with the stern of Matt Ricard and Alex Tomanovitz. And they're sitting up now, pushing on strongly through to the finish to take it out by Clearwater in this men's under-21 lightweight double event. So the gold will go to Matt Ricard and Alex Tomanovitz. The silver will go to Joshua Lascock and Mika Talbot And the bronze medal will go to our commercial composite of Oscar Tyrrell and Harry Dixon, coached by Al Matthews and Stephen Pozzi. And then it's back to our youngsters from Newcastle Grammar School, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. So confirming the results of the men's under-21 lightweight double, a win for Matt Rickard of Black Mountain and Alex Tomanowitz of Canberra. Second, Joshua Lascock of Adelaide with Mika Talbot of Townsville. And third, Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile, Harry Dixon of Commercial. Fourth, Newcastle Grammar. The winning time, 7 minutes 39.59. The margins, 7.9 and 18.8. So on the course now, the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Double Scull. In lane 2, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Charlotte Ball and Lucy de Glaria Cade. In lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell. In lane 4, from Brisbane and GPS and Toowong, Jemima Powell and Mackenzie Durbridge. In lane 5, from UTS, Sophia Aguirre and Eve Timms. And in lane 7, from Tasmanian University, Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson. We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-21 Lightweight Double Scull, where third placed and bronze medalist was the composite of Sarah Berretree from UTS and Jazz Ingle from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. The crew is coached by Chris Holliday, Duncan Free and Katie Healy. Second place and silver medalists, Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise and Amelia Cooper from UTS. This crew is coached also by Chris Holliday, Duncan Free and Katie Healy. And our gold medalists and New South Wales State Champions for 2023, Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Cipher. Liesl and Laura are coached by Lachlan Carter, Felix Dürr and Donovan Seck. Please congratulate all our medalists in the women's under-21 lightweight double scull.
So getting up to the 1500 metre mark in the women's under-23 lightweight double. Centenary are the defending champions, but they aren't in this race today. Tasmania University in lane 7, Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson. They do look to be leading at the moment ahead of UTS's Sophia Aguirre and Eve Timms, and then the Brisbane and GPS Toowong composite of Jemima Powell and Mackenzie Durbridge, and then Sydney University Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell. So we've got one crew out in the lead coming through the last 500 metres, and then not much between second, third and fourth. And I don't know that I'd discount any of these second, third or fourth from actually coming through and taking the win. So it's Tasmania University out in front at the moment. It looks to be about a boat length or so, and then we're starting to see the Brisbane and GPS composite with Toowong come through into second place, just moving a little bit ahead of the UTS crew in lane 5, and then Sydney University over in the fourth place at the moment. Melbourne University in lane 2, just sitting a little bit further behind. Out in lane 7 though, Tasmania University. They have been sitting quite strong for the entire race. And they've still got themselves a nice little gap, but they are being chased and chased hard. We're just seeing Sydney University drop off the pace a little bit. It's now between UTS and the Brisbane and GPS Toowong composite over in lane 4. So Tasmania University still out in front. We're into the last 200 metres or so. There's only about a boat length between first and second, and then not much more between second and third. We're in for an exciting finish. It's into the last 150 metres. Tasmania University out in front. The big push is coming now from UTS and the Brisbane and GPS composites. Who's going to be able to come through and take it? It's been a long day. It's been a hot day. Are they able to hang on? The Tasmanians are still out in the lead now with about 50 metres to go. They've got half a boat length ahead of UTS, who are starting to be caught there by Brisbane and GPS composite. They're managing to hold on, but out in front with a couple of strokes to go, it will be Kate Oliver and Sophie Robertson from the Tasmania University Boat Club who'll come through and take the win ahead of UTS. In second place, Sophia Aguirre and Eve Timms with Brisbane and GPS composite. Jemima Powell and Mackenzie Durbridge finishing in third place. They'll go ahead of Sydney University in fourth, and then Melbourne University in fifth.
The presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under-21 Lightweight Double Scull. Third and bronze medalists, Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile and Harry Dixon from Commercial. These athletes are coached by Al Matthews and Stephen Posey. Second and silver medalists, Joshua Lascock from Adelaide and Mika Talbot from Townsville. The coach, Dario Sportelli. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain Rowing Club and Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club. The athletes are coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Ian Mongan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under-21 lightweight double.
So just coming up towards the finish now, it's a combined men's under-23 lightweight doubles and the men's elite doubles, lightweight double sculls. The under-23s in lane 2, University of Queensland Toowong Composite. In lane 3, Melbourne University Banks Composite. Lane 4, UTS Swan River Composite. Lane 5, North Esk. Lane 6, Mercantile. And then the men's elite double sculls, UTS and Team Vietnam in lanes 7 and 8. So we've got a couple of races going on there. Out in front though, Christian Place from Toowong and Riley Williams from the University of Queensland. They are absolutely blitzing it out in front. They've got a nice bit of clear water between themselves and Nick Zegeter from Banks and Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University. But we are seeing a bit of a push come through here in lane 5. Oscar Birtwistle and Laurie Dean from North Esk. Out in front, though, it will be the Queenslanders who'll come through and take the gold medal. It's a win for Christian Place and Riley Williams from the University of Queensland and Toowong Rowing Club. A nice little battle going on for second here. Nick Zegeter and Damien Schroeder, they can hang on by a quarter of a boat length ahead of North Esk. So second place going to Nick Zegeter, Damien Schroeder, ahead of North Esk in third. And then first in the men's elite lightweight, it'll be the Team Vietnam crew of Boy Van Hoen and Nguyen Din Nam. They're coached by Joe Donnelly. And then going back a little bit further to Mercantile's Jordan Roberts, Benjamin Whitney, the UTS crew of Matisse Ferrier and James Waldersea, as well as Digby Marshall from Swan River and UTS's Jack Henderson. Coming down the course now is the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Double Sculls. They're sponsored by V Insurance, and the current champions are Georgia Nesbitt from Huon and Lucy Coleman from Sydney Uni Boat Club. In lane 2 from Banks and Sydney University, Annalise Isaacs and Antionetta de Cosmo, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 3 from Sydney University and the Australian National University, Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman. Lane 4 from Sydney and Sydney University, Georgia Mansaro and Grace Cipher. Lane 5 from Corio Bay and ANU, Alexandra Moylan and Maggie Foley, coached by Nigel Harding and Lee Hall-Sullivan. Scratching lane 6, and then in lane 7 from ANU and Huon, Eve Muir and Sophie Gerapetridis. So coming into the last 300 metres, it is the Australian lightweight double, Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman from ANU and the Sydney University Boat Club. They're leading the Sydney University crew of Georgia Mansaro and Grace Cipher, but that Sydney composite crew really giving them a red-hot go. Sitting in third place at the moment are Eve Muir from Huon Rowing Club and Sophie Gerapetridis from ANU. We saw last year at Women's Henley, Eve and Sophie combining to win the lightweight double at Women's Henley, and then they also combined with our crew in lane 5, Alex Moylan and Maggie Foley at Henley in the women's quad sculls, Henley Royal Regatta, yes. Making sure I get that one correct there. But out in front, Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman. We saw them go through to the B final of the World Championships last year. They also won a bronze medal in one of the World Rowing Cups last year as well. So Anika making her debut. She actually moved up from Tasmania to Canberra and then has made the move again into the National Training Centre up here in Penrith. They are being pushed very hard. Georgia Mansaro and Grace Cipher. It's going to be really interesting next year, I think, to see how those two women go and progress with their rowing. But out in front, it is the NTC crew, Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman, who go through and take the win in the 2023 New South Wales Rowing Championships. Second place to Georgia Mansaro and Grace Cipher. Coming through in third place over in lane 7, it will be Eve Muir from Huon Rowing Club and Sophie Gerapetridis from the Australian National University. They'll go through and take the bronze medal ahead of Annalise Isaacs and Antionetta de Cosmo from Sydney University and Banks, and then Alex Moylan and Maggie Foley from ANU and Corio Bay coming through in 5th.
We move to the presentation of medals for the Championship Women's Under-23 Lightweight Double Scull, sponsored by V Insurance. Third and bronze medalists, the composite of Jemima Powell from Toowong and Mackenzie Durbridge from Brisbane and GPS. These athletes are coached by James Doring and Peter Howard. Second and silver medalists, UTS Haberfield, Sophia Aguirre and Eve Timms. The crew is coached by Katie Healy. First and gold medalists, champions for 2023, representing Tasmania University, Kate Oliver and Sophie Robinson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's under 23 lightweight double scull.
Race number 178 into the last 500 metres. It is the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Coxless 4. They're going for the Victor Maxwell Trophy. It is sponsored by V Insurance. In lane 5 from Adelaide University, Kyle Miller, Hugo Worm, Mitchell Moore, Charlie Moore, and they're coached by Sam Morton. In lane 6, it's a Toowong Barwon composite of Austin Dipple, Christian Place, Thomas Hastings, Jack Bowser, and they're coached by Mark Game and Leo Karademetris. And there is not a lot between the two crews as they're coming through that 1,500 metre mark. Even they've got about 400 metres to go now, and it's neck and neck, absolutely neck and neck. The Toowong Composite and Adelaide University. We're used to seeing some really tight racing when it comes to some of the lightweights. The Toowong Composite, Toowong Barwon Composite, moving just out in front from this angle, but there's not a lot in it, and we're starting to see a little bit of a push now coming back from Adelaide University. This is the second last race of the day. It's the Men's Elite Lightweight Coxless 4s, and then we've got the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4s coming up after this. So the second last race of the day, and it is close. Adelaide University looked like they were dropping back. The Toowong Barwon Composite were leading, but now Adelaide University are starting to push through, and they are starting to pull away. What do the Toowong Barwon Composite have in reserve? Do they have anything left? Adelaide University really starting to push through. You can see the amount of send that they're putting onto the boat. They've now pulled a boat length ahead of that Toowong Barwon crew, and it does look like they're just unable to go through and match them. It will be the men from South Australia with a couple of strokes to go who'll take out the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Coxless 4s. They're the Victor Maxwell Trophy winners for 2023. Second place going to the Toowong Barwon Composite. The winning crew, Kyle Miller, Hugo Worm, Mitchell Moore, Charlie Moore, in a time of 6 minutes 53.25 with a margin of 2.92 seconds.
The presentation of medals for the Championship Men's Under 23 Lightweight Double Scull. Third and bronze medalists, North Esk, Oscar Birtwistle and Laurie Dean. The crew is coached by Trevor Barrett. Second and silver medalists, representing Melbourne University and Banks, Nick Regatta and Damien Schroeder. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, representing the University of Queensland and Toowong, Christian Place and Riley Williams. The crew is coached by Michael Russell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's under 23 lightweight double scull. We now have a presentation of medals for the men's elite lightweight double scull. And our 2023 New South Wales champions in the men's elite lightweight double scull, Team Vietnam, Bui Van Huan and Nhu Din Nam. This crew is coached by national team coach Joe Donnelly. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our visitors from Team Vietnam, winners of the men's elite lightweight double scull.
It is the final race of the day. It's the Championship Men's Elite Cox Force, sponsored by V Insurance. The defending champions are Melbourne University. Lane 1 from Sydney University, Kieran Riak, Marcus Britt, Devlin Walsh, Lachlan Miles, Tom Shaw is the coxswain. Lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendinning, Thomas Hart, Angus Aitken, William Downey, Hannah Kowap. Lane 3 from Mercantile, Dom Frederico, Jack Robertson, Austin Ryanair, Angus Whitcomb and James Rook as the cox. Lane 4 from Cand, Elliot Appel, Miller Rowe, Jared Lord, Mitch Salisbury, John O'Cook. Lane 5, Melbourne University, Luke Cornelli, Fraser McCampbell, Hamish Wynne Pope, Charlie Petruni and Lucy Burnell. Lane 6, Melbourne University, Tom Foley, Nick Atkins, Oliver Frangos, Wesley Hudson, Nicholas Gelatos. In lane 7 from Mercantile, Harry Cathcart, Lachlan Wilmot, Ben Edmondson, Stephen O'Sullivan and Theodore Herbst. Lane 8 from Adelaide University, Nick Burr, Edward Chipperfield, Jude Shermer, Leonardo Calabresi and Amy Caritas. And in lane 9 from Sydney Rowing Club, Harry Crouch, Matthew Morgan, Matthew Rowe, Bradley Graham and Teresa Harris.
It's a bit of a lineup of coxes there. In lane 1 we've got Tom Shaw, the nudgy college cox. We've also got Hannah Cowap, the under-23 men's coxed 4 cox, also medalist in the junior women's coxed 4 from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 3 we've got James Rook from the Olympic women's 8. So go the coxed 4. Well, they are powering down. They're coming through into the last 500 metres, but we're going to nip across nimbly to present medals to the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Double Scull, where the 3rd place and bronze medal was taken by Eve Muir of Huon and Sophie Gerapetritis of ANU. They are coached by Nigel Harding and John Dreesen. The 2nd position and silver medalists Georgia Mansaro from Sydney University Boat Club and Grace Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club. And our New South Wales State Champions for 2023, Anika Reardon from the Australian National University and Lucy Coleman from Sydney University Boat Club. And they are both from the National Training Centre. Please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's Elite Lightweight Double Scull.
Last 150 metres. It's Sydney Rowing Club in lane 9. It's the last race of the day. Mercantile are pushing hard though in this men's elite coxed 4s. That's our 1st and 2nd. We've got James Rook coxing, and he will be screaming at the Mercantile boys to try and get through. Sydney Rowing Club though, lane number 9. They're out in front. It's between those two crews. Then we've got back to Cand in lane 4, sitting in 3rd place at the moment. But it's Victoria v Sydney. It's the last race of the day. Sydney Rowing Club out in front. They've got about a boat length ahead. They'll come through. They'll take the win. It's a win for Sydney Rowing Club in the men's elite cox 4s. Mercantile will come through in 2nd place, just a boat length behind. Coming through in 3rd, and the bronze medalists will be the crew from Cand Rowing Club. They'll finish ahead of Melbourne University in lane 5. Coming through in 5th place will be the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 2, finishing just ahead of lane 7 Mercantile. In 7th place will be lane number 1 Sydney University, and then ahead of Adelaide University in lane number 8 and Melbourne University in lane number 6. So a strong win there from Sydney Rowing Club. They saw the challenge from Mercantile. They could probably hear Rookie over the microphone and over 6 lanes. They were able to go through and take the win in the final race of the day.
I'm sure they were thinking, go New South Wales as well. So congratulations to them. An epic effort and a wonderful result. Well, it's that wonderful part of the day when the umpires get to finally come in off the water, and their boat drivers. And we have 2 more presentations of medals to go. So please do stick around. If you are packing things up in the boat park, we would be so grateful if you would take the boat numbers back to bay 1 and make sure everything, even though the wind has dropped, please make sure everything is tied down really securely and blades are either on the trailer or tucked underneath your trailer. The presentation now of medals to our champions in the men's elite lightweight coxless 4, sponsored by V Insurance, and the presentation of the Victor Maxwell Trophy. Our winners: Adelaide University Boat Club, Kyle Miller, Hugo Worm, Mitchell Moore, and Charlie Moore. And congratulations also to their coach, Sam Morton. The 4 is now being presented with the Victor Maxwell Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Adelaide University Boat Club, winners of the men's elite lightweight coxless 4.
So as we just wait for the final presentation for today, a big thanks to the volunteers who've been out in the heat. It has not been easy out there, a little bit like being in an oven. So thank you to all the people, the boat race officials, the volunteers that have been in the timing huts, the people that are particularly the boat holders lying down in the sun. Cannot have been easy getting your back fried while sitting down there. So very, very grateful for everyone's help to help make this regatta a success. Don't forget there are a number of big regattas coming up here in New South Wales. So if you go to the Rowing New South Wales website, rowingnsw.asn.au, and there's some links there to help out with volunteering. Or you can contact Alico Tunney directly for that one. So big thanks to them. Tomorrow racing will start at 7:30. We've got some great racing coming up. We've got the Schoolgirls, Schoolboys single sculls. We've also got the Big Boat Energy back. It's the men's and women's Elite Eights, Lizzie.
Woohoo! And even the lightweight 8s as well. So plenty. It's always very exciting seeing all of those 8s stretched across the course. So yes, come and join us either on the live stream or come on down to the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Continuing our thank yous, volunteers and also those who are working tirelessly behind the scenes. Massive thanks to the gentleman who runs all of this wonderful live stream and the vision around the grounds, John Meekings. We couldn't really do this without you. It's so fantastic and so professional. And thank you to his drone, even though it has gone rogue, because it has been wonderful to see those drone pictures. And a big thank you also to William McAuliffe, who was assisting him today with the camera work. It's been absolutely fabulous, and exciting racing has been made even more exciting with that vision. So big thank you. So we come now to the final presentation of the day. I think they're just getting themselves sorted. So our last event of the day was the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4. And as the sun sets on the Sydney International Regatta Centre and day 2 of our 3-day event, the New South Wales State Rowing Championships, our final presentation of the day is going to take place for the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4, sponsored by V Insurance. The medals are being presented by Michael McRae, board member of Rowing New South Wales. Third and bronze medalists from Queensland Canned Rowing Club: Elliot Appel, Miller Rowe, Jared Lord, Mitch Salisbury, and their cox John O'Cook. The crew is coached by Scott Rowe. Second and silver medalists from Victoria, Mercantile Rowing Club: Dom Frederico, Jack Robertson, Austin Reiner, Angus Widdicombe, and their cox James Rook. The crew is coached by Al Matthews. Gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2023, Sydney Rowing Club: Bradley Graham, Matthew Rowe, Matthew Morgan, Harry Crouch, and their cox, Teresa Harris. The crew is coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Men's Elite Coxed 4. And that concludes our transmission of today and our regatta of today. And again, a big thank you to these wonderful athletes who provide us with such entertainment and such pleasure with all of the events that are being raced. And tomorrow will be again from 7:30 in the morning. And again, we're expecting hot and humid conditions. We're really pleased people have coped so well today, and I know we'll have another great day of racing tomorrow. Thank you to our umpires and our boat drivers as they all come in now, and for keeping everybody safe on the lake. Thank you to our volunteers, to the team at Rowing New South Wales. We wish you all a wonderful evening, and we look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow morning for a final and fantastic day of racing at the New South Wales State Championships.